Chapter 2046. Not seeing him for a day felt like 3 years. This time, they gazed at each other for the first time, as if they had met for the first time after thousands of years. That kind of longing filled her heart. However, when she saw his weak appearance, although Su Yan didn't know what had happened, she was very scared because there were so many people watching them. With tears in her eyes, she staggered towards Mo Xiaolang in a daze. Because of fear, her shoulders were trembling slightly. When she arrived in front of Mo Xiaolang, her eyes were already wet with tears. Those clear tears gently slid down her snow-white cheeks and gently dripped onto the ground. Mo Xiaolang stretched out his skinny fingers and wiped away the tears on her cheeks. He tried his best to squeeze out a smile. His strength was exhausted. The chaotic god bone marrow was still entrenched in his body, but at least it wasn't as painful as before. There was only endless weakness. Yan, you're crying again. Didn't I tell you not to cry all the time? Mo Xiaolang said weakly. I. Are you okay? Soi Yan stretched out her hands and held his arm with her slender palms. His skin was an ugly grayish white, like a withered old tree, dry and cracked. Looking at all of this, she recalled that he must have fought hard to save her, which led to this ending. But this man still tried his best to squeeze out a smile. Soyan's tears still fell uncontrollably. Mo Xiaolang couldn't stand steadily. He was so weak that he could only let Long Chen hold him. Long Chen took a deep breath. He didn't have much resentment towards the Eclipse Wolf Lord anymore. But since he could let Soi Yan come back, it was time for him to do something for this younger brother and sister of his. From seeing Mo Xiaolang injured until now, the arrogant laughter of primal chaos Kunwu had been provoking him, causing the calmness that he cultivated with great difficulty to completely collapse. It wasn't easy for him to endure until now. The reason why he endured until now was because he didn't trust anyone around him. Until Soi Yan came back. Yan, support him. Long Chen said. Soi Yan also didn't know that Long Chen would be here. She also didn't know about the primal divine bone marrow. She was at a loss about everything, but she was very obedient. She replaced Long Chen and supported Mo Xiaolang. This young couple stood in the wind and rain while hugging each other. They longed for freedom and to do whatever they wanted. Their fate was much more helpless than Long Chen's. As the brother, Long Chen opened the way for them. Big brother, Mo Xiaolang knew what he was going to do. He was the person who understood Long Chen the best. From the beginning, he knew that Long Chen's heart was filled with a terrifying rage. If it wasn't for the fact that Mo Xiaolang was supporting him in his pain, he would have exploded long ago. Rest well. Long Chen turned around and smiled. This cold smile made Mo Xiaolang swallow the words he wanted to say. He had seen Long Chen smile like this many times before he went crazy. In the wind and rain, Long Chen passed through countless strong warriors. At this moment, Dream King, Sky Pillar and the others were still confronting the people of 9-Star Alliance. Primal Chaos Kunwu was still laughing under the protection of everyone. Long Chen passed through everyone. His cold eyes were always on Primal Chaos Kunwu's face. His eyes were filled with bone-chilling killing intent. In his body, there was a giant beast of slaughter. Long Chen, Dream King and the others were startled. They were asking 9-Star Alliance to make some changes to the rules, but Long Chen walked out at this crucial moment. His appearance attracted everyone's attention. Primal Chaos Kunwu was no exception. He was startled for a moment and smiled. Looks like you are very angry. Are you also in a hurry to die? Although I am a bit injured, it seems that it is enough to deal with you. Do you want to have the same ending as that kid? To become trash that is worse than pigs and dogs. After saying that, he laughed again. Long Chen wasn't the Long Chen of the past. After a short period of calming down, he wasn't as impulsive as before. He almost ignored Primal Chaos Kunwa's provocation and said to the two sides, "Everyone, there is only one battle left. There is no need to discuss anything. I will allow him to use the Primal Chaos Bone Spike. It is about time. Please announce the start of the final battle." Everyone just remembered that there was still the final battle. Previously, Primal Chaos Kunwa's actions had caused many conflicts, almost causing the Star Lord battle to be unable to continue for a while. Everyone had also thrown this most important battle to the back of their minds. When Long Chen appeared and requested the start of the battle, many people were shocked. He clearly knew how terrifying the Primal Chaos Bone Spike was, but he still wanted to continue. He was indeed a bit too daring. To be honest, the Primal Chaos Bone Spike was something that even the experts present were afraid of. Dream King's previous struggle was nothing more than to prevent Primal Chaos Kunwa from using the Primal Chaos Bone Spike. Hearing this, Primal Chaos Kunwa's eyes lit up. He looked at Long Chen as if he was looking at an idiot and laughed. "Long Chen, you better keep your word. Don't let me cripple you. Your side isn't willing to accept this and caused such a huge commotion. I don't have time to waste here with you." Long Chen said, "That's right. You can use the Primal Chaos Bone Spike. I don't mind." To be honest, it was still a bit scary for him to say such a thing in such a calm tone. Many people present became suspicious. However, Primal Chaos Kunwa didn't care at all. He knew how terrifying the Primal Chaos Bone Spike was. When he heard Long Chen's words, he laughed wildly again. "Everyone, you better listen carefully. This isn't my request. Disperse and let the final battle begin." Dream King was suspicious. He wanted to ask if Long Chen was confident. Long Chen didn't say anything. He waved his hand and walked towards Primal Chaos Kunwa alone. The alliance leaders of the 9-Star Alliance along the way all avoided him. He's restraining his anger. He's probably reaching his limit. This guy's killing intent is monstrous. Xiao Dingyuan, who was beside Dream King, said. "Then let's trust him this time. Victory or defeat will be decided in this battle." Dream King led everyone and left first, leaving the battlefield for Long Chen. The others also left quickly. Soi Yan brought Mo Xiaolang and stood at the side. No one approached them. The two of them looked at Long Chen's back that was moving forward courageously. Mo Xiaolang gritted his teeth. His lips moved slightly. Big brother probably wants to return everything I've suffered to him." Yeah, Soi Yan didn't ask anything. To her, as long as she could safely support this man, it was enough. As for hatred and revenge, Long Chen would complete it. He walked towards Primal Chaos Kunwa step by step. Logically speaking, since he was so angry, the footprints he left behind should be very deep. However, the scary thing was that there were no traces of his footprints at all. Disperse. The people of the 9-Star Alliance rushed into the clouds and moved far away. In the huge space, only Primal Chaos Kunwa and Long Chen were left. Countless people's gazes were on them. This was the last battle of the Lord of Stars battle. The final winner would get a point for the race they represented. Whether it was the Incubus race or the Illusion Immortal race, it would depend on whether Primal Chaos Kunwa or Long Chen won. Primal Chaos Kunwa had been injured before, but he could still use 3 heads and 6 arms. He had 3 types of Dao artifacts with 300 patterns. More importantly, he had the Primal Chaos Bone Spur. Thus, he was still confident in his victory and laughed loudly. The spectators discussed their chances of winning, but most of them didn't think Long Chen would win. Just like Mo Xiaolang, although he could suppress Primal Chaos Kunwa in the beginning, Primal Chaos Kunwa was cunning and had many people protecting him. It wouldn't be easy for him to lose. Long Chen even allowed his opponent to use the Primal Chaos Bone Spur, which was undoubtedly sending a sheep into a tiger's mouth. The storm surged and the clouds in the sky rolled angrily. Hundreds of thousands of people stood in the surroundings. In such an atmosphere, they gradually held their breaths. In front of them, it was a battle between the top geniuses of the entire world. Anger, hatred, madness, all of these seemed to be insufficient to describe the current Long Chen. He held the god-slaying sword and the grayish-white sword body displayed a terrifying sharpness. Little Skeleton seemed to be able to feel Long Chen's murderous intent. His pair of green eyes also became exceptionally terrifying. He really resembled the Eye of Hell. I will be very merciful and send you two brothers to the same fate. You should have long understood that the true genius is my primal chaos Kunwu. The true noble race is my primal chaos royalty. The true expert is my father, the primal chaos star lord. Primal chaos Kunwu clamored. Do you know what it means to be a frog at the bottom of a well? Long Chen suddenly said. It was impossible for primal chaos Kunwu, but Long Chen knew that. However, after he walked out of Baiyang town and truly saw the vast world outside, he clearly understood what it meant to be a frog at the bottom of a well. Although primal chaos Kunwu was heaven-defying, in the eyes of Long Chen, it was just a lucky frog at the bottom of a well. The sky that he could see was limited to this. Don't talk nonsense. Primal chaos Kunwu sneered. He retreated and soared into the sky. Although he was injured, he was still very courageous. He couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with Long Chen and directly displayed the mystical ability of 3 heads and 6 arms. In an instant, his battle aura filled the sky. The 3 types of Dao weapons, Primal Chaos Spear, Yuan Imprisoning Ring, and Yuan Jinyuan Pagoda, appeared one after another. They suppressed the world and were incomparably domineering. The Primal Chaos Spear was boundless, the Yuan Imprisoning Ring had an extremely strong binding power, and the Yuan Jinyuan Pagoda shook the world. With the 3 types of Dao weapons working together, Primal Chaos Kunwu displayed the highest standard of a genius. He lightly shouted and rushed over. When they were at stellar source, Long Chen wasn't his match at all. But at this moment, everything was different. Just as Primal Chaos Kunwu charged over, Long Chen waved the god-slaying sword and disappeared into thin air. The power of time. The onlookers were all experts and could all feel it. When Primal Chaos Kunwu saw that it was this move again, he instantly looked down on it. His face was ferocious as he looked around and roared, "Coward, useless thing. Do you only know how to run? Ha!" Although he shouted like this, he was actually very depressed. Chapter 2047. The Massacre Sword Art had accumulated everything that Long Chen had from the start. All his patience was fused into the Massacring Sword Art. When all this was done, the Massacring Sword Art underwent a huge transformation. Long Chen felt as though the entire world was fading in front of his eyes. All that was left was the enemy in front of him, his despicable face, and his arrogant smile. In an instant, his world had turned red. Hundreds of thousands of spectators were just ants in his eyes. He didn't care at all. His anger and cruelty drove him to explode with unprecedented power. The spirit cultivation flame burned fiercely. It completely exceeded the amplification of the past and allowed his power to increase tremendously. The ancestral dragon's potential was never so simple. As the elder brother, he had to give Mo Xiaolang an explanation. Not for anything else but for revenge. He forgot about life and death. He just wanted the guy in front of him to die. It wouldn't be as simple as just dying. Primal Chaos Kunwu relied on the fact that he was the son of the Primal Chaos Star Lord, so he never thought that anything would happen to him. However, Long Chen's ice-cold expression, cold killing intent, and sharp sword edge told him that he was risking his life. Good kid. I will fight you alone. I won't use the Chaos Bone Spur to bully you. What can you do to me? Chaos Kunwu was arrogant. He knew that he had lost to Mo Xiaolang. Therefore, he wanted to regain his confidence from Long Chen. If not, he wouldn't have used his 3 heads and 6 arms. He could just use the Chaos Bone Spur to attack. Mixed Element Spear, Mixed Element Spirit. He used 3 Dao artifacts to fight against Long Chen. To be honest, in terms of Dao artifacts, Long Chen couldn't compare to him. No matter how strong the God-slaying sword was, it only had 180 Dao patterns. Compared to any of his Dao artifacts, the God-slaying sword was inferior. His opponent's Dao artifacts gave the God-slaying sword immense pressure. Although the God-slaying sword was a ferocious tiger, it was still difficult for it to clash head-on with an elephant or a rhinoceros. However, the one holding the God-slaying sword was Long Chen. Blood-red dragon scales covered his entire body. Bone spurs protruded all over his body, forming a ferocious edge. Long Chen was like the god of death. He didn't retreat at all. His massacre sword technique surpassed everyone's imagination. That speed and strength. Although Chaos Kunwu had 3 Dao artifacts, he was suppressed by Long Chen's god-slaying sword from the start. Under Long Chen's strong, violent, and cold attacks, Chaos Kunwu used all he had to defend with the 3 Dao artifacts. But still, he was blown away by Long Chen's explosive massacre sword aura. He was retreating. If it could be said that he was evenly matched with Mo Xiaolang for a long period of time in his battle with Long Chen, he was completely crushed. On one hand, it was because he was injured. On the other hand, Long Chen was much more terrifying than he had imagined. Especially, at this moment, Long Chen wasn't fighting alone. He felt guilty towards Mo Xiaolang, everyone's expectations for him, and his responsibility towards his younger brothers and sisters. More importantly, his primordial blood spiritual dragon bloodline urged him to turn into a ruthless tyrant. Rumble. Under Long Chen's powerful attacks, the massacre sword aura soared into the sky. As Chaos Kunwu retreated in shock, the rocks and rivers along the way exploded, turning the massacre sword aura into dust. Although Chaos Kunwu could temporarily block the massacre sword aura, a large number of sword wounds appeared on his body in a short period of time. Some of them were so deep that his bones could be seen. Even with his chaotic royalty's physique, it was still rather difficult for him to recover. Moreover, just as he recovered, new wounds would immediately appear. Being suppressed like this, the 3 dignified Dao artifacts didn't even have a chance to fight back. They were like drowning dogs. Chaos Kunwu was simply going crazy. Among the spectators, most of them were also very surprised. They had thought that it would be another evenly matched battle. They didn't expect Long Chen to be so terrifying. Seeing Chaos Kunwu being suppressed to the point that he was about to cry, the expressions on their faces were quite interesting. It turns out that among the 3 of them, the strongest is the son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor. The weakest is Chaos Kunwu. Most of the experts present knew very well that if it wasn't for the Chaos Bone Spur, Chaos Kunwu, who was known as the #1 genius in the Chaos Galaxy, wouldn't be a match for Long Chen and the others at all. Of course, Long Chen had performed beyond his usual level. This battle caused the hearts of countless people to tremble. One was a human dragon martial artist, and the other was a wolf. The strength and talent of these 2 brothers were deeply engraved in everyone's hearts. Everyone knew that no matter what the outcome was today, their names would still spread rapidly. They would rise rapidly, and even the eternal life god domain would be alarmed. Especially Long Chen. His dream was to make the people of the dragon god domain look at him in a different light. Kill, kill, kill. Kill, kill. Through the layers of massacre sword aura, Chaos Kunwu saw an incomparably cold face hidden amidst the chaos. Chaos Kunwu had always been extremely daring and had never been afraid of anyone. But this time, he felt fear for Long Chen. This made his scalp go numb. Damn it. Really, damn it. Even this guy can be so strong. What's wrong with this world? Are there only so many super geniuses? Are they so cheap? Chaos Kunwu wouldn't admit defeat even if he died. Kill, kill, kill. He continued to use his Chaos Origin power. The 3 Dao artifacts attacked at the same time. He used the Origin Imprisoning Ring to restrain and attack Long Chen. He used the Origin Suppressing Pagoda to suppress Long Chen, greatly reducing Long Chen's speed. Then, he used the Origin Spear to fight against the God-Slaying Sword. He could feel that the God-Slaying Sword's Dao patterns were far inferior to the Origin Spears. The Origin Spear was forged from cosmic meteoric iron. It came from the era of the Divine Dragon and had a long history and hundreds of masters. Finally, it fell into the hands of Chaos Kunwu. The 3 Dao spirits were also gathering power to help Chaos Kunwu fight crazily. Tear, tear. Chaos Kunwu gritted his teeth. He didn't want to admit defeat. He knew that it would be very difficult for Long Chen to maintain this state. I want you and that bastard to pay the price. 3 elements as one, the great Dao is limitless, the universe reverses. The 3 Dao artifacts work together to suppress Long Chen's attack. The primal Chaos Kunwu saw a glimmer of hope and became very excited. Everyone's eyes lit up. Was Chaos Kunwu finally going to fight back? However, Long Chen wasn't affected in the slightest. After breaking through one of the swords, he once again rushed forward, thrusting out with his sword. Instantly, a beam of slaughter sword chi shot out, this time much stronger than before. 530 swords. The massacre sword art had a total of 10,000 swords. This was the heaven-defying sword art of the God-Slaying Sword. 530 swords was Long Chen's previous limit. But at this moment, he easily performed it. Clang! Chaos Kunwu used the Origin Suppressing Pagoda to defend and let out an ear-piercing scream. He was defeated again along with the Origin Suppressing Pagoda. He was sent flying by Long Chen's sword and crashed into the Cloud Contact Peak. Instantly, the Cloud Contact Peak trembled. Damn it, damn it! Chaos Kunwu's head was bleeding profusely, and he was in an extremely sorry state. Just as he crawled out from the rubble, he once again fell into Long Chen's even larger sword net. This time, he could only defend in a sorry state. The God-Slaying Sword struck the Essence-Suppressing Pagoda, the Origin Imprisoning Ring, and the Primeval Chaos Spear again and again, producing earth-shattering sounds of friction. From the beginning to the end, Chaos Kunwu didn't have a chance to fight back. Everyone was simply dumbfounded. They saw more and more wounds appearing on Primal Chaos Kunwu's body. One of his ears was even sliced off by Long Chen. His entire body was bathed in blood and was a tragic sight to behold. He screamed in pain again and again, but he still couldn't escape from Long Chen's attacks. If it wasn't for the 3 Super Dao artifacts, he would have been killed by Long Chen. No one would have thought that he would be defeated so miserably. This was not a battle of the same level. In front of Long Chen, Chaos Kunwu was like a clown, weeping and crying. In fact, if Long Chen wanted to kill him, he would have succeeded long ago. But sometimes, killing someone casually wasn't the best revenge. Long Chen was waiting for an opportunity. Moreover, the little skeleton had been chewing on the stone for so long and it was about to reach the meat. How could Long Chen let the meat fly away? At a certain moment when Chaos Kunwu was still resisting, everyone clearly heard a cracking sound. That sound was so ear-piercing. Everyone couldn't help but wonder if it was because Long Chen's sword was broken. If the sword was broken, he would still be defeated. After all, Chaos Kunwu still had the Chaos Bone Spur. He was just being suppressed and couldn't even take out the Chaos Bone Spur. The God-Slaying Sword was obviously inferior to the 3 Great Dao artifacts. But what happened next shocked everyone. When the God-Slaying Sword slashed down, Chaos Kunwu once again used the Tower of Suppressing Energy to resist. But at that moment, the god-slaying sword was incomparably ferocious. It directly tore the Tower of Suppressing Energy into two. The 300 Dao patterns instantly exploded, turning into golden fragments that scattered everywhere. Long Chen chopped off one of Chaos Kunwu's arms. At that moment, Chaos Kunwu knelt on the ground and cried out in pain. Those from the Chaos royal family wanted to stop it, but the Dream King and the others were already prepared. At this moment, even the Sky Pillar Emperor and the others came to stop them. They said, "The winner hasn't been decided yet and you want to cause trouble again?" As they were afraid of the demon race and the human race, the experts from the Chaos royal family could only endure. But what they found most unbelievable was that the god-slaying sword could actually destroy a terrifying Dao artifact with 300 Dao patterns. It was really unbelievable. Chaos Kunwu stared blankly at the fragments. Its eyes were blank, but they quickly turned blood red. It roared, "This is what my father gave me, Long Chen." Just as it said this, Long Chen's god-slaying sword attacked again. Be it the primordial chaos spear or the energy imprisoning ring, they were all destroyed by the god-slaying sword and turned into countless fragments. This was Long Chen's first goal. He wanted to make Chaos Kunwu regret, so he had to destroy these first. But this was just the beginning. Long Chen held the hilt of the god-slaying sword. At this moment, on the hilt of the sword, the Dao patterns increased rapidly. Little Skeleton cheered and was so excited that he was in high spirits. His power increased unprecedentedly and finally stabilized at 285 Dao patterns, close to 300. Chapter 2048. This time, the Massacre Sword incantation had slashed close to 1,000 times. 1,000 slashes was close to 1/10 of the Massacre Sword incantation. The further it went, the more terrifying the power of each slash would be. Because of this, Long Chen was able to suppress Chaos Kunwu even before transforming into his dragon form. At this moment, he was bathed in blood. He howled miserably and knelt in front of Long Chen. He watched as his strongest trump card, the 300 pattern Dao artifacts, were torn apart by Long Chen. Long Chen didn't just tear apart his Dao artifacts, but also his heart, his pride, and his dignity. He had always thought that he was invincible. The human race wanted the monster race, but it was just an empty title. He had once sworn that he would sweep through the eternal god domain and challenge the experts of the various races. But today, he was defeated by two humans and monsters who appeared out of nowhere, right in front of his own home. He had lost all his face. The destruction of the 3 Dao artifacts dealt a greater blow to Chaos Kunwu's heart than his physical injuries. The calm Long Chen was standing in front of him. The sound of his footsteps on the ground caused Chaos Kunwu to tremble and almost all the spectators to hold their breath. In one direction, the weak Mo Xiaolang looked at Long Chen with tears in his eyes. He was also nervous because he had defeated Chaos Kunwu like this before. But in the end, he was tricked by Chaos Kunwu and ended up like this. Would Long Chen repeat the same mistake? He could have killed Chaos Kunwu directly, but he held back like Mo Xiaolang. What is he trying to do? Could it be that he knows that Chaos Kunwu is the son of Chaos Star Lord, so he doesn't want to make a big deal out of this? Xiao Dingyuan asked curiously. Dream King nodded. It seems that although Long Chen is furious, he knows his limits. As expected of Eternal Dragon Emperor's son. This is very similar to him. But Long Chen is even sharper than the young Eternal Dragon Emperor because he is more decisive in killing than Eternal Dragon Emperor. Seeing that Long Chen didn't go crazy and kill Chaos Kunwu, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. No matter what, Chaos Kunwu shouldn't die. He was the flag of Chaos Star Region's new generation. At this moment, Long Chen was already 3 meters away from Chaos Kunwu. Primal Chaos Kunwu knelt in front of him. He raised his ferocious head and glared at Long Chen. His mouth was full of blood and his teeth were blood-red. His 3 heads and 6 arms had already been removed and he looked extremely weak. You dare to destroy my Dao artifacts. You have too much guts. Chaos Kunwu said coldly. Long Chen was expressionless. Loser, you don't have much ability, but you still want to act like you are invincible. Chaos Kunwu, in my eyes, you are just a piece of trash. Chaos Kunwu laughed crazily. So what? Kill me. Do you dare to kill me? My father is Chaos Star Lord. If you kill me, you won't have a good death. Do you understand? Who are you calling trash? You have a huge hatred for me. Your brother was crippled by me, but you still don't dare to kill me. You are the real trash. Long Chen was calm. He stared at Chaos Kunwu with his clear eyes and said coldly, I won't kill you. Chaos Kunwu laughed even more happily. He knew that this would be the case. Long Chen didn't have the guts. At this moment, he had already thought it through. So what if he lost? If the winner was like Mo Xiaolang, Chaos Kunwu naturally wouldn't be willing to be the winner. He wanted to be the loser who crippled the winner. Hence, under the watchful eyes of everyone, he struggled to stand up. At this moment, Long Chen was so close to him and he was so defenseless. His negligence gave the primal Chaos Kunwu an excellent opportunity. Before this, he had always been suppressed by Long Chen and didn't even have a chance to counterattack. But now, the opportunity finally came. He instantly rushed towards Long Chen. The 3-meter distance was instantly covered. His face was ferocious as he roared, Idiot, you actually made the same mistake as the wolf race. You are courting death. Words couldn't describe his excitement. He took out the terrifying Primal Chaos Bone Thorn. The moment the Primal Chaos Bone Thorn appeared, the crowd burst into an uproar again. Their gazes were completely attracted by the Primal Chaos Bone Thorn. The Primal Chaos Bone Thorn emitted the aura of a true deity. Under the Chaos God's bone marrow, all powers had to be dissolved. Chaos Kunwu didn't know that Long Chen would be so stupid to give him such a chance. He could only say that Long Chen was too confident. It was his confidence that made him end up the same as Mo Xiaolang. Thinking about the 2 brothers becoming cripples, Chaos Kunwu was so excited that his heart was twitching. Everyone was also so nervous that they were suffocating. Only Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan knew that Long Chen wouldn't make such a low-level mistake. When Chaos Kunwu used the Chaos Bone Spur, Long Chen knew that the opportunity he had been waiting for had finally come. Sometimes, killing someone wasn't a form of revenge or punishment. His anger towards Chaos Kunwu couldn't be described with words. Everything he had done was to return everything that Mo Xiaolang had suffered to Mo Xiaolang several times over. This was why when the Chaos Bone Spur appeared, Long Chen's eyes lit up. He was already prepared. The moment Primal Chaos Kunwu made his move, his long sword slashed through everything. With a thought from the sword energy, Chaos Kunwu's legs were chopped off and he became a legless person. Blood splashed but he still laughed loudly. The Chaos Bone Spur stabbed towards Long Chen. Cry. Chaos Kunwu treated that sword as Long Chen's final resistance before his death. At that moment, Long Chen slashed once more. Eye of Hell. He had already planned to use the Eye of Hell at this moment. In the vision of the Kunwu of Chaos, he saw something that no one else could see. That was the Eye of Hell. It was a pair of green eyes that were extremely disdainful and terrifying. It was as though it came from the heavens. The deterrence of the Eye of Hell surpassed everything, especially after the God-slaying sword had an additional 100 Dao patterns. At this moment, the God-slaying sword already possessed the ability to transcend the heavens. At that critical moment, Chaos Kunwu's eyes opened wide. He was completely suffocated and fell to the ground. Blood flowed everywhere. Until the end, his body was still trembling like he had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. This was a huge blow to him. What happened? Just as Long Chen was about to die, such a thing happened. All of a sudden, there was an uproar. Those from the Chaos Royalty were even more nervous. It was obvious that Chaos Kunwu had failed. Even the Chaos Bone Spur seemed to have been destroyed by Long Chen. How is this possible? Chaos Kunwu, hurry up and admit defeat. Admit defeat, admit defeat. Otherwise, you will die. The people of the Primal Chaos Royalty no longer had any hope. They had been counting on the Primal Chaos Bone Thorn, but now that the Primal Chaos Bone Thorn was tossed into the sky and the Primal Chaos Kunwu was unconscious, he could be killed by Long Chen at any time. Those from the Chaos Royalty were anxious. They surrounded the area. Once Chaos Kunwu admitted defeat, they would help. Seeing that the Chaos Royalty were getting restless, the Golden War God, Illusion Immortal Tribe, and some of the 9-Star Alliance leaders were restraining them. This battle had not ended completely. According to the rules, no one could interfere. Everyone was watching the final changes. The only thing that the Chaos Royalty could do was to make Chaos Kunwu admit defeat. Long Chen stood in front of the Primal Chaos Kunwu. When the terrifying Primal Chaos Bone Spike descended, Long Chen didn't dare to recklessly touch it. A slaughter dragon appeared on his body and actually soared into the clouds, hugging the Primal Chaos Bone Spike in its bosom. The sharp spike was actually pointing towards the Primal Chaos Kunwu. At this moment, it seemed like everyone knew what Long Chen was going to do. He had endured for so long just to wait for this moment to arrive. He wanted to use the Chaos Bone Spur against Chaos Kunwu. He wanted it to taste the same pain as Mo Xiaolang. He wanted the number 1 genius of Chaos Star region to become trash. He wanted him to live in pain forever. Mo Xiaolang was a demon. He might be able to recover his strength, but Long Chen wanted Chaos Kunwu to never recover. Long Chen, you can't use it against me. You'll be killed by my father. My father spent a lot of effort to raise me to this level. You can't touch me or you'll die. Kunwu was frightened by the Primal Chaos Bone Thorn. Kunwu realized that he had lost completely, so he roared, Long Chen, you can't use it against me. Chaos Kunwu admits defeat. Shouted his elder. Now that things had come to this, he had suffered a crushing defeat, and even the Primal Chaos Bone Thorn had been snatched away by Long Chen. This was already an unchangeable fact. Primal Chaos Kunwu's heart had completely collapsed. He knew that this seemingly calm Long Chen was just how terrifying he was. Not only Chaos Kunwu himself, even the others were advising Long Chen not to be impulsive. If he used the Chaos Bone Spur against Chaos Kunwu, the consequences would definitely be more severe than killing him. At that time, they might not be able to protect Long Chen. So, it was better to put his life above all else. Long Chen, forget it. Victory is the most important. Dream King advised. He had already obtained 2 points and was very satisfied. Amidst the clamor, Chaos Kunwu understood the logic of, where there's life, there's hope. He smiled, brat, you only defeated me. You can't do anything to me. In the future, I will definitely make a comeback and defeat you. Who asked you to not dare to touch me? He opened his mouth and was about to say, I admit defeat. At this moment, Long Chen's god-slaying sword instantly moved and pierced into his mouth. He couldn't even make a sound, let alone admit defeat. He couldn't admit defeat at all. Who said? I don't dare to touch you. Long Chen revealed a smile that caused Chaos Kunwu's hair to stand on end. He gently took out the Chaos Bone Spur from Xiaolong's dragon claw. He lifted Chaos Kunwu up with one hand. He looked at the Chaos Bone Spur and Chaos Kunwu at the same time. This scene first caused everyone to be dumbfounded. Shortly after, a huge commotion broke out in the surroundings. The Chaos Royalty couldn't help but make their move. Dream King could only grit his teeth and block them. In an instant, a shocking battle broke out. Woo woo. Woo woo, Chaos Kunwu shed tears and begged Longchen in pain. His entire body was trembling and he was on the verge of collapsing. His face was filled with endless pain, regret, and fear. His face was deathly pale and he no longer had the arrogance he had before. Long Chen's expression didn't change. Although the surroundings were already shaking and a huge battle had broken out, he was still indifferent. He placed the Chaos Bone Spur on top of Chaos Kunwu's head and pierced it down at an extremely slow speed. At that moment, Chaos Kunwu, whose tongue had been twisted off, let out an extremely tragic howl. Chapter 2049. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. That earth-shattering scream became eternal in the eyes of the crowd. They would probably remember it for the rest of their lives. At this moment, everyone stopped what they were doing. The members of the Chaos Royal family also stopped attacking. They looked in Long Chen's direction in shock. They saw Long Chen pressing the Chaos Kunwu down and piercing the Chaos Bony Spike into its head. The Chaos Bony Spike was an ancient ferocious object. The pain it was experiencing was unparalleled. The Chaos Kunwu was like a fragile beast, struggling and screaming in Long Chen's hand. Mo Xiaolang had suffered such pain after being scratched lightly. The pain the Chaos Kunwu was suffering now was 10 times or even 100 times more than what Mo Xiaolang was suffering. Oh my God, the spectators dispersed. The last battle was about to erupt again, and they were worried that they would be affected. They would forever remember this scene, and they would also remember how terrifying Long Chen was. Even though he was bringing unprecedented pain to the primal Chaos Kunwu, his expression was still cold, as if he was doing something insignificant. No one knew just how much anger he was venting in that moment. All along, if he could give his opponent a quick death, he definitely wouldn't torture them. But this time was different. The primal Chaos Kunwu couldn't kill, but it could make people remember that they were trash for the rest of their lives. This was the effect that Long Chen wanted. Otherwise, how could he let everyone remember that they were Long Chen's younger siblings? As long as he was alive, no one could touch them, or they would end up like this. Ever since Mo Xiaolang followed him to the eternal life God domain without any regrets, he rarely took care of him, and even infected him with the martial devil seed. This was the eternal guilt that Long Chen felt in his heart. He didn't know how to repay this brother of his. Dealing with the primal Chaos Kunwu like this was a small explanation, and it was also a deterrent to everyone. The primal Chaos Kunwu's hands were on Long Chen's clothes, tearing them powerlessly. It wanted to push Long Chen away, but it was just a dream. It could only suffer. Long Chen didn't know how much pain it was in, but at least it wasn't willing to bear this pain. If even he found it terrifying, then one could imagine what it was like. This was also the most terrifying torture he had ever seen. Woo woo, woo woo, the primal Chaos Kunwu's aura was weak, and a large amount of fog rose from its body. That was the power generated from its burning body. As its power dissipated, it became more and more powerless, and its painful howls gradually weakened. All of this happened in front of everyone's eyes, and it didn't last very long. Finally, in the end, a primal Chaos Bone Spur pierced into its body. The primal Chaos Kunwu was already covered by the rising gray fog, but even so, it didn't lose consciousness. It was still collapsing, trembling, and it would last for a long time. Seeing the miserable state of the primal Chaos Kunwu was in, everyone stared at Long Chen blankly. All of them felt their scalps go numb, and their hair stood on end. Some people were like this. They weren't considered experts yet, they were just geniuses, but their killing style would make experts feel terrified. Long Chen was such a person. Therefore, even those experts of the primal Chaos Royal family were frightened. The primal chaos Kunwu was certain from the beginning that Longchen couldn't do anything to it, but in the end, it still ended up in a miserable state. Longchen pulled the primal chaos Kunwu and looked in Mo Xiaolang's direction. He was still very weak, but he was much better than the primal chaos Kunwu. Only at this moment did Longchen reveal a gentle smile. He heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally given Xiaolang and his younger brother and sister an explanation. Facing so many experts, he was well aware of the stakes involved. He was fearless. No matter what happened today, the human race's dragon god domain would clearly recognize his hidden terrifying value. His value definitely surpassed that of Du. The upper echelons of the human race would definitely be very shocked, and the 5 great dragon cities would also be shocked by Longchen. That would also be his chance to return to the dragon god domain. After all, the human race was still the top race, and the 5 great dragon cities could shake the world. How could a mere Chaos Star Lord do anything to him? Longchen threw the curled up and trembling primal chaos Kunwu to the primal chaos royal family. Not only did the primal chaos Kunwu suffer terrible torture, but its life was also ruined. Who knew how much chaos god bone marrow had entered its body, making it an eternal cripple? It would never be able to make a comeback. Mo Xiaolang only had 1 drop of chaos god bone marrow. He was still a demon, so it was not impossible for him to recover. However, the primal chaos Kunwu would definitely live in pain for the rest of its life. The people of the primal chaos royal family hurriedly caught the primal chaos Kunwu and pulled out the primal chaos bone spur. However, even though they did so, the primal chaos Kunwu's condition didn't change. It was still in terrible pain, and it was still facing the greatest fear of its life. Longchen held the god-slaying sword and looked at the many super experts of the reincarnation of 7 stars. He was neither servile nor overbearing. He said, "Seniors, isn't it time to announce that I, Longchen, am the champion of the Genius Elite competition? Didn't I defeat the Primal Chaos Kunwu?" He had brought such pain to the Primal Chaos Kunwu, and yet he could still be so confident and righteous. His courage and calmness terrified everyone. On the Illusion Immortal clan side, even Gong Qing and Xing Yu looked at each other. Bing Xinyue and the others even patted their chests, their hearts filled with lingering fear. Luckily, they didn't anger Longchen, or else the consequences would be, the people of the Primal Chaos royal family were all silent. Their faces turned green. They couldn't control what would happen next. The Dream King laughed heartily and said, "Of course it's the champion. Friends, I won't stand on ceremony and accept the title of the 2nd round of the Star Lord competition. We have obtained 2 points from the first 2 rounds." He had mixed feelings in his heart. He had never thought that the addition of Longchen would cause such an explosive change in the Master of Stars competition. It was even out of his control. However, no matter what, getting 2 points was something he didn't even dare to think about before. The surroundings were dead silent. It was the sign of a storm. Although the Illusion Immortal clan was safe to get the 2nd point, the Primal Chaos Kunwu had become a cripple, and it was as tragic as it could be. The people of the Primal Chaos royal family definitely wouldn't let it go. They didn't act immediately. There was only one reason, and that was because the person in charge hadn't arrived yet. Longchen. The 2 dragon martial artists, Xing Yu and Gong Qing, walked towards him with solemn expressions. They stood on his left and right. From what had happened today, they had completely understood what kind of person Longchen was. Although Longchen had caused such a huge trouble and they were helpless, they also admired this son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor. Such a person with such a genuine temperament wouldn't be too bad. Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan were still standing in the distance. The atmosphere became strange. Only the weak cries of the Primal Chaos Kunwu could be heard. Longchen didn't say anything and walked in front of Mo Xiaolang. He nodded at Mo Xiaolang and then stood in front of them. Gongqing and Xingyu also stood beside him. Mu Huang stayed where he was and took care of the juniors of the Life Dragon City. Seeing this, the Dream King said, "Everyone, the second battle of the Master of Stars competition has ended. We, the Illusion Immortal clan, have obtained the second point. Today's battle is over. The Illusion Immortal clan and the Life Dragon City will leave first and prepare for the next battle in half a month. Of course, it was better to leave as soon as possible." "Wait." An old man from the Primal Chaos royal family said, "According to the rules of the Nine-Star Alliance, you have indeed won, but we have some private matters to settle with the son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor. In the Master of Stars competition, the geniuses of your alliance can only fight in the first and second battles. Once the third battle starts, they won't have anything to do with it. So, Dream King, you can take the Illusion Immortal clan and leave first. The elders of the Life Dragon City can also leave first. Anyone can leave first, but Long Chen and the wolf must stay. This is a private matter of the Primal Chaos royal family, so I hope you don't meddle in this." What he meant was that what happened now had nothing to do with the Master of Stars competition, so they could do whatever they wanted. Hearing this, Dream King said coldly, "Does the Primal Chaos royal family want to take revenge? Your people were defeated in the Master of Stars competition, but now you want to take revenge on us. You're not following the rules. This is clearly a matter of the Master of Stars competition. Don't you think so?" Unfortunately, the Primal Chaos royal family was too famous in the Nine-Star Alliance. Although the others knew that the Primal Chaos royal family was breaking the rules, they didn't want to get into trouble, so no one responded to Dream King. "Humph," the Primal Chaos royal family and the others snorted. They approached, ignoring the Illusion Immortal clan and surrounding Long Chen. In terms of combat power, perhaps the two representatives of the Life Dragon City were weaker than the Reincarnation Tribulation Realm leaders of the Nine-Star Alliance, but they weren't any weaker. From start to finish, Xingyu and the others weren't afraid. When they surrounded them, Xingyu calmly took out a star talisman and communicated with it. "Third uncle, contact the first Dragon Emperor. Our people crippled the son of the Chaos Star Lord in the Master of Stars competition. They want to surround us and prevent us from leaving. They broke the rules first." Xingyu's voice was so clear that the Primal Chaos royal family retreated in fear. He was actually contacting the first Dragon Emperor of the Life Dragon City. He was the strongest person in the world. Even the Chaos Star Lord was nothing in his eyes. From start to finish, humans had always been the strongest race. If the Primal Chaos royal family wanted to bully them, they would have to see if they had the power to resist the 5 dragon cities. Gongqing smiled and said, "Everyone, don't forget that we're from the 5 dragon cities. The power of the entire Chaos Starfields combined can't even compare to our dragon city. Are you really not afraid of being exterminated? You dare provoke our people? You're too used to being bosses in the Chaos Starfields. Do you really think you're that powerful? You're a bunch of frogs in a well." Chapter 2050. Even in the galaxy of chaos, the Dragon Warrior's name was still well known. Just like today, when Long Chen fought against Primal Chaos Kunwu, he didn't reveal the power of a dragon martial artist at all. He defeated Primal Chaos Kunwu purely in his human form. This was also the strength of dragon martial artists. Among the people of the Chaos Starfield, they were quite afraid of dragon martial artists. This was also the reason why Primal Chaos Kunwu was eager to challenge dragon martial artists. To a large extent, the group of dragon martial artists who had been exiled on planet Sky Dragon had shocked everyone in the Chaos Starfields. The scene in front of him was not beyond Long Chen's expectations. He still had confidence in the 5 dragon cities. If he really showed them power that shocked them, the 5 dragon cities would not let him be killed for nothing. After all, not all of them had a deep hatred for Long Qinglan. There were still some people who could maintain their rationality, such as Gongqing and Xingyu. The two sides faced off. At that moment, something that stunned everyone happened. There was a violent tremor in the sky. Everyone floating in the air was shaken to the ground by the tremor. For a moment, it was like it was raining. This tremor was much louder than Long Chen's previous battle. Even more than half of the people on Bright Star Field could see it. What they saw was a huge crack in the sky. It was pitch black inside, and a sinister wind blew. While everyone was still in shock, a pair of silver-gray eyes suddenly appeared. Such a huge pair of eyes was like a god descending to the mortal world. It was shocking to see such a huge pair of eyes. For a moment, even the leaders of the Nine-Star Alliance felt their hair stand on end. The people of the Chaos Royalty immediately knelt on the ground. They were ecstatic and shouted, "Greetings, Star Master." Most of the people of the Nine-Star Alliance were terrified. They knelt on the ground and shouted, "Greetings, Star Master." That's right. The eyes that tore the sky belonged to the Star Master. It was a pair of terrifying eyes. Staring at Long Chen, the silver-gray eyes stared at him. At this moment, a pair of illusory silver-gray hands stretched out from the crack in the sky. The arms were as thick as the Moyun Peak, and they were frighteningly sinister. The palms opened up and grabbed towards Long Chen. When the people below heard the great name of the Chaos Star Lord, they all knelt on the ground in fear. Even the Dream King had to bow. After all, the Chaos Star Lord was the ruler of the Chaos Star Field. The Dream King was also very regretful. He thought that Long Chen was out of danger, but he did not expect that the Chaos Star Lord would actually arrive. The other members of the Chaos Royalty might be frightened by the 5 great dragon cities, but the Chaos Star Lord would not. His death-like palm instantly brought great pressure to everyone. Long Chen was the first to bear the brunt. The situation had changed so much that the people of the Chaos Royalty almost laughed out loud. Most of them were gloating. They had originally thought that the Chaos Royalty could not do anything to Long Chen, but now that the Chaos Star Lord had appeared, with his position and strength, he could easily kill Long Chen. Although this was probably not the true body of the Chaos Star Lord, it was enough. Gongqing and Xingyu were even more shocked. Xingyu told everything that had happened here to the Chaos Star Lord. Gongqing took a step forward and rushed into the sky. He transformed into a super divine dragon shrouded in white lightning and coiled together, forming a sturdy divine palace. His voice was like thunder as he said angrily, "Chaos Star Lord, this is the son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor, the most precious divine dragon of the human race. The 5 great dragon cities especially value him. Today's battle will be fair and open. Although the Chaos Kunwu is your son, he cannot blame anyone else for his defeat. Please reconsider, Chaos Star Lord. Do not cause the 5 great dragon cities to attack the Chaos Star Field." When Diyu was killed, the Dragon God region actually did not make a move. On one hand, Diyu was not a dragon warrior, and on the other hand, the spirit race and the monster race had joined forces to restrain the Dragon God region. However, the Chaos Royalty was clearly not as powerful, and they had even offended the monster race. As expected of a supreme divine dragon. Everyone was shocked. It seemed that something big was about to happen. Although the Divine Palace Thunder Dragon tried to stop the Chaos Star Lord, the Chaos Star Lord was unmoved. The silver-gray palm that was filled with death aura still reached out and instantly approached the Divine Palace Thunder Dragon. The Divine Palace Thunder Dragon was shocked, but it was directly slapped away by the silver-gray palm and sent flying. The huge divine dragon body fell to the ground and was instantly buried by the mountain rocks. Everyone was shocked. As expected of the Chaos Star Lord, he was actually so powerful. The Divine Palace Thunder Dragon could not withstand a single blow in front of him. In the blink of an eye, the silver-gray palm was already in front of Long Chen. Xingyu was contacting the people from the Life Dragon City and was also helpless. The Chaos Star Lord did not listen to their threats at all. From beginning to end, Long Chen stood in front of Mo Xiaolang and the others. He faced the silver gray palm and that pair of eyes alone, and his expression did not change. The silver gray palm stopped in front of him. As expected, he did not immediately attack Long Chen. Long Chen was confident. He knew that the Chaos Star Lord was not stupid. At this time, a distant voice came from the sky. The Chaos Star Lord said, "Your father is the Eternal Dragon Emperor, Long Qinglan." Long Chen nodded and said solemnly, "Yes." The Chaos Star Lord said, "I once lost to him. The son I raised with all my strength lost to you. It is really fate, but this is just the beginning." He did not attack. He reached out and the Chaos Kunwu flew towards the crack in the sky. At this time, the star talisman in Xing Yu's hand floated up, and a terrifying but blurry figure appeared. In the distant dragon god domain, an old man's voice came from the star talisman. Chaos. Although this soft call was very soft, it gave everyone a deafening feeling. Hearing this voice, the Chaos Star Lord laughed coldly. "So it is the first Dragon Emperor of the Life Dragon City. Say no more. My son lost because his cultivation is not enough. There is no other reason." The first Dragon Emperor said, "As long as you understand." It was a very simple exchange that ended quickly. The Chaos Star Lord left with the Chaos Kunwu. Although the Chaos Kunwu had lost very, very badly, it was difficult to see whether a mysterious person like the Chaos Star Lord was angry or not. Or to him, the defeat or death of a son was nothing. The crack in the sky quickly recovered. The star talisman actually moved in front of Long Chen. The first Dragon Emperor looked at Long Chen from a great distance away but did not say anything. Although they were separated by a great distance, the pressure this guy gave Long Chen was similar to that of the Chaos Star Lord. "You are welcome to return to the Dragon God domain at any time, if you have the guts." After saying this, the star talisman's light dissipated, and Xing Yu took it. At this time, Gong Qing also returned from afar. His face was slightly pale, and he was a little injured, but he should be fine. It seemed that it had ended again. Not even the Chaos Star Lord could do anything to Long Chen. This result made the royal family of Primal Chaos very unhappy, but it also made them realize how powerful Long Chen was. Even the Chaos Star Lord could not kill him, which showed how strong his backer was. If it had been any other dragon warrior, they probably would not have been able to make someone like the first Dragon Emperor appear in person. From this day onwards, his name as the Supreme Divine Dragon would shake the entire starfield of chaos. When it reached the Dragon God domain, the people there would learn of the metamorphosis he had undergone after leaving the battlefield of the gods. He had contributed the most to the expansion of the human race in the starfield of chaos, and the explosive growth of his innate talent would make up for his mistake of killing Emperor Yu. His name would definitely be mentioned by many people again. And when these people talked about him, they would add the title of the son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor in front of his name. This was Long Chen's biggest gain. Countless people's gazes fell on this young man. He was destined to rise, destined to be glorious. Long Chen looked back at Mo Xiaolang, looked at his brother. He reached out a hand, ignoring everyone around him, and placed Mo Xiaolang's hand in his own. Mo Xiaolang's hand was bloodless, and there was even a gray aura rising from it. "How do you feel?" Long Chen asked. "Not bad. I won't die. I have a chance to make a comeback." Mo Xiaolang gritted his teeth and said. After a pause, he continued, "Thank you for today, big brother. You helped me resolve the hatred in my heart." Long Chen shook his head and said with a smile, I'm just trying to relieve the hatred in my heart. Our Star Lord battle for supremacy is over, but your current injuries are especially dangerous. First, come with me to Life Dragon City's small dragon domain, then we can make further plans." The 2 battles they had to fight were over. Next, it was the Dream King's matter. Whether they could get the next point and make the Dream King the Star Lord, it was not Long Chen's business. The chaotic royalty was the first to leave angrily. The people of the 9-Star Alliance were also preparing to leave. As for the Nightmare race and the Golden War God race, both of them had been defeated, and the pressure was already very great. Just as Long Chen was preparing to take Mo Xiaolang and the others back to the Little Dragon domain, he suddenly felt a familiar gaze looking at him. This made him especially uncomfortable, even more uncomfortable than when he was looked at by the chaotic Star Lord, so he stopped in his tracks. "Big brother, what's wrong?" Mo Xiaolang asked. Long Chen hurriedly turned around and searched among the hundreds of thousands of people. The people of the Dragon City of Life all felt his abnormality and looked with him. Just then, a smear of blue appeared in Long Chen's vision. Among the hundreds of thousands of people, she was so obvious. She floated in the air, her blue dress and long blue hair fluttering. A pair of enchanting and charming blue eyes looked at Long Chen coquettishly, filled with endless emotions, making one's mouth dry. It had been a long time since this woman had disappeared from Long Chen's sight. Mo Xiaolang definitely knew her too. He seemed to have seen her too, but he didn't remember and frowned. The heart of the city lord of the wronged, the woman of the spirit of life race, Long Chen said softly in Mo Xiaolang's ear, his forehead beaded with sweat. "You still remember me? How delightful." What made Long Chen afraid was that in the blink of an eye, this woman was standing a meter away from him. Her fragrance assaulted his nose, intoxicating him. Chapter 2051. The blue-haired woman's appearance attracted the attention of many people. At first, no one paid much attention, but when she stood in front of Long Chen so easily, the Dream King, Xingyu, and the others gradually surrounded her. Long Chen quietly looked at the blue-haired woman who was smiling sweetly at him and his brother. Now, she made Long Chen feel so unfamiliar, so he could not help but be on guard. The blue-haired woman smiled sweetly and said, "What's wrong? We haven't seen each other for so long. Are you guys afraid of me?" If she was just a woman of the spirit of life race, she could not have such power, so she must be related to the city lord of the wronged. Long Chen took a few steps back with Mo Xiaolang and asked coldly, "Did you lie to me back then? Who exactly are you?" The blue-haired woman smiled without hesitation and said, I am. You can think of it as another city lord of the wronged." As expected, it was just as Long Chen had expected. Back then, he had believed her words and thought that she was just a spirit of life that had been harmed by the city lord of the wronged. He did not expect this person to be the real city lord of the wronged, and she was already so powerful. This was going to be troublesome. Long Chen frowned deeply. Even the chaotic Star Lord could not do anything to him, but the city lord of the wronged was different. Seeing that Long Chen was so vigilant, the woman giggled and said, "Don't worry, I'm not the same person who killed people like flies. He was only the evil and sinister half of me, while I am the purest devil in his heart. He and I are 2 different people. He is already dead, so he has nothing to do with me, so I won't look for trouble with you. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to escape his control." Long Chen could not tell if this was true or not, but if the other party was the original city lord of the wronged, he should have tried his best to kill Long Chen when he met Long Chen. Now, it seemed that he had no ill intentions, which made him slightly relieved. He also had Xingyu and the others to protect him, so he was not too worried. He asked seriously, "Why have you come to find us?" The blue-haired woman said charmingly, "I miss you, can't I come to see you? Back then, you hid me in your divine country for a long time." In the crystal ice coffin, she was indeed naked. She was very alluring. Long Chen was very familiar with her body, but when he thought of her and the city lord of the tragic city, he shuddered. Clearly, she had other motives. "Just say it. Long Chen said. The blue-haired woman said, "You've misunderstood the demons. Perhaps the city lord of the wronged has given you a bad impression, but hasn't your brother, Xiao Lang, proven to you that demons are just a bunch of free people who have transcended the heavenly Tao? I'm the same. I've come this time because I've received orders to take him back to our home, to a place where no one will discriminate against him, and where he can even recover and become a top demon." This was within Long Chen's expectations. He asked coldly, "The place you speak of is the Demon Star, right?" The blue-haired woman smiled and said, "You're really smart. That's right, it's the Demon Star. That's our home. To us, it's the most wonderful place in the world. Let him go with me, he'll enjoy the greatest preferential treatment. Even after countless years, he can become the leader of the demons, because he's a little different from us." She had only told Long Chen and Long Chen about the leader. Long Chen was more concerned about something else. The chaotic god spirit marrow was so terrifying, and Mo Xiaolang was still at his weakest. Long Chen had no way of helping him recover, nor did he know how. He asked solemnly, "You said you can help him recover?" The blue-haired woman said, "Don't look down on us. If it weren't for the eternal Dragon Emperor, the eternal God realm would have been our territory long ago." Long Chen was shocked. Didn't this mean that the Demon Star hid power comparable to all living beings in the world, including the 5 great dragon cities, the 4 great demonic ancestral cities, Ling Huang, and other peerless experts? He couldn't trust this blue-haired woman. If something went wrong, he would feel even more sorry for Mo Xiaolang. So he stood in front of Mo Xiaolang and said coldly, "You lied to me. I can't believe what you said, and I can't hand him over to you. Leave." The blue-haired woman wasn't worried at all. She smiled. "But did you ask for his opinion? He's the one who makes the decision." Long Chen was startled. He turned around and looked at Mo Xiaolang. Mo Xiaolang's eyes suddenly became firm. He said, "Big brother, what she said is true. The Demon Star is calling me. It started a long time ago. They need me, and they promised to make me the strongest existence. There are many terrifying flames on the Demon Star, all prepared for me." This was one of the reasons Mo Xiaolang came to the Chaotic Star region. If today's events hadn't happened, he wouldn't have thought of going to the Demon Star. He realized he was still too weak. Especially now, he was simply a burden to Long Chen. "I have to be responsible for my life and my choices. Big brother, please believe me. When I appear in front of you again, I promise I'll still be the same me. Our brotherhood, my gratitude and respect for you won't change." Mo Xiaolang said weakly. The blue-haired woman giggled. "I'm right. He and I are the same kind of person, so he understands my thoughts. But you don't. If you don't understand, you can't control his life in the name of being good to him. The Demon Star isn't like what you think." Long Chen's heart was in a mess. It seemed that Mo Xiaolang had to leave today. He gritted his teeth. He didn't know what the outcome of this decision would be in the future. But he had to admit that he had no idea how to make Mo Xiaolang recover. If he let him follow him, he might not be able to make him a cripple for the rest of his life. "Big brother Long Chen, big brother Xiaolang will do well," Soi Yan said softly. Mo Xiaolang also looked at him expectantly. He said, "The Demon Star should be the best place for me. At least it can give me freedom. In the Demon Star, he would one day become a peerless powerhouse. Then in the Eternal God region, no one would be able to control his life. He was the greatest desire in his heart." Of course, Long Chen didn't doubt him. Now that Mo Xiaolang could completely control his own power, he would no longer be out of control. He could only blame the city lord of the wronged for making Long Chen feel afraid. The blue-haired woman teased in a soft voice, "Long Chen, to be honest, I didn't give you the right to make any decisions today. Regardless of whether you agree or not, I will take him away. I said so much just to make you feel better." At this point, she stretched out her hand towards Mo Xiaolang and said, "Little Lang, come, go back to your home. Many of your companions and seniors are waiting for you." Mo Xiaolang gritted his teeth. He could barely stand. He pulled Sui Yan and looked at Long Chen. He couldn't bear to part with him, but in the end, he said, "Big brother, take care. No matter what the future holds, I will always stand by your side. My life will only be for you. Don't say that. Stay true to your heart. Don't let me regret today's decision one day." In the end, Long Chen gave in. This was Mo Xiaolang's own decision. Although he was the big brother, he didn't have the authority to restrict him. Moreover, he didn't know if this restriction was a good thing. Take care. Mo Xiaolang couldn't hold back his tears. They had been separated for so many times, and they had been fighting for themselves. But at least until now, their brotherhood hadn't changed. Instead, it had become stronger. Sui Yan would definitely follow him. Although she wasn't a demon, it didn't matter. The onlookers were shocked when they heard this. The demon star had always been very mysterious in their eyes. It seemed to have existed for countless years. Not only was it mysterious, but it was also terrifying. Almost everyone here had seen the demon star for the first time. The 10 superplanets in the Chaos Galaxy were the closest to the demon star. The demon star was even more terrifying than the divine star of destiny and the sky dragon star. Therefore, no one stopped them. Moreover, this had nothing to do with them. Long Chen was also choking. No matter how many hardships there were in the world, to have one or two people who could take care of each other and fight side by side until the end, this might be a blessing. From the demon god region until now, he had been worried about Mo Xiaolang. As the big brother, he had been quietly following him, afraid that something might happen to him. But today, he had to let him go and let him travel the world, let him have his own life. This was all a good thing. Long Chen smiled. He patted him on the shoulder and said, "Work hard. I believe in you. When we meet again in the future, we will have a good fight. Don't waste your time and let me leave you too far behind." "I won't." The change in Long Chen's expression meant that he had really let go. This made Mo Xiaolang feel like he had met Gan Lin. It was very refreshing. The injuries on his body seemed to have disappeared too. "Brother, take care." Long Chen looked at the blue-haired lady leading them into the starry sky. His eyes were blank as he murmured, "Right, thank you for feeding the god-slaying sword for me. Although you are the brother of the devouring demon, I will definitely take away what belongs to me." The blue-haired lady spoke softly in the sky. Only Long Chen could hear her voice. "In your dreams. It is no longer yours," Long Chen replied. What answered him was the blue-haired lady's laughter. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared into the starry sky. Mo Xiaolang was getting further and further away from him. Suddenly, a faint light flashed in the sky. Something flew towards Long Chen. Long Chen reached out and caught it. It was a star talisman. It was the star talisman that Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang used to contact each other. But Mo Xiaolang returned it to him. Is he telling me not to worry about him anymore, to focus on returning to the Dragon God region, to continue my own battle, and that we will meet again if fate allows it? Now that the star talisman was back, he could no longer contact him. Long Chen took a deep breath. It was time to start his own battle. Chapter 2052. After the second round of the Star Lord battle ended, the various teams returned to prepare for the next 3 rounds. This time, the first 2 rounds of the Star Lord battle exceeded everyone's expectations. The Illusion Immortal race produced Long Chen, who turned the tide and allowed the Illusion Immortal race to miraculously obtain 2 points. These 2 points were very important. If the Illusion Immortals obtained one more point, the Dream King would definitely become the Star Lord. They could even end the Star Lord battle early. Even if the Illusion Immortals lost the next 3 battles, they still had a chance of becoming the Star Lord. Although the Dream King had a high chance of becoming the Star Lord, the Dream King and the Sky Pillar Emperor still had a chance, albeit a small one. The following battles still interested everyone in the Bright Star, and even the entire 9-Star Alliance. The Bright Star Alliance was still in a very heated state. Long Chen returned to the Profound Dream Realm with the Illusion Immortals team. He had finished what he had to do. The following Star Lord battle had nothing to do with him. However, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he came back to think about the path ahead. To be honest, his current strength had not reached the standard he had set. He wanted to reach the Reincarnation Realm before returning to the Dragon God domain. Of course, the Illusion Immortals celebrated this battle. Almost everyone thanked Long Chen. After all, he was only an ally, not a true member of the Illusion Immortals. A grand banquet, delicacies, and treasures were served. After the incident with Mo Xiaolang, Long Chen was a little tired. He found an excuse to return to his residence. Mo Xiaolang had even returned the star talisman to him. It would be difficult to meet him in the future. After he left, Gong Qing followed him. Mr. Gong. In a garden, Long Chen stopped and turned to look at Gong Qing. Gong Qing's face was brimming with smiles as he said, "You've already seen what happened today. Even the #1 Dragon Emperor of our Dragon City of Life has stood up for you. There won't be any problems for you to return to the Dragon God domain in the future. Right now, I'm afraid that the 5 great dragon cities are also having a heated discussion about your matter. Once the Bright Star Lord battle for supremacy is over, Hogyue and I will return to the Dragon God domain. At that time, we'll bring you along." 1.5 months. Long Chen nodded and said, "Sure. Thank you, Mr. Gong." After 1.5 months, this day had finally arrived. Long Chen could not help but feel a little absent-minded. It seemed like only a little more than a year had passed, yet he had already soared to the heavens, reaching a level that most of his peers in the Dragon God domain could only look up to. He had once again undergone a huge transformation. He recalled how he had once sworn on the battlefield of the gods that he would definitely return to the Dragon God domain in this lifetime and prove himself to the people of the 5 great dragon cities and the 72 ancient cities of God, as well as his father's innocence. That was Long Chen's Soiyan. He had never expected that the time would come for him to return so soon. Of course, he knew that the Dragon God domain would be a huge obstacle, but after the Star Lord battle for supremacy, at least he would not be killed the moment he returned. At the very least, there would be people who would want to protect him. At the very least, they would think that he was an unparalleled divine dragon, so Long Chen was not afraid at all. Dragon God domain, it was a place he wanted to return to even in his dreams, for himself and for his father. Didn't he come to the Eternal God domain to fulfill his father's dying wish? The moment had finally arrived. A great fire burned in Long Chen's heart. He had found his direction, and that was the Dragon God domain. After discussing the details with Long Chen, Gong Qing left first, while Long Chen returned to his residence. In the Illusion Immortal clan's palace, the Dream King sat high up on the smoke cloud beast that accompanied him. His entire body was shrouded in smoke, making him look mysterious and unfathomable. Beside him was his younger brother, Xiao Dingyuan. He was tall and sturdy, and he stood ramrod straight. The Dream King stroked his long beard and gazed into the distance. He said, "This time, it is all thanks to Long Chen that we obtained 2 points. Our Illusion Immortal clan has always been strong, so it should be easy for us to obtain 1 out of the remaining 3 points. However, we still cannot let our guard down." To them, the Star Lord battle for supremacy was just too important. When they found out that the stellar source had once again produced a star core, they were wild with joy. Xiao Dingyuan said, "That's true, but I'm afraid that the two clans won't be convinced and will use underhanded methods in the upcoming battle. They might even try to steal the Star Core first. In this world, only the 9-Star Alliance has a Star Core fragment that can attract and find the Star Core. However, if they are lucky, the Star Core might find it on its own. Right now, the 9-Star Alliance has sealed off the stellar source. We can't enter, but that doesn't mean that the people inside the 9-Star Alliance can't enter. If they want to break the rules, we can't do anything about it. After all, the Primal Chaos royalty is too powerful in the 9-Star Alliance." After hearing this, the Dream King seemed to be deep in thought. He said, "I just remembered something. Please speak." The Dream King said, "Hong Chen once said that Long Chen has a female companion who possesses something that we are very familiar with. When Long Chen was in the stellar source, he saw the Star Core twice, and he hid it from us the second time. It was especially strange, so I guess that his female companion might be in his god nation, but she is using some mysterious method to hide it. Why don't we make a bold guess?" Xiao Dingyuan's expression changed. He said in surprise, "Brother, is your consciousness the Star Core that the previous Dream Star Lord lost?" The Dream King nodded and said, "Our Dream Immortal tribe's previous Star Lord was mysteriously defeated, and the Star Core was also destroyed. Then, it disappeared. Our ancestors searched for a long time, but they couldn't find it. So, we gradually forgot about the broken Star Core. However, if it still exists, someone will definitely obtain it. Long Chen was able to get close to the Star Core. Do you think that the broken Star Core is in his hands?" At this point, Xiao Dingyuan's expression turned gloomy. He said in a low voice, "I think it is very possible." The Dream King stood up, his eyes filled with excitement. He said, "If I can really obtain the fragment of the Star Core, even if our Dream Immortal tribe encounters an accident, I can rely on this fragment to obtain a new Star Core and become the new Star Lord. At that time, I will control the bright stars. How many people can fight against me?" At this point, he and Xiao Dingyuan looked at each other and walked towards Long Chen. Not long after, they reached the door. Long Chen was working hard to break through to the god of Taisher. The god of Taisher was already so terrifying. Long Chen really didn't know what the last tribulation would be like. Even if he had the god-favored spiritual liquid, he wouldn't be able to use it now. When the Dream King came to visit, Long Chen hurriedly went out to welcome him. The three of them stood in the courtyard. "Seniors, what instructions do you have for me?" Long Chen was already pondering in his heart. If it was just to thank him, there was no need for these two big shots to come personally. Looking at their enthusiastic expressions, Long Chen felt that it wouldn't be anything good. As expected, the Dream King said, "You won 2 points for our Dream Immortal tribe and can be considered our benefactor. We are all very grateful to you. Since we are here today, I will get straight to the point. May I ask little friend Long Chen if you have ever obtained an item in the shape of a sword? It is a broken Dao artifact." Long Chen's heart trembled. As expected, the other party had come for the butterfly illusory sword. However, the butterfly illusory sword could become a 700 Dao pattern Dao artifact after it was restored. Long Chen wasn't willing to give it to these two. It was something he had given to Lingxi. He decisively shook his head and said, "Seniors, I have never obtained such an item." His answer was within the expectations of the Dream King and the Dream King. As if he hadn't heard him, Xiao Dingyuan continued to explain, "That item was the astral core of our previous Dream Star Lord. Because the astral core was shattered and the Dream Star Lord was killed, the position of Star Lord was not passed down. The Dream Planet became a resplendent planet. Our tribe once searched everywhere for the shattered astral core, but we couldn't find it. This time, the Star Lord battle is too important. We are worried that the other side will play dirty. That's why we came to you. As long as we have the fragment of the astral core, we can attract the astral core and fuse with it in advance to become the Star Lord. This is very important to us. Long Chen had indeed guessed it. The butterfly illusory sword was indeed related to the astral core. When he had obtained the butterfly illusory sword, Long Chen had heard that it was the weapon of a previous Star Lord. He hadn't expected it to be the Dream Immortal Tribe's Star Lord. But now that the Nine Hells illusionary butterfly had become the Tao spirit of the butterfly illusory sword, how could he just give it to someone else? So he shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, you too. I really don't have what you're talking about, so I can't help you." Long Chen's decisive refusal made the two elites unhappy. Xiao Dingyuan said, "You saw the astral core twice, so it must have something to do with something. Think about it. Is there something special that moved when the astral core appeared? This kind of thing had to be denied. It wouldn't be good if there was a flaw." Long Chen shook his head and said, "I saw the astral core purely by luck. I really don't know what it has to do with." Xiao Dingyuan asked again, "Then tell me why you came to the Dream Alliance to buy some materials the first time you came to the Dream City." They could roughly guess that Long Chen wanted to recover the astral core. This flaw was caught by the other party. Long Chen took 2 steps back and thought for a moment. He still couldn't give them the butterfly illusory sword, so he said, "This is my personal matter. You two don't have to ask." After these words were spoken, the atmosphere was obviously much more tense. The Dream Monarch and Xiao Dingyuan hadn't expected Long Chen to resist so stubbornly. They were anxious. This was a great opportunity, so they looked at each other and felt a little angry. Even if Long Chen had done a great service for the Dream Immortal Tribe, they couldn't control themselves in the face of absolute temptation. At that moment, Xing Yu came. Xing Yu was definitely on Long Chen's side. The Dream Monarch and Xiao Dingyuan planned to let Xing Yu persuade Long Chen. After all, Xing Yu was a reasonable person and knew that this matter was too important to the Dream Immortal Tribe. Thus, they told Xing Yu everything that had happened. Chapter 2053. After Xing Yu heard this, his expression became serious. He also remembered that there had been a young lady by Long Chen's side. Now that the young lady had disappeared, he wondered if there was some sort of secret. If Long Chen really had that broken astral core, should he let him take it out? Seeing his hesitation, Long Chen firmly said, "Senior Xing Yu, I really don't have what they're talking about. Also, the matter regarding my wife is my secret. It's not convenient for me to tell the three of you." The Illusion Monarch and Xiao Dingyuan couldn't help but feel somewhat angry. They were very sure that Long Chen had that thing. They had originally thought that if they gave Long Chen some benefits, it would be enough to prevent the two of them from being unhappy. However, Long Chen didn't give them any face at all. Xing Yu said, "The two of you, there is no need for Long Chen to lie to the two of you. Perhaps he really doesn't have what you want." Xing Yu said, "Sirs, there is no need for Long Chen to lie to the two of you. Perhaps he really doesn't have what you want. He has already obtained 2 points from the Master of Stars battle for supremacy for the two of you. The next battle seems to be the Illusion Immortal Clan's forte, so the Illusion Immortal Clan can obtain 3 points in one go and win the Master of Stars battle in advance. The 9-star alliance won't destroy the entire alliance because of greed." Xing Yu was clearly on Long Chen's side. This way, they couldn't even force him. The Illusion Monarch said, "Since that's the case, we'll take our leave." The Illusion Immortal Tribe and Life Dragon City had a cooperative relationship. If the Illusion Immortal Tribe's Illusion Monarch became an Astral Lord, Life Dragon City would also benefit. However, it was just a cooperative relationship, so the Illusion Monarch wouldn't be too polite just because Long Chen had obtained 2 points. After they left, Xing Yu asked again, "You really don't have that thing?" Long Chen shook his head. Since this thing was so important, he didn't want to tell anyone. Xing Yu said, it's fine if you don't have it, but if you do, don't give it to them. If you give it to them, the old astral core will definitely be devoured by the new one, allowing the new astral core to possess even more terrifying power. The stronger the illusion monarch is, the more we can't control him. Also, do you know the use of astral cores? Long Chen shook his head. I'm not sure yet. Xingyu said, the stellar core is the core of a planet. Controlling the stellar core is equivalent to turning the resplendent star into a part of one's body. As long as the stellar core is not destroyed, and the planet is not destroyed, the controller will not die. At the same time, the controller will be able to use the power of the entire planet. This resplendent star will be his absolute master. Relying on this, when the samsara tribulation descends, any celestial lord's resistance will become incomparably strong. He can use the power of the planet to resist the samsara tribulation, greatly increasing the chances of passing it. If the Dream King can become a celestial lord, he will probably be able to break through to the 7-star samsara tribulation realm after some time. That is the true power of a celestial lord. So terrifying. No wonder they seem to have gone crazy when they were fighting for the position of celestial lord. The stellar core was too important, and the battle for celestial lord was also too important. If it wasn't for the rules set by the 9-star alliance, most of the people from the 10 great superplanets would have come to the resplendent star to fight. This would have resulted in the extinction of all life and the people living in poverty. Xingyu said, yes, so we can't give them the old stellar core. There's another thing. Although I'm only guessing, if the Dream King becomes a celestial lord and obtains the new stellar core, the old stellar core will still exist and recover. Then, it is very likely that the old stellar core will be able to control the resplendent star. In other words, the resplendent star will have 2 celestial lords. At this point, he looked at Long Chen with a smile and said, if this old stellar core is on our side, then we can manage the resplendent star together with the new celestial lord. It will be the human race's base in the chaotic star domain, and we won't be too restricted by the new celestial lord. Do you understand? With Xingyu's intelligence, he should have guessed that Long Chen had the butterfly illusory sword. It was fine as long as he didn't say it out loud. Long Chen nodded. Xingyu said, then I'll leave first. If there's anything, contact me and Old Thunder Ghost. With that, Xingyu left. Long Chen returned to his residence and chatted with Lingxi. I didn't expect that the butterfly illusory sword was the former stellar core of the resplendent star. Lingxi had already made the 9 hells illusionary butterfly the Tao spirit of the butterfly illusory sword. She had made this Tao weapon her own, so she obviously couldn't give it to others. Therefore, Lingxi asked softly, the Dream King and the others must be certain that you have the butterfly illusory sword. What should we do? Long Chen smiled and said, it doesn't matter. We'll leave this place in a few days. Also, don't we still have Xingyu and the others? Even if they openly cause trouble, they have to consider their relationship with the Life Dragon City. If the butterfly illusory sword truly recovers, do you think I can really control the resplendent star and become the celestial lord? Lingxi asked curiously. Long Chen gazed into the distance and said, since Xingyu said so, it might not be impossible. I'm looking forward to that day. If we return to the Dragon God domain, we can finally fulfill my father's dying wish. In the future, we'll be the overlords of this resplendent star, and you'll be the celestial lord. Huh. I don't want that. I just want to follow you. Nothing else is important. In Long Chen's vast divine nation, Lingxi danced in the area controlled by Long Chen. Most of the divine nation was still empty, and there was no way out. It was unknown what kind of world that part of the divine nation was. This seems to be a new world. It's really wonderful. It's a pity that the area you can control is too small. I keep feeling like something is missing. Lingxi's snow-white figure danced among the flowers, looking extremely beautiful. She plucked a fresh flower and placed it before her nose, sniffing it lightly as she spoke softly. It had been a long time since Long Chen had paid attention to his own divine nation. From its formation until now, this place had been incomparably mysterious. As its master, Long Chen actually didn't know anything about it. Back then, the 4 experts from the martial god ancient city of the dragon god domain had all been sent flying when they entered. From this, it could be seen that this divine nation had secrets that Long Chen couldn't decipher. In fact, Long Chen didn't even know how vast this divine nation was. Whether it was very small or Long Chen couldn't see the end of it, or whether it was boundless and had become a new world. At this moment, a whirlwind blew outside the area controlled by Long Chen. Instantly, countless green leaves were swept up into the sky from the forest, dancing in the air. The leaves gathered to form a long green dragon, rushing into the area controlled by Long Chen. What's going on? Lingxi turned around. In her clear eyes, the long dragon formed by the green leaves dispersed, once again turning into a large number of leaves. These leaves spread out towards the grassland beside Lingxi. The leaves gently floated down, extremely beautiful. However, Long Chen knew that there was an invisible power, a power that surpassed his perception, controlling these leaves. As expected, under the control of that power, the leaves finally formed more than 20 words under Lingxi's feet. These words formed a paragraph. Lingxi's face was filled with curiosity. Her beautiful eyes flashed as she read, "In half a month, on the day of the 10 aligned stars, on the line of the 10 stars, on the side of the resplendent stars." At this point, her face was already filled with shock. The message of this paragraph was to tell Long Chen that, in half a month, when the 10 super planets were connected in a straight line, on the line of the 10 great planets, what would be born on the side of the resplendent stars. Long Chen's face was also filled with shock, even disbelief. The shock that the next few words brought to him was far greater than the shock that the butterfly illusory sword was a star core. Finally, Lingxi finished reading the last few words. The dragon of life and creation, the Tai Chi living dragon descends, the Tai Chi living dragon. The ancestral dragon worshipped by the dragon city of life was the Tai Chi living dragon. The Tai Chi living dragon was the dragon of life and creation. Its power was boundless, dominating the birth of life and the birth of all things. According to legend, the birth of the entire draconic sacrificial continent was closely related to this ancestral dragon. If the ancient blood spirit dragon was the dragon of death, dominating slaughter and death, then the Tai Chi living dragon was the exact opposite. The Tai Chi living dragon ruled over life and creation. Time, death, life. Long Chen had already obtained the inherited blood essence of 2 great ancestral dragons. The ancient blood spirit dragon's inherited blood essence was based on the physical body, while the void universe dragon's inherited blood essence was based on Long Chen's primordial spirit. These were all personally designed by Long Qinglan. Apart from him, no dragon martial artist in this world could possess more than 2 kinds of inherited blood essence, let alone 3. Long Chen tried to calm down and said to Lingxi, "These leaves are clearly reminding me, and only me. It's very likely that this is my father's doing. As for the Tai Chi living dragon descending, it's impossible for a living Tai Chi living dragon to appear. It's more likely that his inherited blood essence was born. This is the ancestral dragon's inherited blood essence." Lingxi also felt that it was inconceivable. She said, "If that's the case, then it's impossible for you to inherit more of the ancestral dragon's blood essence. Doesn't that mean that a new ancestral dragon martial practitioner will be born in this world? Half a month later, if everyone finds out about this, then the competition will definitely be quite fierce." Long Chen nodded and said, "It's very likely that. If the Tai Chi living dragon's inherited blood essence appears, it will cause a huge commotion. If everyone finds out, then it's very likely that the entire eternal god realm will be thrown into chaos. Only humans can inherit the ancestral dragon's inherited blood essence, so the other forces will definitely try to stop the birth of ancestral dragon martial artists. Therefore, it will cause turmoil and war that will affect the entire world. It's unavoidable. The ancestral dragon's inherited blood essence is so precious that nothing in the world can compare to it. It was also because of this inherited blood essence that Long Chen had managed to rise from a small place to where he was today. He was more heaven-defying than anyone else. But I feel like something's wrong. Who's reminding you? If they're reminding you, then wouldn't they be letting you obtain it? If it's a trap set up by your father, he probably won't let anyone else get it. Lingxi guessed. Chapter 2054. The inherited blood essence of the Tai Chi life-form dragon was simply too important. Long Chen naturally did not wish for another ancestral dragon martial artist to be born. The ancestral dragon's inherited blood essence was simply too heaven-defying. If it fell into the hands of someone with malicious intentions, it would definitely cause a great calamity to the world. He also did not wish for himself to not be the only one. The appearance of this news could be considered to have completely disrupted his rhythm. He had originally planned to quietly cultivate for a period of time before returning to the Dragon God domain. Now, it seemed that there should be more important matters at the Bright Star Pavilion. At the moment, I still have an advantage. At the very least, no one else knows about the Tai Chi life-form dragon. Otherwise, there would have been a commotion long ago. I could very well quietly take this thing away. I just hope that no one else knows. With his strength, he could be considered practically invincible in the world of geniuses. However, there were simply too many martial artists in this world that were stronger than him. Wanting to openly snatch something from people at the level of the Dream King and the others was nothing more than a lunatic's ravings. It was simply impossible. Any expert would go crazy over something like that, including Ling Huang, the great demon lord, and the first dragon emperor. Therefore, Long Chen's heart was still in a state of shock. At this time, Lingxi said, "Chen, look." Following her instructions, Long Chen discovered that the leaves on the ground were actually changing again, forming new words. This time, the words were, physical slaughter, primordial soul great void, divine nation. Living being. Long Chen's eyes were wide open as he stared. Physical slaughter, it refers to the inherited blood essence of the ancient blood dragon. Using the physical body to inherit it, Lingxi muttered to herself and continued, primordial soul great void is naturally using the primordial soul to inherit the void cosmic dragon's inheritance. Then, this last divine nation living being means using the divine nation to inherit the Tai Chi life-form dragon's inherited blood essence. At this point, Lingxi also understood. Although he wasn't sure who it was that had reminded him, it was definitely for Long Chen to inherit the third type of inherited essence blood. This time, it was through the divine kingdom. Chen, it seems like there's a reason why your divine kingdom is so strange and vast. I think someone must have helped you design it. The Taiji dragon is the ruler of the world, the creator of life, and the divine kingdom is the new small world that was born. If the divine kingdom inherits the essence blood of the Taiji dragon, what do you think will happen? She was filled with anticipation. Long Chen almost suffocated. On the one hand, he was shocked. On one hand, he was touched. On the other hand, he was shocked because of the appearance of the Taiji life-form dragon's inherited blood essence. Long Chen felt that this must have something to do with Long Qinglan and the mysterious dragon Jade. Only now did he finally understand that he had walked into a trap. From Long Qinglan's appearance to everything that had happened afterward, the mysterious dragon Jade, the ancient blood dragon's inherited blood essence, and the void cosmic dragon's inherited blood essence entered his life one after another. At first, he thought that it was all part of Long Qinglan's plan, but now it seemed that it also had something to do with the mysterious dragon Jade. Of course, he was touched because he had been caught in this trap and gained everything. This might be a kind of mission, but it had also changed Long Chen's life, giving him a new lease on life. Therefore, he was touched by these existences that had changed his fate, and he swore to complete this mission. Physical slaughter, primordial soul great void, divine nation living being. The 10 great ancestor dragons gradually floated to the surface and gathered on Long Chen's body. These words might appear more in the future, and Long Chen wasn't sure. He only knew that such a huge event would happen in half a month, and he had to successfully obtain the Taiji life-form dragon's inherited blood essence. He felt that he had high hopes, and he definitely couldn't fail. Otherwise, it was very likely that he would have to leave this trap. The Taiji life-form dragon's inherited blood essence could only belong to him. Half a month later, the third battle of the Star Lord battle, the day of the 10 stars aligned, looks like I'll have to work hard again. Lingxi smiled bitterly. She had thought that she would be able to safely return to the Dragon God domain. As expected, Long Chen's body was like a curse, and there would always be disturbances. This time, it was especially serious, and he could only succeed, not fail. Moreover, the competition this time was not as strong as the Great Void Aeon Dragon. This time, it would probably alarm everyone in the Chaos Star field. Long Chen didn't panic. He said calmly, "Next, I'll quietly cultivate while asking others if they know about the day of the 10 stars aligned and the Taiji life-form dragon's inherited blood essence." It seemed like everything was piled up together. The butterfly illusory sword, the god of Taisher, and this Taiji life-form dragon. What Long Chen wanted to know the most was what the divine nation living being was like. After that, the illusion immortal tribe was still very quiet for the first few days. Long Chen asked around, but it seemed like no one knew about the day of the 10 stars aligned. Long Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. He felt that it was very likely that he was the only one who knew. When the time came, it would be easy. He could take the Taiji life-form dragon's inherited blood essence and leave. But just as he breathed a sigh of relief, a piece of news from the 9-Star Alliance reached the illusion immortal tribe. It was Xing Qing from the Life Dragon City who told Long Chen. She said, "I heard that the day of the third battle of the Star Lord battle is coincidentally the day of the 10 stars aligned in the Chaos Star field. I heard that this only happens once every 5 million years. It's very rare. Even the Demon Star is on the same line. These days, there are some rumors about the day of the 10 stars aligned." Long Chen was very nervous, but seeing that Xing Qing looked calm, he wasn't too worried. "What kind of rumors are they?" Long Chen asked, pretending that he didn't care. Xing Qing pursed her lips and said, "Rumor has it that on the day of the 10 planets alignment, a treasure might be born anywhere along the line of the 10 planets. I don't know what treasure it is either. It could be a rumor, or it could be true. I think many people in the 9-Star Alliance believe it. These days, there are people trying their luck at any place along the line of the 10 super planets." Long Chen thought, "Oh no." He thought, first, no one knows that this rumor is the inherited blood essence of the Taiji life-form dragon. Second, no one should know that it's on the edge of the bright stars. So when the time comes, there will probably be fewer competitors. And those who are truly capable will probably think it's a rumor, so they won't make a move. Although the difficulty had increased, it couldn't defeat him. He calmed down and asked, "Then do you know who spread this news?" Xing Qing's expression was cold. She shook her head and said, "I don't know. It appeared out of nowhere. It shouldn't affect the Star Lord battle or your return to the Dragon God domain. Speaking of which, Long Chen, have you really decided to go back?" Among the younger generation of the Life Dragon City, he was the closest to Xing Qing. Long Chen said, "I'm definitely going back. Is there a problem?" Xing Qing hesitated for a moment, then said, "I personally think that you should wait until you're a bit stronger. After a few decades or 100 years, you can go back. Although you're a genius, the majority of the people in the Dragon God domain are just like Xinu. They're too prejudiced against you and your father. It's impossible for them to understand you, and because of their preconceived notions, they will bring you endless trouble. If it's just injuries from fighting, you might not care, but most of the time, words will hurt you even more. I'm afraid that you won't be able to endure it. She was analyzing the situation for Long Chen from a very rational point of view. Just like how the Life Dragon City's first Dragon Emperor had said to Long Chen that if he had the guts, he could go back. This was clearly telling Long Chen that he would definitely encounter great resistance when he returned to the Dragon God domain. This resistance would be unprecedented, and it might even be disdain, and humiliation. Long Chen had already thought about this problem. He looked into the distance and smiled. I'm used to this kind of life. Don't look down on me. They can't kill me. As long as they can, I'll convince them, no matter who they are. Just like Xian and the others. You've indeed convinced her. She doesn't even dare to approach you now. Xing Qing smiled faintly. She knew that she definitely wouldn't be able to persuade Long Chen. I hope that you'll be able to live a peaceful life when you return. I'll also go back with you. If you need any help, don't be shy. After all, you're an unparalleled divine dragon. There isn't a single unparalleled divine dragon in the 5 great dragon cities of the Dragon God domain. After saying this, Xing Qing left. Long Chen had already made up his mind about the matter of the Dragon God domain. After this matter with the Tai Chi life form dragon was over, he would return and kill them all. As for now, he still had to work hard for the Tai Chi life form dragon. There are actually so many people who know about the treasure appearing on the 10-star connection, this made him frown deeply. Let's go take a look at that place first. After making up his mind, he left the profound dream realm and rushed out of the resplendent stars, arriving in the endless starry sky. As expected, the 10 super planets in front of him were almost connected in a straight line. In another 10 days or so, they would be completely connected. Long Chen rushed forward with all his might and finally arrived at the 10-star connection. He found the edge of the resplendent stars, near the 10-star connection. This was a very ordinary place, but in 10 days or so, the inheritance blood essence of the Tai Chi life form dragon would appear here. There were many people around. A burly man of a strange race walked in front of Long Chen and said, "You're a human, and I'm from the Black Sky race. You've also heard about the treasure appearing on the day of the 10-star connection, so you're waiting here to try your luck." Long Chen smiled and said, "Aren't you the same?" The burly man from the Black Sky race said, You haven't even reached the Samsara realm, yet you're here to steal it. You really don't want your life. As expected, men die for wealth, and birds die for food. Long Chen said, "I'm just here to watch the show." "Oh right, you said that a treasure will really appear in 10 days. Just what kind of treasure is it?" Chapter 2055. While Long Chen was familiarizing himself with the surroundings outside of the resplendent star, Xiao Dingyuan and the Dream King received news that he had left the resplendent star. The two of them couldn't help but be moved by this news. They had no choice but to consider it carefully. The two of them stood on the sea of clouds, flying along with the clouds. Xiao Dingyuan said in a low voice, "Big brother, Long Chen seems to have recovered that broken stellar core before. He has clearly succeeded. The people from the Life Dragon City probably guessed this, which is why they are fighting against us." The Dream King said, "That's right. I know what Xing Yu and the others are thinking. They definitely want Long Chen to completely recover that stellar core. When that happens, they will also have a Star Master of the Resplendent Star. If their Life Dragon City also has a Star Master, then in the future, when we compete with them for resources in the Resplendent Star or even the Chaos Star Field, they will definitely have the upper hand. They will no longer be restrained by our fantasy immortal clan. Originally, we were working together, but if that's the case, they might very well turn the Resplendent Star into their base and not care about our opinions. If they can't completely control the resplendent star, then even if they become the new Star Master, there won't be many benefits. To them, the humans here were like wolves and tigers. If the Dream King was the only Star Master, then it would be fine. But if the Life Dragon City also had a Star Master, then the Dream King wouldn't be very useful to them. Xiao Dingyuan said angrily, "Those humans are really greedy." The Dream King said, "That's not the case. They obtained that stellar core in the first place, so they have the right to do what they want with it. Moreover, they also know that if they give that broken stellar core to us and let me fuse with 2 stellar cores, my battle prowess will probably rise to the level of the Rakshasa Star Master and the Asura Star Master. I'm so strong that they won't be able to control me. If it were me, I wouldn't have given it away for nothing." The two of them flew through the clouds, looking down at the people below. Xiao Dingyuan said, "No matter what, the resplendent star is our territory. It was, it is, and it will always be." The Dream King chuckled and said, "Then we'll have to see the third battle of the Star Lord Hegemony battle. In this third battle, 5 powerhouses will be chosen from each race besides myself, the Sky Pillar Emperor, and the Nightmare King. There will be a total of 15 people, and the team that remains standing will get 1 point. This battle was originally the one we were most confident in because you will be fighting in our team. Besides the Sky Pillar Emperor and the Nightmare King, no one from the other 2 races can be your enemy. You have to win this battle and end the Star Lord Hegemony battle ahead of time." Xiao Dingyuan said, "Don't worry, I can do it. But before that, I want to have a chat with Long Chen. If it still doesn't work, then as long as we obtain his broken star nucleus, it might not be impossible to break off relations with Life Dragon City. In any case, I won't kill him." The Dream King thought for a while, then said, "Go. He seems to have run into the stars. This is a good opportunity." Xiao Dingyuan didn't stay any longer. In order to prevent the second Star Master from appearing, he rushed into the stars. With his ability, finding Long Chen was a simple matter. After Long Chen confirmed the approximate location of the Tai Chi Dragon's blood, he prepared to leave and return to the profound dream realm. After all, the outside world wasn't safe for him. They don't know what the so-called treasure is. They only know that it's a treasure. If that's the case, I hope the real big shots don't appear here to fight with me. This seemed to be his mission. Long Chen knew that no matter what, he had to obtain the Tai Chi Dragon's blood. This was related to his life. After coming here, he felt like he was being watched, so he couldn't wait to return. There seemed to be countless eyes watching him in the stars, but he couldn't see anything. After walking through the starry sky for a while, Long Chen was finally about to return to the starry sky. The feeling of being watched had disappeared. At that moment, however, a white dot of light flashed down from below. It charged forward, arriving before Long Chen in a flash. Xiao Dingyuan. He had actually stopped him. Before Long Chen could react, the other party waved his hand. Suddenly, the space around Long Chen turned into a sea of clouds. Countless white clouds floated around him. The whole world was filled with clouds. Everything that had happened before disappeared. Only Xiao Dingyuan was still standing in front of him, looking at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. Long Chen calmed down and asked, "Senior, why did you trap me?" At the same time, he was still talking to Lingxi. Lingxi told him that he was trapped by Xiao Dingyuan's illusion. To the people outside, he had disappeared. With Xiao Dingyuan's level, the illusion he had set up was easy to imagine. If the other party didn't remove it, Long Chen would probably be trapped there. Xiao Dingyuan put on a fake smile and said, "Give me the worn-out star core. This is something that belongs to our illusion immortal clan. It's useless for you to keep it on you, but it's very useful to us. We can take out enough bargaining chips to exchange with you." He had trapped Long Chen alone because he knew that the Life Dragon City wouldn't let Long Chen hand over the butterfly illusory sword. But to Long Chen, maybe he could use some treasures to trick him. After all, Long Chen might not know what the broken star core was. But how could Long Chen not know? He wouldn't compromise so easily. So he said, "Senior, I've already said that I don't have that thing you have. Please don't be unreasonable." Xiao Dingyuan smiled and said, "I'm not being unreasonable. By the way, don't try to contact Xing Yu and the others. In my myriad dreams profound realm, star talismans are useless. You won't be able to leave this place for the rest of your life." The other party was certain that he had the butterfly illusory sword. Long Chen naturally knew that this matter would be difficult. "If that's the case, I can only open your god nation and check it myself." Xiao Dingyuan walked in front of him. To be honest, he had the ability to do so. Long Chen's mind spun. It seemed that he could only rely on the uniqueness of the god nation. He ordered Lingxi to stand at the border of his god nation. Xiao Dingyuan didn't stand on ceremony and used his great power to tear open the god nation. When he saw the vast world inside, he was stunned. Only the spirit race and the human race had god nations. Xiao Dingyuan had only heard of god nations, but he had never seen such a huge god nation. Peerless dragon god, are all god nations this big? Xiao Dingyuan muttered to himself and rushed in. He didn't care about Long Chen's feelings at all. Long Chen looked at him silently. He quickly discovered Lingxi at the border. A smile appeared on his face and he said, "So you're here. No wonder I couldn't find you after searching the entire Bright Star State." Lingxi's eyes were calm as she said, "You can't take away something that doesn't belong to you." Xiao Dingyuan laughed and said, "Don't joke around. With your abilities, there really isn't anything that I can't take away." As he spoke, he approached Lingxi step by step. At this time, Lingxi was already close to the border of the area that Long Chen could control. Xiao Dingyuan suddenly made a move and rushed forward. Revolving star transposition technique. Lingxi was already prepared. Previously, her revolving star transposition technique was only effective against 5 affinity Samsara realm martial artists. After a long period of practice, she had become much stronger. If they were outside, she wouldn't be able to deal with Xiao Dingyuan. But now, she only needed to move Xiao Dingyuan a small distance away. Under the power of the revolving star transposition technique, Xiao Dingyuan felt his surroundings go haywire. A wave of energy distorted him. He used his domineering spirit ascension power to suppress this mysterious energy. This was a mysterious immortal Lord Realm technique, but he was still moved a small distance away. Just a little bit was enough. Under Lingxi's control, Xiao Dingyuan crashed into the border of Long Chen's god nation. Suddenly, even a martial artist of his level cried out in pain. He was thrown out of the god nation, and his body was in a state of paralysis. Compared to Sheng Luan and the others, his situation was only a little better. His face contorted, and he looked at Long Chen in shock. He said angrily, "What the hell is in that thing of yours?" Long Chen was awe-inspiring and fearless. He said disdainfully, "It contains something that will take your life. Let me tell you, you can't snatch something that doesn't belong to you. You can try again, but I don't know if it will take your life next time." Of course, it couldn't take his life. Long Chen was just trying to scare him. He said, "Let me go, and I can pretend that this never happened. Your Star Lord battle is about to begin, and you seem to be the main force in the third battle. If you get injured now, it will have a huge impact on your next battle." This was what Xiao Dingyuan was most afraid of. Long Chen was mysterious and magical. His god nation actually had a power that repelled him. Thinking that he was the son of the eternal dragon emperor, there must be traces of that person on him. Xiao Dingyuan thought that if he touched him now, it would affect the crucial Star Lord battle, so he wanted to retreat. "Little guy, don't be too happy. After I finish the Star Lord battle and my brother becomes the Star Lord, we will come back to take care of you. As for you, just wait here in the myriad dreams profound realm. This is my specialty. If I don't let you out, you won't be able to leave for 1,000 years. The people outside will naturally not be able to find you. Just stay here and wait for me to come back and take the broken star core." After saying this, Xiao Dingyuan disappeared from this space. There was an endless sea of clouds around him, and there was no end to it. It was extremely difficult to leave this place. "Little Shi, what should I do? In a few days, the inheritance blood essence of the Tai Chi spirit dragon will appear. If I am trapped here, no one can save me. How can I snatch the inheritance blood essence?" Long Chen was anxious. Chapter 2056. Xiao Dingyuan returned from the Sea of Clouds in the profound dream realm. How did it go? The Dream King had been waiting there for a long time. Xiao Dingyuan shook his head and said, "There was an accident." "Tell me the details." The Dream King was very curious. With Xiao Dingyuan's ability, how could there be an accident when he went to kill Long Chen and snatch the broken star core? Xiao Dingyuan calmly explained what had happened to the Dream King. For such a powerful person to appear in the God Nation, could it be that the Eternal Dragon Emperor left some terrifying secret in his God Nation? If that's the case, then as long as that girl has the broken star core, as long as she stays in his God Nation, unless we force him, it will be very difficult for us to obtain the star core. But if we force him, will the dead Eternal Dragon Emperor bring us trouble? I heard that the Eternal Dragon Emperor appeared in a strange state in the battlefield of the gods in the Dragon God region. The two felt that this was very troublesome, very thorny. More importantly, the third Star Lord battle was about to begin. So the Dream King said, "Since you trapped him in the 1,000 Dream Profound Realm, and no one else saw it, this is good. After the third Star Lord battle, if I obtain a new star core, then I will go find him. The most important thing now is to prepare for the Star Lord battle. This Long Chen is full of variables, so we will temporarily imprison him and not provoke him. Anyway, no one in the Dragon City of Life can break through our 1,000 Dream Profound Realm." Next, they talked about another matter. Dream King said, "With your ability, we have a 90% chance of winning the third battle. The third point is very easy for us, and King of Nightmares and Emperor Skypillar definitely know this. They are obviously going to lose, and I'm afraid that they won't be convinced. Ever since the 9-Star Alliance was created, they have chosen the Star Masters according to the rules. However, this time, the Primal Chaos Royalty has been expanding their influence very fiercely. The human race wants the monster race to join in as well. I'm afraid that if we win the Star Master battle so easily, the other two parties will not be convinced and will break the rules to cause trouble. Fortunately, the 9-Star Alliance is guarding the stellar source, but when the third battle of the Star Master battle begins, most of the Alliance leaders will be in space. King of Nightmares, and Emperor Skypillar will not need to participate." Hearing this, Xiao Dingyuan said, "Brother, in that case, when the third Star Lord battle begins, you can use cultivation as an excuse to not participate and secretly go to the stellar source to prevent them from getting close to the Star Lord battle ahead of time and stealing the star core after losing the Star Lord battle. We need to be prepared." Dream King nodded and said, "Okay. Try to get the third point in one go and let us win the Star Lord battle fair and square. I will be in charge of keeping an eye on the Dream King and the others. Don't let them break the rules and fish in troubled waters." He was definitely going to be the Star Lord. As time passed, the people of the Dragon City of Life soon discovered that Long Chen had disappeared. So Xingyu, Gong Qing, and Mu Huan came together to greet the Dream King. The three came aggressively. The Dream King invited the three to take a seat and smiled amiably. "What brings you here?" Gong Qing had a fiery temper and went straight to the point. "Dream King, may I ask where my race's dragon warrior, Long Chen, is? The Dream King said in shock. Long Chen disappeared? The other party was playing dumb. Gong Qing laughed coldly. Let's get straight to the point. He should be imprisoned by you. Dream King, if you don't want the relationship between the Dragon City of Life and the Illusion Immortal clan to break, you better return him to us. Otherwise, the 5 great dragon cities won't be polite. You should know how important the Dragon God is to us. Even the chaotic Star Lord doesn't dare to touch him. The Dream King was already prepared. He stood up, and his expression became serious as he said in a low voice, "To be honest, I really don't know where he went. I'm not a reckless person, so how could I not know the importance of you unparalleled divine dragons? If he went missing in my bright star system, it would be considered a dereliction of duty on our part. I will mobilize the power of the Fantasy Immortal tribe to search for him, but I hope that everyone will not put this on our heads." Gong Qing and the others were confident that the Illusion Immortal clan definitely wouldn't dare to kill Long Chen. They didn't have the guts, so they were sure that they had imprisoned Long Chen. Seeing that the Dream King wouldn't admit it, the 3 of them looked at each other and stood up. Xing Yu said, "Dream King, we are very worried about Long Chen's disappearance. We have already notified the Dragon City of Life. The Dragon City of Life has already sent the Super Dragon, the Death God Dragon. To be honest, even 3 of you wouldn't be a match for the Death God Dragon, so, at this point, he didn't say anything else." The Dream King was shocked, but he wasn't scared. He smiled and said, "Is that so? It's a good thing to have him help us find him. But there is something I have to tell the 3 of you. According to the rules of the 9-Star Alliance, other than the people of the 9-Star Alliance, no one else can become the Star Lord of the 9-Star Alliance. Our bright star city won't have a second Star Lord. So, after we find Long Chen, I hope the 3 of you can return the broken star core to me. Otherwise, I will report this to the 9-Star Alliance." At this point, the relationship between the 2 sides was completely severed. Of course, the next 3 battles had nothing to do with the Dragon City of Life. The Dream King was going for a life and death struggle. In any case, he wouldn't let Long Chen take the star core away. He didn't want to become the Star Lord only to share the control of the bright star city with someone else. Since ancient times, people who burn bridges after crossing the river never have a good ending, Xing Yu and the others said, then coldly left. After they left, the Dream King gritted his teeth and returned to his seat. "Death God Dragon, who is this? Even 3 of me wouldn't be a match for him. You guys are underestimating me too much. To achieve great things, one had to be extremely daring." So, he didn't regret it. "By rushing here from the Dragon God domain, I have probably already won the 3rd battle and become the Star Lord. At the same time, I have obtained Long Chen's Star Core. As long as I complete these few steps, I will probably be able to catch up to the Chaos Star Lord. At that time, no matter who comes from the human race, they won't be able to do anything to me. The human race should just get out of my Chaos Star domain." Thinking of this, the Dream King laughed lightly. In the depths of a black cloud, there was a black palace. Nightmare race beings that were less than half a meter long were flying in the palace. Although they looked cute, they were indeed from the nightmare race. They were extremely frightening, causing people to tremble in fear. In the depths of the Black Palace, no one dared to approach within a radius of several miles. Because this was the territory of the Dream King. The Dream King came down from his throne and floated in the air. In front of him were a few silver-gray members of the Chaos Royal family. They were all Alliance leader-level figures. In the Chaos Royal family, they were important figures who could summon the wind and summon the rain. Greetings. The Dream King was very respectful to them. Among this group of Chaos Royal family members, the leader was a member of the Chaos Royal family. His name was Chaos Dark Parasol. It was said that he had a certain relationship with the Chaos Star Lord. He was also the strongest among them. He was also the representative of the 30 alliance leaders of the 9-star alliance. Chaos Dark Parasol went straight to the point. With the Nightmare Race's ability, it seems like the chance of winning the third battle is very low. As for the Golden War God race, apart from Sky Pillar, the others are just average. They can't resist Xiao Dingyuan of the Illusion Celestial race. It seems that you will lose the third battle too. The Dream Demon King said angrily, there's nothing we can do about it. The third battle is what they're best at, and the first and second battles are what they're worst at. Now that they've won the first and second battles because of Long Chen, they're the only ones who can win the Star-Lord battle. In fact, the Star-Lord battle might even end in a few days. The Chaos Royal family members looked at each other. Chaos Dark Parasol said, to be honest, it is not good for the 9-star alliance if they win. History has proven that the 9-star alliance must unite and chase the 5 races out. Only then can we have freedom. The Dream King's pitch-black eyes moved. He said in surprise, Lord Dark Parasol, you mean? Chaos Dark Parasol smiled. He said, this time, I came to give you a little gift. I want you to become the Lord of Stars. Sky Pillar is too disobedient. You are more suitable to be the Lord of Stars. The Dream King was indeed more obedient. Hearing this, the Dream King was shocked. He said, You want to give me the star fragment so I can take the star core first? But, this is breaking the rules of the Lord of Stars battle. It is breaking the rules of the 9-star alliance. Is this okay? This is something set by our ancestors. Chaos Dark Parasol said, there are exceptions to everything. The 5 races are getting stronger and stronger in the starfield of chaos. If we don't make some adjustments, the entire starfield of chaos will become their battlefield. It will be destroyed again. As members of the 9-star alliance, we must unite and expel them. Even the rules set by our ancestors must be changed. Understood, understood. The Dream King didn't care how well they said it. He only knew that he was about to become the Lord of Stars. The position of Lord of Stars had nothing to do with him. The Nightmare clan wasn't as strong as the Illusion Immortal clan or the Golden War God clan. But now that he had this opportunity, he had to listen to the Primal Chaos royalty. As long as he had power and prestige, so what? He was secretly delighted. Chaos Dark Parasol said, listen, when the third battle of the Lord of Stars battle begins, we will remove the protection of the astral source. Then you will sneak in and use the star fragment to fuse with the star core to become the Lord of Stars. As for the others, let them fight in the Lord of Stars battle. The star fragment was supposed to be given to the winner of the Lord of Stars battle. It was a holy relic belonging to the 9-star alliance. It was used to attract any star core. But Chaos Dark Parasol used his authority to give it to the Dream King. When the Dream King happily took the fragment, the Primal Chaos royalty looked at each other and smiled. I really want to see how the Dream King and the others will look when they find out. Chapter 2057. At the same time, in the darkness, the vast Sun Wolf Lord and the Eclipse Moon Wolf Lord were wandering around. Below them, a huge steel giant was lying on the ground. On its aged steel body, ancient runes were flashing. Hey, buddy, are you looking for death by lying down like that? The vast Sun Wolf Lord's golden divine wolf body landed on the steel body and mocked. The Moon Eclipse Wolf Lord landed as well. She narrowed her eyes and said, this Lord of the Stars battle is really strange. I don't think the Primal Chaos royalty will let this matter rest. What will they do when faced with a certain defeat? Skypillar said in a mechanical voice, they will give the fragment to Nightmare King and let him go in and fuse with it first. Blazing Sun Wolf Lord was greatly astonished, and said, that's impossible, right? Isn't this openly breaking the rules of the Nine Stars Alliance? Isn't this openly making an enemy out of the demon race and the human race? This isn't the first time you've met Chaos Star-Lord. You can't imagine how ambitious he is. Chaos royalty has spread throughout the starfields of chaos. Even Rakshasa and Shura listen to him. It's only natural that he's determined to drive you away. The leaders of your side only think of the starfields of chaos as a remote place. They won't spend too much effort here. If you and the humans go to war, you'll be holding each other back. No one will let the other win. That's why Chaos Star-Lord has the guts to do this. Lord Vastsun Wolf said, if that's really the case, you have to go to the astral source. Let Dream King suffer. Skypillar said, there's no rush. The leaders of the Nine Star Alliance are there. When the third Lord of Stars contest begins, it will be Nightmare King's chance. Lord Eclipsing Moon Wolf chuckled, so, we lost. Of course, the Illusion Immortals are the most pitiful. They worked so hard to get 2 points. Lord Vastsun Wolf said, it's because they got 2 points that the Primal Chaos Royalty is in a hurry. Otherwise, they could have slowly manipulated it and let Nightmare King win the championship. But that won't work now. So, the Star-Lord Hegemony battle. I will snatch the Nightmare King's item from the astral source. As for whether the Dream King can guess it or not, that will depend on whether his excitement gets to his head. This Star-Lord Hegemony battle is already different from what he imagined. In the endless sea of clouds, Lingxi was still working hard. It seems like there are only 3 days left until the 10 stars align. Longchen helplessly stayed there. Tai Chi Spirit Dragon. What would the Dragon of Life and Creation be like? Could it be that he wouldn't even have the chance to see its birth? I'm still too immature. When I heard about the Tai Chi Spirit Dragon, I was too impatient. I actually rushed here without considering that Xiao Dingyuan and the others would be so bold as to imprison me. Now, he could only pray that Lingxi would be able to break this myriad dreams profound realm before 3 days later. Ling Shi was currently busy. She had been immersed in an extremely diligent state for the past few days. She was the person who understood Longchen the best, and she deeply knew how important the day of the 10-star alignment 3 days later was to Longchen. Therefore, she did not dare to slack off for even a moment. She was a little tired from the high-intensity work. But she didn't stop. She brought Longchen to search for the source of this illusory realm. Find the source first, then start from the source. Destroy the foundations of this illusory realm one by one. Only then will we be able to break it completely. I've already swept through 70% of the place. Chen, wait a little longer. Lingxi's eyes were covered with illusory colors. Her long dress fluttered in the wind. Her slender and delicate hands were holding onto something in the shape of a white silk thread, emitting a faint glow. From her expression and words, it could be seen that she was panicking internally. Don't be anxious. Calm down and take a rest first. Longchen said softly. It's fine. I'm not that tired. I'll be fine as long as I speed up. Lingxi smiled warmly. She didn't say much and continued to immerse herself in her work. Found it. Not long after, her eyes bloomed with a beautiful light, and her face was filled with a charming smile. Longchen also heaved a sigh of relief. He felt very apologetic in his heart for making her so tired. Next, I'll dismantle it step by step. It might take some time, but I'll try to finish it within 3 days. Chen, you should also be prepared. We won't fail. Longchen nodded. Working hard for herself was her belief. So, she couldn't stop at this time. When a husband and wife are of one mind, their sharpness can cut through metal. Longchen said with a smile. Yes. This sentence brought great strength to Lingxi. She immersed herself in the deepest state and worked hard silently. Longchen closed his eyes. Time passed quickly, and he became more and more nervous. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The day of alignment of 10 stars and the third battle of the Lord of Stars competition arrived at the same time. The people of Bright Star paid more attention to the Lord of Stars competition. As for the other warriors, they were waiting for the day of alignment of 10 stars. The rumor was very popular. Almost everyone in the Chaotic Star region knew about the birth of a treasure. However, not many people really believed it. Moreover, everyone was scattered on the day of alignment of 10 stars. There weren't many people outside of Bright Star. Most of the real strong warriors treated the day of alignment of 10 stars as a joke. At this moment, the day of alignment of 10 stars had yet to be completed. There were many warriors from all over the place waiting anxiously. This kind of people could be found all over the starry sky. Most of the people near Bright Star were here for the Lord of Stars competition. Among them, most of the people from the 9-Star Alliance and Bright Star had already arrived. Now, they were waiting for the third battle to begin, a 3-way battle. Other than the Dream King and the other two, the participants were the 5 strongest warriors from each of the 3 clans. Among them, Xiao Dingyuan was recognized as the strongest. Before they arrived, the 9-Star Alliance had already prepared the battlefield. Most of the people who participated in the Lord of Stars competition didn't care about the day of alignment of 10 stars. At this moment, someone looked at the scattered warriors outside and mocked, "What a joke. This is obviously a rumor, but there are actually people who believe it. Can a treasure be born out of thin air? Moreover, it's a doctrine weapon with 900 Dao patterns. Do they think that doctrine weapons are cabbages? Moreover, even if such a doctrine weapon appears, even the Lord of Stars might not be able to control it. These people are just sending themselves to their deaths. There's nothing we can do about it. Humans die for wealth, and birds die for food. Most people are still dreaming of reaching the heavens in a single bound. The resplendent star is still fine. There are not many people here. I heard that the other planets, as long as they are connected to the 10 stars, they would already be filled with cultivators of the 10,000 races 10 days ago. 99% of them are just trying their luck and watching the excitement. I think they are just courting death." After discussing the day of alignment of 10 stars, they began to discuss the Lord of Stars competition. The Illusion Immortal tribe has already obtained 2 points. I heard that the third battle is the one they are best at because of Xiao Dingyuan's presence. As long as they win this battle, the Dream Monarch will become the Lord of the Bright Star Alliance, the Dream Star Lord. Someone else said, "I think the other 2 clans aren't fools. This battle is so crucial that it will directly determine the outcome. It is very likely that they will join forces to deal with the Illusion Immortal tribe. Hence, this battle will definitely be very exciting." As they had said, the experts of the 3 clans had arrived very quickly. For this battle, they had practically mobilized their strongest lineup, each more powerful and ruthless than the last. However, what made everyone curious was that the Dream Monarch, the Sky Pillar Emperor, and the King of Nightmares hadn't arrived. Although they didn't need to participate in the battle today, it wouldn't make sense if they didn't show up. Hence, everyone started to ask about it. However, the answer they got was that the 3 supreme experts were all in seclusion for the upcoming battle. This made sense. However, seeing that the Dream Monarch and the Sky Pillar Emperor weren't here, Chaos Dark Parasol frowned and thought, are these 2 really in seclusion, or, however, the Lord of Stars competition was about to begin, and no one could leave now. Everyone quickly forgot about the absence of the 3 supreme experts and began to pay attention to the warriors participating in the battle. Basically, these 15 people weren't out of everyone's expectations. Xiao Dingyuan was currently the leader of the Illusion Immortal tribe's team. However, what made people curious was that the people of the Life Dragon City didn't seem to be with them. They were in another location, separated from the Illusion Immortal tribe. This made people wonder if there was a conflict between the Life Dragon City and the Illusion Immortal tribe. Just as Chaos Dark Parasol's expression was solemn and he was about to announce the start of the third battle, a black ray of light shot toward everyone. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. Even Chaos Dark Parasol couldn't help but frown and think, this person is so strong. His strength is probably not inferior to mine. Chaos Dark Parasol was practically the strongest expert present. That black ray of light finally arrived at the Life Dragon City's team. The people of the Life Dragon City half knelt and said in unison, "Greetings, Lord Lin Ming." It was an old man with jet black hair. From the looks of it, he should be a few generations older than Xingyu. This person's aura was vast and extremely terrifying. Although he was old, his eyes were frighteningly black. Clearly, he was a primordial giant beast. The people of the Life Dragon City were naturally very familiar with this Lord Lin Ming. This was the person that the Life Dragon City had sent to support them. His name was Lin Ming, and he was a dragon martialist of the older generation. He was very famous in the 5 great dragon cities. He had a violent temper and was a fiend of a generation. He was also a famous assassin of the Life Dragon City. After arriving, Lin Ming ignored everyone and said, "Where's that Long Chen? Haven't you found him yet?" Xingyu and the others stood up and said, "Lord Lin Ming, this subordinate estimates that there is an 80% chance that he was hidden by the Illusion Immortal tribe." Oh, Lin Ming's terrifying eyes looked in the direction of the Illusion Immortal tribe's Xiao Dingyuan. His gaze almost suffocated everyone. His arrival had also easily interrupted the Lord of Stars competition. Chapter 2058. Lin Ming's arrival greatly increased the strength of the humans in the Dragon City of Life. It also made the people of the 9-Star Alliance cautious. The core members of the chaotic royalty already knew that the King of Nightmares had already taken the fragment. The key now was the King of Nightmares. Xiao Dingyuan felt that Lin Ming's speed had indeed exceeded his expectations. According to normal speed, he could not have arrived here in just a few days. He must have used a method similar to the heaven and earth teleportation formation of the spirit race. However, Xiao Dingyuan did not panic because of his arrival. He was very confident in himself. He would definitely lead the Illusion Immortal tribe to victory in the Lord of Stars battle. Moreover, the King of Dreams was watching the stellar source. Even if the King of Nightmares had obtained the fragment, he would not be able to succeed. Once he won and the King of Dreams inherited the fragment, neither Lin Ming or the chaotic dark parasol would be a match for the King of Dreams. He only needed to hold on until then. Lin Ming, the god of Death Dragon, was very senior. He was probably the oldest here. He had risen in the Dragon God territory 10,000 years ago. Because of his arrogant and violent personality, he was known as the Death Messenger of the Dragon City of Life. His shadow could be seen in many of the killing missions in the Dragon City of Life. This was also the reason why he had been sent to the chaotic galaxy. Lin Ming's arrival directly interrupted the Lord of Stars battle. His mission was to protect the safety of Long Chen and the other dragon martial artists, as well as to intimidate others. After hearing the news, he snorted coldly and rushed into the battlefield without hesitation. A pair of black eyes found Xiao Dingyuan in the crowd and instantly appeared in front of him. 7-Star Reincarnation Tribulation Realm, a super divine dragon in the late stage of the 7-Star Reincarnation Tribulation Realm, the god of Death Dragon. Xiao Dingyuan, who was only in the early stage of the 7-Star Reincarnation Tribulation Realm, was no match for him. Even the King of Dreams and the others, who were also in the late stage, were no match for Lin Ming. The only one who could fight Lin Ming head-on was probably the chaotic dark parasol of the chaotic royalty. But Lin Ming's target was Xiao Dingyuan. The confrontation between the strong made everyone feel suffocated. The reason why the third battle was held in the starry sky was because the seven-star reincarnation tribulation eminence's battle prowess was monstrous. If it was held in the resplendent star, it would probably be destroyed beyond recognition. As the two of them confronted each other, the space actually began to tremble. A terrifying storm swept out towards the surroundings, forcing the weaker ones to retreat. In the face of Lin Ming's death-like might, even Xiao Dingyuan found it hard to stand. It seems that my dragon city of life is working with a mere illusion immortal tribe. Lin Ming's words were like knives stabbing Xiao Dingyuan's eardrums. Xiao Dingyuan's heart was already greatly alarmed. He deeply understood the ruthlessness in this fellow's bones. If he continued to tangle with him, it was very likely that he would be injured and affect today's battle. This was something that the other teams would be delighted to see. Xiao Dingyuan quickly said, "That's right. The Illusion Immortal clan is fortunate to be able to cooperate with the Life Dragon City. It is our honor." Lin Ming sneered and said, "You say one thing, but you say another. You're just a lowly person. I'll just say one thing, release the son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor, or else you can forget about participating in the Lord of Stars battle today." Xiao Dingyuan almost suffocated. Lin Ming's incomparably domineering gaze was filled with a terrifying impact to him. It was a crisis that was as dangerous as death. The surrounding people also looked at each other. No wonder the relationship between the Life Dragon City and the Illusion Immortal tribe seemed to have broken off. So it was because of this matter. They were just curious as to why the Illusion Immortal tribe would imprison Long Chen, who had made great contributions to them. As the crowd discussed, Xiao Dingyuan's face turned ashen. However, Lin Ming's expression was becoming more and more terrifying. It was obvious that he was about to flip out. "Forget it. When my brother becomes the Lord of Stars, neither Lin Ming nor the chaotic dark parasol will be his match. At that time, it should be very easy for him to snatch that broken star core from Long Chen's hands. We might as well let him go now." Xiao Dingyuan had indirectly admitted that he had imprisoned Long Chen. He did not need to announce the reason. If the Illusion King became the Lord of Stars, then the reason would be even less important. "All right, I'll let him go," Xiao Dingyuan said loudly. He told the Illusion Immortal tribe's team to stay where they were and left alone. The place where he had imprisoned Long Chen with the Myriad Dream Profound Realm was nearby. Looks like this guy used the Myriad Dream Profound Realm to imprison Long Chen nearby. No wonder there was no news. It's completely the Myriad Dream Profound Realm. Even if they were of the same level, they might not be able to break Xiao Dingyuan's Myriad Dream Profound Realm. Soon, Xiao Dingyuan arrived at the previous place. Behind him, countless people were looking at him, including Lin Ming, who was full of killing intent. The fact that he could make Xiao Dingyuan submit like this showed how terrifying he was. In front of him, even Xing Yu and the others were just insignificant juniors. Lin Ming's strength surpassed almost all the city lords of the 72 ancient cities of divine descendants, including the Tai City Lord and the sacred spirit of the goddess's heart. They were far from being his match. He could be considered one of the top experts of the human race. Under everyone's gaze, Xiao Dingyuan was preparing to open the Myriad Dream Profound Realm. At this moment, the space in front of him suddenly trembled. Xiao Dingyuan was extremely shocked. He retreated a certain distance and saw that the place where he imprisoned Long Chen suddenly exploded with a snow-white strong light. The strong light split open a 10-meter-long gap. Smoke and clouds surrounded the gap. It was an endless world. At this moment, two figures rushed out of the world filled with clouds and mist. When he saw the appearance of the two people clearly, Xiao Dingyuan was shocked. He exclaimed, "How is this possible? You can break the Myriad Dream Profound Realm." Everyone was also shocked, especially those who were familiar with the Myriad Dream Profound Realm. It was the peerless divine ability of Xiao Dingyuan and the Illusion Immortal tribe. Many people had fallen because of it. Without enough power, breaking the myriad dream profound realm was nothing more than a fool's talk. With Long Chen's strength, he was still worlds apart. Almost everyone was staring at the man and woman. Clearly, even if Xiao Dingyuan hadn't come close, they would have been able to rush out. They had broken the myriad dream profound realm by themselves. This was an indisputable fact. Long Chen gently embraced Lingxi. In order to break the myriad dream profound realm before the day of the 10-star alignment, Lingxi was simply exhausted. She hadn't rested at all for the past 10 days. The workload was quite heavy, and she was also quite tired. However, for the important matter of Long Chen, she didn't hesitate to give it her all. The intense exhaustion had even caused her to lose consciousness. It seems like it's not time yet. Sensing this, Lingxi's taut heartstrings finally relaxed. Without a doubt, she had succeeded. With so many people gathered together, the Star Lord battle was probably about to begin. Then, the people from the Dragon City of Life would definitely be here. With them around, she and Long Chen should be safe. The Dream Monarch and the others wouldn't attack Long Chen in front of the people from the Dragon City of Life. Go back and rest. Long Chen quietly pulled her into his arms and let her rest in his divine kingdom. Lingxi finally glanced at Xiao Dingyuan, who was looking at her with an extremely shocked expression. She didn't understand why Xiao Dingyuan was so close to her. Almost everyone had noticed her, but she was really too tired. She also believed that Long Chen would be able to solve these problems. Leave it to me. Long Chen comforted her. In fact, Long Chen already had an insight into what was happening around him. Fortunately, the essence blood of the Tai Chi spirit dragon had yet to appear, and the Star Lord battle had yet to begin. The problem was that Xiao Dingyuan seemed to have come to release him. According to common sense, this shouldn't have happened. Looking at his expression, he should have been forced to do so. That girl, she can actually break my myriad dream profound realm. This is impossible, she doesn't have the strength to do so. Xiao Dingyuan said in shock. There are many things that you can't think of. Long Chen sneered. He quickly looked around and found the direction of the Life Dragon City. As expected, they were all looking at him with concern. His disappearance these past few days must have worried them. Xiao Dingyuan calmed down. He turned back and said, I have already released the son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor. My Illusion Immortal clan has no enmity with the Life Dragon City. Perhaps there has been some misunderstanding, but please wait for the Star Lord battle to discuss. Right now, the 30 leaders of the 9-Star Alliance are waiting for us to start the battle. This was for Lin Ming to hear. No matter how strong Lin Ming was, he couldn't defeat everyone in the 9-Star Alliance, so he couldn't disturb the start of the Star Lord battle. Lin Ming obviously didn't care too much about it. His mission was just to find Long Chen. As for the expansion of the 5 great dragon cities in the Chaos Star region, he didn't care. Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. He looked in the direction where the Tai Chi spirit dragon was about to appear. There were many people there, and when it appeared, everyone in front of him would probably see it. He really had no idea how to fight for the essence blood. He could only leave it to fate. He returned to the Life Dragon City and said apologetically, Sorry, I was careless, but they didn't take it. Hearing this, Xing Yu and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Gong Qing said, Come, let me introduce you to a senior. He was the one who asked Xiao Dingyuan to release you. This is a very famous expert in the Life Dragon City. No one here can beat him. He is the Super God Dragon, Death God Dragon, Senior Lin Ming. Following Gong Qing's guidance, Long Chen indeed sensed a terrifying expert heading towards him. He turned around and saw a skinny, black-haired old man standing in front of him like the Grim Reaper. Greetings, Senior Lin Ming. Long Chen had always been polite and well-educated to his seniors. After so many years of experience, he was very reserved. Lin Ming was examining him with a cold and indifferent gaze that caused others to be unable to see through his emotions. Right when Long Chen spoke respectfully to him, Lin Ming didn't say a word before raising his arm and slapping Long Chen's face. Slap! It was extremely resounding, and Long Chen's face instantly turned blood red. It seemed like he had never been slapped like this in his life. Chapter 2059. Of course, he knew that many people in the 5 great dragon cities didn't like him because of his father and what he had done in the gods' battlefield. However, he didn't expect that an expert from the Life Dragon City would be full of malice toward him. The moment that slap landed on his face, Long Chen deeply understood how difficult it would be for him to return to the Dragon God domain. If he went there, he would definitely have to face even more. At this moment, Long Chen naturally understood that the hatred and humiliation from this slap would take at least 10 years, or even hundreds of years, before he could repay Lin Ming. After all, the other party was an expert who surpassed holy spirits, ruled over the world, and stood above billions of living beings. He was the death god, the netherworld dragon, while Long Chen was only a super genius. This crisp sound also shocked Xing Yu and the others. They didn't expect Lin Ming to be so fierce. For a moment, Gong Qing and Xing Yu subconsciously stood in front of Long Chen. Gong Qing said, "Lord Lin Ming, he has made great contributions to the Dragon City of Life, and he is sincerely repentant. He is willing to return to the Dragon God domain, and he is very likely to be the successor of the Supreme Dragon God. Lord Lin Ming, please. Get out of the way." Lin Ming raised his hand. With a slight wave, Gong Qing and Xing Yu were pushed away. Xing Qing, Bing Xianyue, and the others kept quiet out of fear. They looked at Long Chen with pity. Long Chen's physical body was even stronger than that of Gong Qing and the others. That slap was probably enough to severely injure Xing Qing and the others, but to Long Chen, it was only a humiliation. His body possessed a tyrannical regenerative ability, and he also had the ability to reverse the flow of time. Under the effects of Dream of Origin, the red mark on his face instantly disappeared. After so many years, he had learned to endure. He wouldn't forget the slap today, but he wouldn't shout at Lin Ming here. That would be a sign of immaturity. He would only return everything to him at some point in the future. At this time, Lin Ming passed Xing Yu and Gong Qing and stood in front of Long Chen. He was still looking down at Long Chen. After a while, he said, "I heard that you are bold and fierce. Why didn't you have the guts to fight back when I slapped you?" Long Chen raised his head. His eyes were terrifyingly calm, but he didn't choose to answer. Lin Ming didn't have a good impression of him. He had too much malice toward him. It was useless to say more. Lin Ming sneered in his heart when he saw that Long Chen acted as if nothing had happened. He said, "I've seen your father, and I also hate him. He made me lose too many things. I've always thought that betraying one's ancestors is the most shameless and unforgivable sin. He could die without any face. Since you're his son, you should bear these sins. Don't think that the 5 great dragon cities will forgive you just because you've done something. You can never repay your father's sins in this life." Lin Ming represented the most stubborn force in the 5 dragon cities. Long Chen finally understood that the trip to the Dragon God domain would not be as easy as he had imagined. People like Lin Ming would not be as easy to conquer as Bing Xianyue and the others. He would not make any extravagant promises here, nor would he give up on the trip to the Dragon God domain. Instead, he would be even braver, because this was what he had told Long Qinglan, and it was also his mission. He took a few steps back and revealed a smile on his face. He said to Lin Ming, "I'm not asking for anyone's forgiveness. I'm myself, and I believe in my father. You can say whatever you want." It was only then that Lin Ming discovered that this youth was extremely cold and arrogant. He could not help but sneer and say, you can be stubborn all you want. After the Star Lord battle for supremacy is over, I will personally bring you back to the Dragon God domain. You should be prepared to atone for all the sins of you and your father for the rest of your life." He thought that this could scare Long Chen. Long Chen smiled indifferently. He did not take all of this seriously. He was not pessimistic. There must be people in the Dragon God domain who supported him. As long as he was not dead, no one could make him yield. A mere slap was far from being able to scare him. And Long Chen understood that it was precisely because of this matter regarding the peerless divine dragon that even Lin Ming would not have the chance to kill him. "Stay here obediently. If you move 100 meters away from me, I will give you a slap." Lin Ming glared at him angrily. With his hands behind his back, he looked at the Star Lord battle that was about to begin. Xing Yu and the others had grave expressions on their faces as they surrounded him. Seeing that Lin Ming had finally stopped attacking Long Chen, they heaved a sigh of relief. After getting along with him for a period of time, they had acknowledged Long Chen very much. Lin Ming's appearance was a rather troublesome matter for Long Chen. To Long Chen, the most important thing right now was not the Star Lord battle for supremacy, but the day of the 10-star alignment. Soon, the 10 super planets would be connected in a straight line, or even the Devil Star. The inheritance blood essence of the Tai Chi life form was about to appear, but he was restricted to 100 meters away from Lin Ming. In that case, how was he going to obtain the inheritance blood essence of the Tai Chi life form, which was especially important to him? This not only made him anxious and troubled. Time passed, and the day of the 10-star alignment was about to arrive, but he still had no idea. In his heart, he had already cursed Lin Ming thousands of times. At this moment, the three-way battle began. According to the drawing of lots, the first to enter the arena would be the warriors of the Illusion Immortals and the Golden War God clan. Both sides would send out one person each. Only when they entered the arena would they be able to see who their opponent was. In fact, the order of appearance was very important in this battle. After defeating the opponent, they could fight against the next opponent. Of the 15 people who fought, in fact, only Xiao Dingyuan had comprehended the divine power and passed the 7-star reincarnation. Therefore, the possibility of the Illusion Immortals winning was quite high. Even if they were in the late stage of the 6 paths of reincarnation, their battle power was still very terrifying. Everyone retreated, leaving an incomparably huge battlefield for them to fight. 2 6 paths of reincarnation warriors, and they were even in the late stage, so any random attack from them would definitely cause a large number of casualties. The 6 paths of reincarnation specialized in cultivating the will of all living beings. It was divided into the heaven, human, asura, hungry ghost, beast, and hell. Among them, heaven was the eternal celestial realm, human referred to all living beings with intelligence, and asura was the symbol of all the ugliness in the world. The Asura celestial clan, which was named after Asura, was a rare and ferocious race. Beast referred to all living beings without intelligence, wild beasts were mutants, hungry ghost referred to demons, and hell referred to all the dark side of the world. When the 5 elements reincarnation tribulations were cultivated to the extreme, they would fall into the training of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Only after crossing the 6 paths of reincarnation could one achieve the 6 paths of reincarnation, possess the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation, and dominate the will of all living beings. Experts in the 6 paths of reincarnation had a boundless will and a stable yuan shen. They could easily change the color of heaven and earth, and they had the 6 paths of reincarnation with them. They could control the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation with boundless power, and they could even tear apart heaven and earth, reverse rivers with a wave of their hands, and control all living beings with their will. Further up, the 7-star reincarnation tribulations would be rewarded with a 7-star ancient god test, and it would be even more difficult to become a 7-star reincarnation tribulations expert. Even the warriors in the 5 elements reincarnation tribulations could only be looked up to by the current Long Chen. 5 elements, 6 paths, 7 stars, 8 tribulations, 9 palaces. At this level, every increase in level was a qualitative transformation, a step towards becoming a true god. Once one passed the 9 palaces, they were basically only one step away from becoming a true god. Lin Ming was already a rare expert in the late stage of the 7 stars reincarnation tribulations. Chaos Star Lord already had the power of the 8 tribulations and was even more powerful. With his ability, he could directly blow up the small planets in the Chaos Star Zone. The battle between the 2 6 paths of reincarnation warriors from the Illusion Immortal tribe and the Golden Battle God tribe immediately attracted Long Chen's attention. Warriors at this level were very proficient in the power of the heavenly Tao and were incomparable. With a wave of their hands, they could unleash pure mystical Tao techniques. Long Chen found it very mysterious. He could now defeat the warriors in the 4 symbols reincarnation tribulations purely because of his powerful strength and tyrannical body, not because he could defeat others in terms of heavenly Tao comprehension. That was Long Chen's weakness. Those 2 experts soared through the starry sky. One of them cultivated the Tao of illusions, and when they attacked, they were filled with illusions, causing the entire starry sky to be enveloped in his illusions. Sometimes, they were in lava spewing out flames, sometimes, they were in the raging seas, and sometimes, they were in the clouds. The smoke cloud beast that the Illusion Immortal race had given birth to also displayed its terrifying effects. The smoke cloud beast became an existence that was identical to that expert. It was like a clone. The Golden Battle God tribe was fierce and passionate. He cultivated the Tao of metal. His machinery rotated and transformed into thousands of steel fragments. As the 2 sides fought fiercely, the starry sky became chaotic. The entire space caved in and was on the verge of collapsing. The heavenly Tao of martial Tao is truly magical. Long Chen had previously underestimated others because of his reputation as a genius. The 4 symbols reincarnation tribulation realm warriors fused their bodies and essence souls together. They were extremely close, and the 4 symbols celestial emperors assisted them in battle. However, the 5 elements reincarnation tribulation realm experts could already mobilize the power of the origin and could condense all things with their words, let alone the 6 paths reincarnation tribulation realm experts. He hadn't reached the reincarnation tribulation realm yet. Being able to defeat a reincarnation tribulation realm warrior didn't mean that he could underestimate a warrior at this level. No matter who it was, they were all advancing towards the God realm. Long Chen was imprisoned by Lin Ming. Although the other party was watching the battle, he could still pay attention to Long Chen. From time to time, he would look at the starry sky behind him. Seeing that the time was almost up, he was very anxious, but there was nothing he could do. In the current battle, the Illusion Immortal tribe had the upper hand. They actually defeated the Golden Battle God tribe. The Gui race went on stage and engaged in another intense battle. The Nightmare race didn't participate in the first battle. It could be considered that they had picked up a bargain. There was no absolute fairness. Drawing lots was also based on luck. The Nightmare race and the Illusion Immortal tribe were proficient in nightmares, while the other was proficient in illusions. They had different methods to achieve the same result. Previously, the Illusion Immortal tribe had defeated the Golden Battle God tribe. Next, they defeated the Nightmare race in one go and successfully eliminated 2 of their opponents. The Illusion Immortal tribe had obtained a complete victory at the beginning. Xiao Dingyuan hadn't appeared yet. The Illusion Immortal tribe would probably obtain the points for today's battle. Xiao Dingyuan was also very confident. Hence, his expression was very good. He could completely grasp the overall situation here. Hence, it all depended on the Dream King. Meanwhile, in the stellar source below, the Dream King had already made his preparations. After confusing the guards, he quietly entered the stellar source. He had to go out for a while. The 3rd chapter would be updated later today, probably before 10 p.m. Chapter 2060. Stellar Core. Where is the stellar core? The Dream Demon King's tiny body wandered through the vast astral source. Even though his speed was countless times faster than Long Chen and the others, this embryonic astral source was still vast and boundless. Without the stellar core fragment, there was no hope of finding the stellar core here. After walking for a while, the King of Nightmares was ready. He couldn't help but want to laugh. The Dream King and the Sky Pillar Emperor are definitely still watching the Star Lord battle for supremacy. How pitiful, especially the Dream King. You should have been the one to obtain the Star Core and become the Star Lord, but now you've given it to me. Siding with the royal family of chaos was the best decision he had ever made. It's time to take out the stellar core fragment and summon the stellar core. The so-called stellar core fragment, as the name suggested, was a fragment formed after the core of a star had been broken. The fragment that the King of Nightmares controlled was actually a bright star, but it was a stellar core with a long history. The Nine-Star Alliance had several stellar core fragments from super-planets. These fragments were usually useless, but when a planet produced a stellar core, they would become very important. The Master of Stars battle was for these stellar core fragments. The King of Nightmares wandered in the endless starry sky. A broken disc appeared in his hand. It was very old. At first, it didn't show any magical abilities. But soon, the disc fragment began to shine with a blue star-like light. When the light exploded, the place where the King of Nightmares was seemed to have become the core of the stellar source. Looks like if I wait here, the stellar core will come to me. The King of Nightmares was secretly delighted. The battle outside is probably going on like a raging fire right now. He hadn't expected the royal family of chaos to have the guts to break the rules of the Nine-Star Alliance and offend the humans and monsters. After waiting for about 15 minutes, the King of Nightmares looked very happy. Success was right in front of him. He couldn't not be excited. He clenched the fragment of the star core in his hand and quickly looked around. At that moment, the starry sky around him seemed to have dimmed significantly. When he turned his head, he was shocked to see that in the distance, there was a bright star moving towards him. It was a miniature bright star that looked exactly like the dazzling star, but it was a star core. The star core. The star core is here. The Dream Nightmare King was very excited. His face was full of smiles. He held the star core fragment in his hand and rushed towards the resplendent star. Both sides were getting closer to each other quickly. Seeing that the star core was about to be his, the Dream Nightmare King almost suffocated. Suddenly, he stopped and stared at the stellar core. He felt that there was something wrong with the stellar core. This stellar core actually gave him a familiar feeling. Dream King. The Nightmare King retreated dozens of meters and stared at the star core. Sure enough, Xing Hui laughed loudly and transformed into the Dream King's appearance in front of him. Just as I expected, the Primal Chaos Royalty and you are both anxious and want to break the rules. The Star Lord battle is still going on, yet you are openly using the star core fragment here. Do you believe that I can announce it right now and let everyone come in and see your ugly face? The Dream Demon King gritted his teeth. He had never imagined that the Dream Demon King would be so smart. He could guess that the Primal Chaos Royalty would do something so out of line, and he had even used it to trick him. He carefully hid the stellar core fragment. The Dream King's eyes turned cold as he said, "Give me the star core fragment. That belongs to me." Dream King, my old rival, just admit defeat. You've already given yourself away. In the Nine-Star Alliance, although the Primal Chaos Royalty is the strongest, you have to remember that this world has the power of public opinion. I won the Star Lord battle, so I'm the Star Lord. You're just a lackey of the Primal Chaos Royalty. You won't be able to convince the masses, and the people of the Bright Star Alliance won't be willing to let a coward like you lead them. What nonsense are you talking about? Whoever gets the stellar core will be the Star Lord. If you have the ability, come and take it. The Dream Demon King wasn't afraid of him. Although his opponent had also come here, the Dream Demon King had the advantage of the Star Core fragment. Once the true Star Core approached him, he would definitely win. At the same time, he could also kill the Dream Demon King in this stellar source. Count me in. At this moment, a cold mechanical voice rang in the Dream Demon King's ears. The Dream Demon King's hair stood on end. He did not need to look behind him to know that the Sky Pillar of the Golden War God tribe had come. The Dream Demon King could not help but think that it was bad. If it was only the Dream Demon King, he might still be able to escape. Behind him, the 2-meter-tall Sky Pillar, who was covered in broken metal, had a cold look in his eyes. He and the Dream Demon King were sandwiched in the middle. They were the original 3 strongest people of the resplendent star system. You too. The Dream Demon King's face was gloomy. His plan had been disrupted. In fact, he was already panicking. In fact, even the Dream Demon King had not expected the Sky Pillar to come. At this moment, he rolled his eyes and said, "Sky Pillar, he has the stellar core fragment. Let's join hands and kill him first. Then, we can have a fair fight. How about that?" When the 3 of them met, what they were most afraid of was 2 of them joining hands. The Dream Demon King was anxious. However, he had the stellar core fragment, so no one would join hands with him. Of course. Let's go. The Sky Pillar was even more direct. The 3 of them were late-stage 7-star reincarnation tribulation realm warriors, close to the chaotic Star Lord realm. They were only slightly weaker than Lin Ming. However, the cultivation of super experts at this realm would not be too bad. Each of them had almost reached great success in their own heavenly Tao and were close to the God realm. The Dream Demon King's illusion technique had reached great heights. The Sky Pillar cultivated the Tao of metal and was the king of metal. As for the Dream Demon King, he was the king of nightmares. The battle between the 3 of them was the most magnificent scene in history. Fortunately, they were inside the stellar source. Otherwise, more than half of the resplendent star system would have been destroyed. When the battle began, the stellar source flickered and was on the verge of collapse. In the endless space inside it, where the stars gathered, the space was torn apart by the fierce battle between the 3. Large swathes of space collapsed, and countless stars were completely crushed by the fierce impact. The figures of the Dream Demon King and the other 2 could not be seen clearly at all. The Dream King was surrounded by clouds, the smoke cloud beast wrapped around his body and roared. The Dream King was hidden in the darkness, transforming into a wraith that howled. The Sky High Emperor was a golden beam of light that moved with terrifying speed. He often turned into a sky full of blades that pierced through the darkness, tearing apart the Dream King's wraith. "You 2 deserve to die. How dare you gang up on me?" The Dream Demon King let out a piercing roar. Even though he was in the late stage of the 7-star reincarnation realm and had terrifying soul connection power, there was still a gap between them. This was also why the Dream Demon King had been looked down on from the beginning. Soul connection power was a power that led to the God realm. It possessed a small portion of the God realm's power and completely surpassed the reincarnation realm's power. It was extremely terrifying, and it was also the symbol and guarantee of the 7-star reincarnation realm's strength. The higher one went in the reincarnation realm, the greater the gap between those of the same level. This was especially true for those above the 7-star reincarnation realm. In fact, the warriors of the 6 paths of reincarnation were already terrifying enough. Boom boom boom. From the outside, the embryonic stellar source was actually trembling, as if it could explode at any time. The inside of the stellar source was already in a mess. Numerous explosions flooded the entire starry sky. The Dream Demon King and the Dream Demon King transformed into huge shadows that covered the sky and fought each other. Black and white formed two clouds that occupied the starry sky. They turned into giant beasts that fought against each other. Dream Demon King, our two races are old rivals. We are the natives of this place. How can you and the Golden War God clan deal with me? He is an outsider. As long as we work together to get rid of him, we can discuss the matter of the stellar core. Being surrounded by two people, the Dream Demon King was scared out of his wits. This was not going to work. If it was only the Dream Demon King, he could still hold on, but the Sky Pillar Emperor's attacks were too fierce. Just as he finished speaking, countless blades swept across his body. The Dream Demon King immediately screamed in pain. In the clouds that were tens of thousands of meters tall, blood actually spurted out. Arg! The entire stellar source was filled with the Dream Demon King's screams of anger. The Dream Demon King did not pay attention to him at all. He swept up the white clouds and fused them with the smoke cloud beast, forming a rolling white cloud. It looked beautiful, but in reality, there were countless attacking weapons hidden within. Dream Heaven Scripture. The Dream Demon King's clouds rolled out, and countless snow-white runes formed into blades and swords. They attacked and surrounded the Dream Demon King. On the other side, countless golden blades gathered and formed the Sky Pillar Emperor. The Sky Pillar Emperor was expressionless. His chest moved, and suddenly, a black cannon extended out, accumulating power. In the starry sky, countless blood-red power gathered behind the Sky Pillar Emperor, forming a sea of energy in the cannon on his chest. In a short moment, it suddenly exploded. Suddenly, a fierce light pierced through the Dream Demon King, and even through the stellar source, attacking outside. Arg, arg, you two damn things. If I can't get the stellar core, don't even think about getting it. I will destroy the stellar core, destroy everything. The Dream Demon King was attacked by two people who were stronger than him. This made him completely crazy. The black clouds that were tens of thousands of meters tall, or even tens of thousands of meters tall, swirled, forming a black tornado that rotated in the entire stellar source. Suddenly, the stellar source trembled violently. This guy is crazy. The Dream Demon King stopped attacking, and the Sky Pillar Emperor also retreated. The Dream Demon King's actions were completely driven crazy. This is bad. If this continues, I'm afraid that he will destroy the stellar source. That will cause serious damage to the resplendent stellar source. Quick, stop him. If they were fighting outside in the starry sky, the two of them would not care about the Dream Demon King going crazy. But this was a fragile stellar source. In an instant, the two of them hurriedly stopped him. Chapter 2061. The Dream Demon King's crazy outburst caused the stellar source to shake violently. Even the entire planet started to shake. In a short moment, the planet shook, causing the earth to crack, earthquakes to occur frequently, rivers to soar into the sky, countless cracks in the ground, mountains to the ground, and a large number of buildings to collapse. The beautiful and resplendent planet was suddenly filled with dust, and for a moment, the wails of the victims were everywhere. The people who were fighting in the Stellar Lord competition immediately noticed what was happening to the bright star below. What's going on? How could the bright star be like this? Oh my God! From their direction, through the crystal quicksand, they could almost see the disaster that was happening to the bright star. Fortunately, the people in the bright star were individually strong. Otherwise, the changes in the mountains and rivers would have caused a large number of casualties. Seeing such a violent explosion on the resplendent star, the ongoing Star Lord battle came to a halt. Xiao Dingyuan was one of the people fighting. The third battle was nearing its end. As expected, when Xiao Dingyuan from the Illusion Immortal clan appeared, almost no one was his match. Even though the Golden War God clan and the Incubus clan repeatedly used strange moves, Xiao Dingyuan easily dealt with them. Seeing that the Illusion Immortals were about to become the champion of the Stellar Lord competition, and it was a rare case of winning the first 3 battles, everyone in the Illusion Immortals was very excited. However, such a thing suddenly happened. It was really depressing. Among them, Xiao Dingyuan, Chaos Kangwu, and the others naturally knew what had happened. The thing that Chaos Kangwu was most worried about had happened. As expected, Dream Monarch and Sky-Shattering Emperor had predicted that he would give the Starcore fragment to Dream Monarch. Only a battle between them and the Stellar Source could cause such a scene. How is it possible? What happened to the bright star? The people below were already complaining. Chaos Dark Parasol had to look solemn and announced the temporary suspension of the Stellar Lord competition. Long Chen was also watching the commotion below. He could sense that the stellar source below was shaking violently. Even a powerhouse like the Grim Reaper Dragon Lin Ming was attracted by it. Chen, can we take this opportunity to escape and wait for the Tai Chi creature dragon? Lingxi said weakly in the Divine Kingdom. Long Chen shook his head and said, we can't. The essence blood of the Taiji life-form dragon will appear soon. Even if we are lucky enough to escape Lin Ming's control, we won't be able to go anywhere else. If we anger this fellow, we'll probably get beaten up again. Lingxi was a little annoyed as she said, this old fellow is too hateful. He actually dared to slap you and even look down on you. If I was stronger than him, I would definitely take it back. Don't worry, I will avenge you. Long Chen had already committed this matter to memory. At this moment, the crowd broke into an uproar. Something big had happened. The entire place became extremely noisy. Long Chen hurriedly looked down and saw that one of the resplendent stars was emitting intense starlight. That seems to be the entrance to the stellar source. Back then, Long Chen had gone underground through that entrance and seen the blue astral source. At this time, the starlight above the entrance surged. It was as if they were facing the entrance from where they stood. The flickering starlight was right under their feet. At this moment, someone suddenly shouted, out of the way, out of the way. For a moment, the crowd didn't know what was going to happen. Just as everyone was looking at each other in dismay, suddenly, there was a heavy explosion. Below, a fierce starlight was emitted from the star source, rushing towards everyone. That light was really too dreamy. In an instant, it had already covered everyone's line of sight, and its speed was also extremely fast. In a short moment, a strong impact enveloped hundreds of thousands of people, the vast power submerged everyone, like a huge wave in the sea, everyone was sent flying. Rumble. Long Chen's vision was also drowned by the starlight. The intense light forced him to close his eyes. The terrifying impact sent him flying, and Long Chen had to protect himself. It seems to be a mess. Everyone was knocked away from their original position and drowned in the starlight. The people from the Dragon City of Life, whether it was Lin Ming or Xing Yu, were all gone. Run now. Long Chen still took advantage of the chaos to go to the place where he thought the inherited blood of the Tai Chi creature might appear. At the same time, he was also protecting himself. If he accidentally encountered Xiao Dingyuan, the latter could take advantage of the chaos to subdue him. This time, no one knew who did it. The purpose of everything today was still for the inherited blood of the Tai Chi creature. However, Lin Ming kept hindering Long Chen, which gave Long Chen a headache. Chen. All of a sudden, Lingxi called out to him with some excitement. What's wrong? Long Chen felt an invisible pull. He stopped and looked around. As far as his eyes could see, there was only starlight. He couldn't see a single person, but he could hear the screams of the crowd under the impact of the starlight. After all, Long Chen's body was strong, so the impact was very small. Look below. Lingxi said anxiously. Long Chen looked down and his eyes instantly widened. Below him, there was a miniature resplendent star shooting towards him. Because the starlight was too intense, no one actually saw this resplendent star. That's right, this was the core of a resplendent star. The stellar core was originally in the stellar source, and it was rather mysterious. But now, it had appeared in the starry sky. It should have been brought here by the impact. The reason why it came to Long Chen was probably because of the butterfly illusory sword fragment on Ling Xi's body. Lingxi said, "Chen, I think Dream King, Nightmare King, and Sky Pillar Emperor are not here today. They probably broke the rules of the Star Lord battle and fought for the core in the stellar source. This caused a huge change and brought the core to us. What should we do?" Long Chen murmured, "Fusing with the core will make you the Star Lord. It is obviously coming for us. Little Xi, I'll try to put it into the core, and then you can try to fuse with it slowly." Me. Lingxi's face was full of shock. She still hadn't reacted. At this time, Long Chen didn't retreat. He bravely moved towards the core. No one had found the core yet, so it was a good opportunity. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen was already beside the core. This small bright star was incomparably beautiful, like a dream. It made people feel very comfortable. It didn't have that terrifying feeling, it seemed very docile. The core wasn't big, about 2 meters in diameter. Long Chen was very bold. He didn't care about anything else. Most of the time, he only had one chance. He opened the Divine Kingdom and rushed forward. He surrounded the core and put it into the Divine Kingdom. Only then did the radiance of the core disappear. At this time, the starlight from below started to dissipate. The surrounding people were swaying, but they gradually woke up and returned to their original positions. Long Chen stood in the starry sky, stunned. At this time, he was paying attention to the Divine Kingdom. In the Divine Kingdom, the core was floating there, quietly releasing a resplendent light like a shining gem. At this time, the butterfly sword on Lingxi's body floated up and moved on its own. It began to fuse with the core and was finally swallowed by the core. This was something that Lingxi couldn't control. She could only watch blankly. After swallowing the butterfly illusory sword, the astral core continued to spin quietly, showing no signs of activity. Seeing this, Long Chen and Lingxi finally relaxed. "Although I don't know what to do, let it stay here for now," Long Chen said. Of course, he couldn't tell anyone that he had taken the core. He tried his best to return to his normal state. He looked around. At this time, the starlight had completely dissipated. The bright star below had gone through a huge change, and it had suffered great damage. Fortunately, it had finally calmed down. Everyone was floating in the starry sky. Some were not so lucky and were injured by the impact of the starlight, but most were fine. As they looked at each other, everyone began to return to their positions. Long Chen. Gong Qing was the first to find him. He brought him back to the Dragon City of Life team. Lin Ming glanced at him and said disdainfully, "You want to escape in the chaos? You don't dare return to the Dragon God domain." Long Chen didn't know why, but this old man's disdain made him especially angry. Unfortunately, this old man had cultivated for tens of thousands of years and far surpassed him. He could only give up for now. He said, "What a joke. I said I'll go back, so I'll definitely go back." Hee hee. Lin Ming laughed coldly and said no more. Then he looked at the others. In reality, most people didn't know what had happened. At this time, 3 figures rushed up from below. They were the Dream Monarch, the Sky Pillar Emperor, and the Dying Nightmare Monarch. The Nightmare Monarch looked around with wide eyes and shouted, "Where's the core? I saw it hit here. Where did it go?" The Dream Monarch and the Sky Pillar Emperor felt everyone's puzzled gazes and shut their mouths. They were in the middle of the Star-Lord battle. What the hell is going on here? In reality, when everyone saw the three monarchs, they understood. For a moment, except for a few manipulators, no one dared to believe it. Dream Monarch, Nightmare Monarch, Sky Pillar Emperor, the Sky Pillar Emperor, the Star-Lord battle is still going on here. You actually sneaked into the stellar source and stole the core. You broke the rules of the Star-Lord battle. This is a capital offense. The Star-Lord battle has been set up by the Nine-Star Alliance for countless years. It has always been based on the results of the Star-Lord battle to decide who the Star-Lord belongs to. This is to reduce the chaos in the Star region of chaos. However, you actually dared to openly look down on the Nine-Star Alliance and the Star-Lord battle. You secretly stole the core and caused such a huge commotion. This is a capital offense. Chapter 2062. To be honest, the rules of the Master of Stars battle played an important role in the stability of the 10 super planets for so many years. If not for the Master of Stars battle, this place would have been a battlefield long ago. Facing the accusations of tens of thousands of people, the Dream King opened his arms and said, "Everyone, this has nothing to do with me. To tell you the truth, the Illusion Immortal tribe could have won the Master of Stars battle, but why did I enter the stellar source? Am I a fool? If you are smart, you will know that the one who broke the rules wasn't me or the Sky Atlas Emperor. It was the Dream King who took the fragment of the Star Core and tried to fuse with the Star Core to become the Master of the Stars during the Master of Stars battle. However, he failed because the Sky Atlas Emperor and I saw through him and stopped him." Beside him, the Sky Atlas Emperor said coldly, "As for why the Dream King obtained the fragment of the Star Core, it belongs to the champion of the Master of Stars battle and is under the control of the Nine-Star Alliance. I heard that it is in the hands of the chaotic Dark Parasol. I have already said this much, so there is no need to continue." Everyone was silent for a moment. They looked at each other, then looked at the Dream King and the chaotic Dark Parasol. Even in the Nine-Star Alliance, most of the Alliance leaders did not know about this. Most of them had faith in the Master of Stars battle and believed that it was a sacred and fair battle. The Illusion Immortal tribe was supposed to win, but the spoils of war had fallen into the hands of the losers. This news disappointed most of the people in the Nine-Star Alliance. Long Chen stood outside as if he was watching a show. Others were worried about the Master of Stars battle, but he was still thinking about how to obtain the blood essence of the Tai Chi life-form dragon. He was about to reach the 10 stars. At this time, the Dream King and the chaotic Dark Parasol were facing great pressure. If the Dream King had become the Master of Stars, the chaotic Dark Parasol could still intimidate everyone with the power of the chaotic royalty. However, the plan had failed, and they had lost the support of the people. It would not be easy to intimidate others. When all the furious gazes landed on the primal chaos Dark Parasol, his expression was calm as he said, "Everyone, now is not the time to blame me. Things have already happened." During their intense battle, the Star Core seemed to have rushed out of the Star Source and is in our vicinity. Let's find the Star Core first. Otherwise, this Star-Lord battle would be meaningless. The Astral Core was such an important matter, and it successfully diverted the attention of a portion of the people. However, there were also people who continued to clamor. What the Primal Chaos Kangwu and the others had done was simply too much. This was especially true for the Illusion Immortal clan. They simply could not accept this. The Dream Monarch said, "Searching for the Star Core is naturally extremely important. However, our Dream Immortal clan is already close to victory, yet the Star Core fragment that belongs to us is in the hands of the Dream Demon King. Chaotic Dark Parasol, how do you explain this?" Most people desired fairness, so they sympathized with the Dream King. The Dream King was still condemned by the masses. Amidst the curses and accusations of countless people, the Dream King coldly laughed and said, "The Star Core has already disappeared. Do you think that you can become a Star Lord just because you have the Star Core fragment? Dream on. The Primal Chaos Kangwu was surrounded by the Primal Chaos royalty. Because of his strength, everyone could only curse him. They could not do anything to him. The Star-Lord battle for supremacy is not over yet. The Illusion Immortal clan cannot be considered to have won. I will take the Star Core fragment first. Once the Star-Lord battle for supremacy is found, the Star-Lord battle for supremacy will continue. The Star Core fragment will then be given to the champion. The Primal Chaos Kangwu's words finally calmed everyone down. The Dream Demon King could only helplessly hand over the Star Core fragment. You piece of trash, you wasted such a great opportunity. The Primal Chaos Kangwu angrily glared at him. His stomach was filled with anger. Today's plan had been completely ruined by the Dream Demon King. In reality, the Primal Chaos Kangwu had not expected the Dream Demon King and the Sky Pillar Emperor to be so shrewd. They had even known that he would break the rules of the Star-Lord battle for supremacy. The Primal Chaos Kangwu said, "All right, the Star Core fragment will be given to the champion. Now, everyone, take a look and see where the Star Core has gone." In reality, the Primal Chaos Kangwu himself was very depressed. In reality, he had also sensed the aura of the Star Core, but it had disappeared into thin air. There were too many people in the vicinity. If the Star Core was still there, it should have been very easy to find. For a moment, hundreds of thousands of people were looking for the Star Core. However, it was obvious that the Star Core had disappeared. Within Long Chen's divine kingdom, the Star Core was quietly rotating. He did not move, but he also looked around curiously. Nothing. Nothing. Where is the Star Core? For a moment, everyone was in an uproar again. There was no Star Core at all. The Star Core could not possibly be in the hands of the Dream Demon King and the others. Otherwise, they would have already started fusing with it. To be honest, without the Star Core fragment, it was impossible to get close to the Star Core. It was also very difficult to forcefully fuse with the Star Core, let alone hide it. Under everyone's suggestion, the Primal Chaos Kangwu used the Star Core fragment to attract the Star Core. However, the butterfly illusory sword was much larger than the Star Core fragment. Within Long Chen's divine kingdom, the Star Core did not move. He sensed for a full hour, but there was no movement. The Primal Chaos Kangwu was very puzzled. He said, "Everyone, the Star Core really seems to have disappeared. I'm not lying. It might be because it left the Star Source. Even the Star Core fragment did not sense its existence. Perhaps there is only one possibility, and that is that it has been hidden by someone here. However, without the Star Core fragment, it is impossible to make the Star Core stay still." Hearing this, Long Chen's heart tightened. It seemed that he would not be able to escape so easily. Fortunately, Lin Ming seemed to be of some use. As expected, the Dream Demon King looked around the crowd and finally found Long Chen. Now, under the pressure of public opinion, the Primal Chaos Kangwu had no choice but to hand over the Star Core to the winner of the Star-Lord battle. As long as the Star Core was found and Xiao Dingyuan defeated one or two opponents, he would win. Therefore, at this time, the Dream Demon King would not be polite. He led the Illusion Immortal Tribe's team through the crowd and arrived in front of the Life Dragon City's team. Such a big movement attracted the attention of many people. The Dream Demon King looked at Long Chen and said, "Little fellow, I know that you have the Star Core that the previous Dream Star-Lord lost. Now that the new Star Core has been born, it must have been attracted by the old Star Core and fallen into your hands. Am I right?" Only the Dream Demon King knew about this. As soon as this was said, it attracted everyone's attention. For a moment, the crowd was in an uproar. To everyone, this was simply a piece of heavy news. Hearing this, the leaders of the Nine-Star Alliance also came over. all the experts were looking at the son of the eternal Dragon Emperor. The chaotic dark parasol took the lead and said loudly, "Long Chen, this doesn't belong to you. You are a dragon martialist, a member of the human tribe. It is impossible for a human tribe to become the Star-Lord of the Chaos Starfield. In order to avoid a war, you'd better hand over the Star Core to us." Long Chen knew what he had to do when faced with the heavy pressure, as well as Lin Ming, who he detested very much, next to him. He pretended to be shocked, looked at the Dream Monarch and said, "Dream Monarch, isn't the Dream Immortal clan allied with us humans? Why are you slandering me? What kind of joke is this? How could I possibly get something that even you can't get? Also, when did I get my hands on that worn-out Star Core?" The Dream Demon King laughed coldly and said, "Don't quibble. Open your God Nation and let us see, and we will know." Long Chen said angrily, "Why should I open my God Nation? I also have my own secrets. It is impossible for me to get the Star Core. Are you trying to buy time by pestering me like this? Could it be that you have the Star Core? I can see that you are a descendant of the previous Dream Star Lord. The Star Core that he left behind should be with you." In truth, Long Chen was just spouting nonsense. However, he understood that as long as he did not open his God Nation, no one could be sure of this. His goal was to make people forget about Lin Ming. This old fellow thought highly of himself, but at this moment, he was ignored. As expected, he immediately became angry. When the Death God Abyss Dragon was angry, the aura that erupted out caused everyone's hair to stand on end, except for people like the Dream Demon King. They all hurriedly retreated. Even people like Xiao Dingyuan did not dare to stand in front of Lin Ming. The only one who could stand against Lin Ming was probably the chaotic dark parasol himself. Lin Ming stared at the crowd and said with a cold smile, "Everyone, you have come to bully my human race and the people of my 5 great dragon cities. Do you think that I, Lin Ming, do not exist?" The Dream Demon King knew how terrifying Lin Ming was and did not want to be entangled with him. Just as he was about to speak, Long Chen said, "The Illusion Immortal tribe is our ally, but they are the first to betray the alliance. Their methods are despicable and shameless. If they cared about us dragon martial artists, they would not have imprisoned me, and they would not have completely ignored Senior Lin Ming." What Lin Ming hated the most was arrogance. In his eyes, regardless of whether it was the Primal Chaos Royalty or the Illusion Immortal tribe, they were all small races in the Chaos Galaxy. They could not be compared to the human race. This kind of small race dared to look down on him. Under Long Chen's provocation, he became even angrier. He said coldly, "A mere small race in the Chaos Galaxy dares to look down on my human race? This is too ridiculous. Not to mention that your Star Core is not in our hands. Even if it was in our hands, you can forget about taking it back." Long Chen knew that Lin Ming thought highly of himself and was arrogant and domineering. In addition to his own terrifying strength, he could be used as a shield. The Dream Demon King was instantly infuriated. He did not expect Lin Ming to be so arrogant. In his anger, he was about to attack, but Lin Ming smiled coldly. That smile made the Dream Demon King feel a fatal killing intent. At this moment, his entire body stiffened. In the blink of an eye, Lin Ming was standing in front of him. His withered hand grabbed the Dream Demon King's neck. Instantly, a force of millions of kilograms assaulted him. The Dream Demon King instantly felt as if he was about to die. His entire body trembled. He did not expect that Lin Ming would be so much stronger than him even though they were at the same cultivation level. After grabbing the Dream Demon King, Lin Ming moved closer to him and said with a cold smile, "What Star Lord? You are the partner of my human race. Do you believe that I will kill you right now?" Chapter 2063. Chaos Dark Parasol could no longer watch the Dream King being threatened. Apart from the human race and the demon race, everyone else here was from the Chaos Astral region. The primal Chaos Dark Parasol was undoubtedly the strongest person present. He represented the Chaos Astral region. Naturally, he could not bear to watch his own people being bullied like this. Just as Lin Ming was about to grab the Dream King, the primal Chaos Dark Parasol made his move. He condensed a fist and punched towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming also noticed him. He naturally knew that this was the only warrior who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. He had heard of the Chaos Royalty. Although there were not many of them, their talent was equivalent to that of a high-level Divine Dragon Inheritor, or even a Super Divine Dragon Inheritor. Lin Ming tossed the Dream King away and turned around to face the primal Dark Parasol. Their fists instantly collided. It seemed like a simple collision of two fists, but a terrifying storm erupted. With them as the center, the surrounding space caved in, causing extremely violent tremors. Almost everyone present felt as if they had been hit by starlight again and were sent flying. Lin Ming and Chaos Dark Parasol were sent flying. This was the first time they had clashed. They understood that the other party's combat power was probably about the same as theirs. "You're the only one who has the ability to fight me, but that's all. Everyone in the Chaotic Star region, you're all frogs at the bottom of a well. It's normal, but don't think that you can bully the human race. Today, I'll say this, no matter who you are, don't touch my people. Otherwise, I'll make you pay a heavy price. I don't care whether my people have taken away your star cores or not. You haven't even shown any evidence, yet you want to search me? Do you think I don't exist?" Lin Ming's expression turned cold as he said, "I don't care if my people have taken away your star cores or not." The primal Chaos Kangwu and the others gathered together and frowned deeply. This Lin Ming was extremely arrogant. They realized that if they really wanted to make a move against Long Chen, they would definitely have to engage in a life-and-death battle with Lin Ming. At that time, they would definitely suffer great losses. The primal Chaos Kangwu naturally couldn't bear such a great loss, so he was hesitating. He asked, "Dream King, are you really sure that the star cores will be taken away by this little guy?" If he was not sure and Long Chen did not have any star cores, then this battle would be meaningless. The Dream King hesitated for a moment. In reality, he was just guessing. Because of his guesses, the Nine-Star Alliance had suffered heavy losses, and he had even offended the human race. It seemed like the price he had to pay was quite high. Long Chen took advantage of this opportunity and loudly said, everything the Dream King said is just his conjecture. He has no basis at all. Furthermore, what he said is simply unimaginable. I was previously imprisoned by them, and after I was released, I've been staying here the entire time. Just now, there was a commotion, and I was able to take away the star core. If it was so easy to take away a star core, the three of them would have taken it away long ago. Hearing this, everyone was still a little hesitant. Lin Ming was simply too powerful, and they had no choice but to consider the consequences. While they were interrogating Long Chen, there were still many people searching for the star nucleus in the surroundings. The situation was becoming more and more chaotic. Naturally, Long Chen did not want to hand over the astral core. However, if this continued, forget about the astral core, he would not even know how to escape. Star cores are mysterious objects to begin with. They are not that easy to obtain. Yeah, where did he go? Could he have been hidden by someone? Who could it be? For a moment, everyone looked at each other. Lin Ming coldly snorted and stood in front of Long Chen. Lin Ming's voice rang in Long Chen's ears. "Brat, don't tell me that the star nucleus is not with you." As expected, this Lin Ming was not an idiot. He had actually guessed it. Long Chen did not reply. He coldly smiled and said, "You did well. Guard it well. When we return to the 5 great dragon cities, you can hand it over to the various dragon emperors. You can still be counted as a contribution to atone for your father's crimes. However, don't celebrate too early. A mere star nucleus cannot change anything. You were born with a cheap life. Prepare to repay your father's debts for the rest of your life. Hand it over. Although Long Chen didn't want to give up, he realized that even if he didn't have the ability, there was still someone who could help him protect the treasures he had obtained. This was a very tragic thing. Even if he could obtain the inheritance blood essence of the Tai Chi spirit dragon today, he probably wouldn't be able to protect it. How helpless. Long Chen was a little emotional. Although he had the most powerful father in the world, most of the time, he had to rely on himself. He was not like the primal chaos Kunwu and the others who had the support of others. The Nine-Star Alliance still had not found the star nucleus. Everyone was in a state of anxiety. Lin Ming solemnly said to the humans, "Everyone, prepare to enter my God nation. I will bring you back to the 5 great dragon cities. When our people become the star masters of the resplendent star, we will make a comeback." Hearing Lin Ming's words, everyone was very surprised. They finally knew that Long Chen had obtained the resplendent star. If Lin Ming wanted to escape, probably no one would be able to catch up to him. Although the primal chaos Kunwu was very strong, it was impossible to stop him. "I have to go." Long Chen felt even more helpless and angry. The astral core hadn't appeared yet, and he was actually going to be taken away. How was he going to complete the setup of that trap? Today, he felt very helpless. In front of these supreme experts, there were too few things that he could do. Lin Ming was prepared, and Long Chen couldn't resist at all. Just as he was about to be disappointed, suddenly, the starry sky changed. A huge crack was torn open. This scene was very similar to what happened after the elite battle. Rumble. In the crack of the starry sky, a pair of huge silver-gray eyes appeared. Instantly, everyone was stared at. This was much more terrifying than Lin Ming. Everyone felt like their lives might not belong to them at any time. Lin Ming, who was in the lead, immediately stopped moving. His body trembled and he was covered in cold sweat. This old man looked up angrily. When he saw the pair of huge eyes in the crack of the starry sky, he gritted his teeth and said, "Chaotic Star Master." That's right, the Chaotic Star Master had appeared. The people of the chaotic royalty were about to cheer. Dream King was also extremely excited. Now that he had severed his relationship with the human race, and he was more capable than Dream King. Moreover, he had almost won the Star Lord battle. Now, the Chaotic Star Master definitely had a choice in his heart. The appearance of the Chaotic Star Master had completely disrupted Lin Ming's preparations. It also made Long Chen realize that the development of things seemed to be getting more and more out of control. The Chaotic Star Master's silver-gray eyes stared at Lin Ming as he spoke in a mighty voice. "Dragon Warrior, hand over the stellar core and leave the chaotic galaxy." Under this voice, Lin Ming resisted with difficulty, but he was still forced back. Damn it! His eyes were blood-red as he roared at the Chaotic Star Master, "Chaotic Star Master, how dare you touch me?" The Chaotic Star Master's voice was cold. "Why wouldn't I dare to touch you? Other than that Supreme Dragon God, if you anger me, all of you will die. The 5 dragon cities of the human race are powerful, but don't anger me. The stellar core belongs to the chaotic galaxy. Leave it, while I'm not angry yet." No matter how unwilling Lin Ming was, he had no choice. Long Chen also had no choice. Even the Chaotic Star Master had appeared, so the stellar core had to be returned. He even had to give up the butterfly illusory sword. He was also very unwilling, but without a backer, no matter how much of a genius he was, it was useless. "Chen, it's okay. We don't lack this anyway." Lingxi comforted him. Long Chen just wanted to give her another gift so that she could quickly become stronger and keep up with him. After all, he was advancing too fast and could easily leave her far behind. The stellar core was also a very important treasure. It could at least transform into a doctrine artifact with at least 700 Dao patterns. Moreover, the butterfly illusory sword was his to begin with, and now it had fused with him. Such a precious treasure is gone just like that. Long Chen felt as if a piece of his flesh had been cut off. He was extremely uncomfortable. Today, he faced two important opportunities. One was the stellar core, and the other was the Tai Chi spirit dragon's essence blood. Now, it seemed that he had no chance. It wasn't because he wasn't strong enough. His advancing speed was already terrifying enough. It was because he was alone and had no peerless elites to back him up. Facing a terrifying existence like the chaotic Star Master, who was almost as powerful as Ling Huang of the Spirit God region, he couldn't do anything. After all, this was someone from his father's generation and one of the strongest among billions of creatures. Kid, give it back to them. Lin Ming's eyes were bloodshot as he said helplessly. Hand it over. You're not from our Chaos Star region. You still want the stellar core? Hurry up and hand it over. Yes, it's ours. You really don't know how high the sky is and how dare you be so arrogant in our territory. Hand over the stellar core and get out of the Chaos Star region. Countless people looked over and mocked loudly. Lin Ming had been arrogant before, but now, in front of the chaotic Star Master, he was like a drowning dog. Hand it over. Seeing that Long Chen was slow, Lin Ming was angry and slapped him again. Long Chen's face was flushed red. It seemed that he hadn't been so angry in a long time. Lin Ming touched his bottom line and his dignity again and again. Long Chen could bear it the first time, but this time, his eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at Lin Ming. Seeing Lin Ming attack and Long Chen being slapped, everyone laughed mockingly. Hurry up and hand it over. That son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor. Seems like the son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor doesn't have a high status. He's been slapped twice already. The mockery made Long Chen almost unable to control himself. Seeing that he still dared to resist, Lin Ming was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He said angrily, "You still dare to stare at me? Do you believe that I won't dig your eyes out?" After saying that, he actually attacked. Gong Qing and the others couldn't stop him even if they wanted to. Seeing their internal conflict, the others laughed and watched the show. Long Chen's blood was boiling. He really had enough of this. But because of this, he felt even more helpless. He was just a young man. What could he do in front of so many experts? He couldn't resist Lin Ming's despicable face. His fingers reached for his own eyes. Everyone was watching the show. Right at this moment, something that shocked everyone happened. Lin Ming suddenly knelt before Long Chen's feet, his entire body trembling. This scene was simply inconceivable. Even Long Chen himself didn't know about it. Then, countless dragon roars sounded behind him. Long Chen saw that everyone in front of him was looking behind him in a daze. Chapter 2064. Long Chen would never forget this scene. The starry sky was so vast that there was no end to it. There was no lack of space in the starry sky. At this moment, a total of 100,000 divine dragons filled the space behind Long Chen. Each divine dragon was a gigantic beast. When all of them were gathered together, the scene they created was enough to make one's mind go blank. Long Chen's weeping blood dragon soul could summon 2 million slaughter whelps. But the slaughter whelps were only the size of an arm, and some were even the size of a finger. Perhaps 10 million slaughter whelps would not be as shocking as the 100,000 real dragons here. It was not just Long Chen. Facing the 100,000 dragons that suddenly appeared, even the powerful chaotic Star-Lord's huge silver-gray eyes were in a completely dazed state for a moment. Outside the dazzling stars, the hundreds of thousands of experts from the myriad races were all dumbfounded. Faced with so many divine dragons, Long Chen's side was silent. Long Chen's body was also stiff, and his mind was blank. He could not think at all, and even felt like he was dreaming. He even thought that this was an illusion of the illusionary immortal tribe, or a nightmare of the incubus tribe. But deep down, he knew that this was not the case. It was because the shocking feeling at this moment was so real. His gaze swept across the huge dragons. There were countless low-level dragons, red dragons, blue dragons, gold dragons, and blue dragons. There were also many mid-level dragons, such as six-winged red dragons, five-clawed golden dragons, blue sea dragons, and so on. There were also many high-level dragons. Long Chen had seen the mysterious Sky Jade Fire Dragon, Void Refinement Demon Dragon, Golden Thunder Hell Dragon, Snow Wind Spirit Dragon, Ice Armored Horn Dragon, Nine-Winged Sky Dragon, and so on. There were even hundreds of super dragons. Long Chen could not name most of them, but there were 3,000 Star Soul Dragons, Sacred Palace Thunder Dragons, Imperial Thunder Dragons, 8 Division Stupa Dragons, and so on. There were thousands of species of dragons, and 90% of them Long Chen had never seen before. At that moment, Long Chen felt as though he had returned to the era of the mystical dragons. These mystical dragons were too numerous and too powerful. 100,000 mystical dragons attacked in shock. All of them floated in the starry sky and did not roar. However, when the 100,000 gazes gathered together, it was terrifying enough. Even someone like the Dream King did not dare to move. As powerhouses, they understood that this was reality and not a dream. This was the real dragon god. At first, they thought they were dragons from the 5 dragon cities, which was why they were so afraid. There must be some powerful beings hidden among the dragons. However, they soon remembered that the dragons were definitely not coming from the 5 dragon cities, but from planet Sky Dragon. In the entire Chaos Starfield, most warriors at the bottom of the hierarchy knew very little about Sky Dragon. But strong warriors like the Dream King, of course, knew how terrifying Sky Dragon was. Sky Dragon and Destiny were 2 places that they absolutely could not provoke. In the past, the Wuxia tribe had wanted to occupy Sky Dragon, but they had been exterminated. Sky Dragon had not shown its full power. Chaotic Star Lord and the others had negotiated with the people of Sky Dragon before, but even Chaotic Star Lord was ignored by the people of Sky Dragon. Of course, Chaotic Star Lord did not dare to provoke them. They seemed to be dragon warriors of Sky Dragon. I thought they never left Sky Dragon. Why did they suddenly leave? I don't know. All this time, they have never left Sky Dragon, but now they are here to help these people from the dragon cities. That's not right. I heard that Sky Dragon is a dragon warrior exiled from the 5 dragon cities. They should not be helping these people. In fact, they knew very little about the dragon warriors of Sky Dragon. This mysterious team has been stationed on the Sky Dragon planet for many years. Just as everyone was retreating in shock, discussing the matter in hushed tones, the 100,000 divine dragons all transformed into human form at the same time. Among the experts of the myriad races, Dream King, Sky Pillar Emperor, and Chaos Kangwu were all looking at Chaotic Star Lord. The sudden arrival of the dragon warriors of Sky Dragon had completely messed up the matter of the Star Core. It was up to Chaotic Star Lord to deal with it. On the Dragon City side, except for Long Chen, no one else had reacted at all. At this time, the 100,000 mystical dragons all turned into human forms, and the shock they brought before weakened a little. But when 100,000 dragon warriors gathered together, it was still very frightening, especially when there were terrifying experts hidden among them. Only then did Chaotic Star Lord's silver-gray eyes stabilize. His gaze became extremely calm, and he said in a low voice, Yang Yu, what are you doing here? Yang Yu. No one knew who Yang Yu was. Apart from Chaotic Star Lord, probably only Lin Ming knew. Hearing this name, Lin Ming's face turned pale. He wanted to stand up, but that terrifying invisible force was suppressing him, forcing him to kneel in front of Long Chen. He struggled with all his might, but his flesh and blood only cracked. Yang Yu. When Long Chen heard this unfamiliar name, his eyes searched among the 100,000 dragon warriors. No matter where an expert stood, they were very dazzling, and all the warriors would take them as the center. Among the 100,000 dragon warriors, Long Chen easily found such a group. The stronger the super mystical dragons, the closer they were to this place. Of course, among the dragon warriors of Sky Dragon, super mystical dragons were nothing. There were hundreds of super mystical dragons here, and there were all kinds of experts and geniuses. There were even quite a few like Xing Qing. The dragon warriors of Sky Dragon almost had the power of more than half of Dragon City. Among them, 3 were probably the strongest, and especially terrifying. The 3 of them were the core of everyone, and they should be much stronger than Lin Ming. They should be at the level of Star Lord. Long Chen's curious eyes fell on them. The 2 on the left and right were old men, one in black and one in white. They looked exactly the same, but the difference was that one of them had white hair and white eyes, while the other had black hair and black eyes. The white-haired man's body was filled with pure white light, cutting through the darkness. It was extremely dazzling, like the core of the world. All the light was being devoured and gathered on his body. The black-haired man was like a black whirlpool, spinning gently, making it hard to see his appearance clearly. Endless darkness gathered on his body, turning it into a black hole. Although they were very far away, Long Chen could still keenly feel that they were closer to gods than Lin Ming, who was in the late stage of the reincarnation tribulation realm. Star Lords were generally warriors of the 8 trigrams reincarnation realm, and these 2 should be experts of the Star Lord level. In the entire Chaos Galaxy, there were only 3 or 4 Star Lords. Excluding the God Star of Destiny, the Chaos Star Lord was the strongest, but here on Sky Dragon, there were already 3 experts of the Star Lord level. Compared to the white-haired and black-haired old men who looked the same, the one in the middle was even more terrifying. It was a woman, wearing a dark green dress, the hem of the dress trailing the ground, fluttering in the starry sky. Her face was covered with a veil, making people feel confused and unable to see her face clearly. But from her snow-white and slender fingers, it could be seen that she must be a beautiful woman, especially a charming woman. She was the core of these 100,000 dragon warriors. Even the 2 old men in black and white treated her as their leader. Long Chen guessed that the Yang Yu that the Chaos Star Lord mentioned should be this woman. Judging from the Chaos Star Lord's fear of her, this Yang Yu's strength should be similar to that of the Chaos Star Lord. This was a very strange woman. Long Chen actually felt a sense of familiarity from her, as if they would definitely meet again in the future. This made him feel touched and want to talk to this mysterious woman, but he quickly shook his head. He knew that he and Yang Yu had definitely not met before, and those feelings must be an illusion. Moreover, for Yang Yu to have such strength, she must be very old, at least at the level of a holy spirit. Everyone looked at the core of the dragon warriors, in the direction of Yang Yu. Long Chen was no exception. He was looking forward to it, as if something strange would happen soon. At this moment, Yang Yu spoke. Long Chen discovered that her voice was extremely gentle and soft. It was filled with the warmth of a mature woman, causing people to involuntarily immerse themselves in it. They felt incomparably tranquil and forgot all their worries. Yang Yu said softly, "I'm not here to look for you, but he wants to punish you." These 2 sentences made people scratch their heads in confusion. The Chaos Star Lord was also stunned for a moment, then said, "Yang Yu, I'm looking for the star core of the bright star. I didn't violate your Sky Dragon planet, nor did I violate our agreement. Don't stop me." Yang Yu did not respond to him. "What are you doing?" Long Chen found it strange. Why did Lin Ming seem to be controlled by someone? It didn't look like it was Yang Yu or the two Star Lord level dragon warriors. At this moment, Yang Yu took a step back. Only then did everyone see that there seemed to be a dark shadow behind her. Everyone looked over with wide eyes. That shadow, when he saw this silhouette, Long Chen's heart palpitated even more. That even more familiar feeling surfaced in his heart, causing his soul to tremble. He stared in that direction. As Yang Yu retreated, that silhouette became even more obvious. In the blink of an eye, that man clearly appeared in front of everyone. When they saw his appearance, there was an explosion among the upper echelons. Lin Ming, who was kneeling in front of Long Chen, raised his head and looked in that direction. His eyes almost fell out of his eye sockets. He was trembling all over. He finally found someone who could suppress him. But when he saw his appearance, it was like a bolt from the blue. Lin Ming's face was dull. Eternal Dragon Emperor. Lin Ming could not believe his eyes. Back at the battlefield of the gods, it had only been a projection of the Eternal Dragon Emperor. Today, this black-robed man had appeared in front of them. No one dared to believe it. Of course, Long Chen couldn't believe what he was seeing. Chapter 2065. The person who stood behind Yang Yu was the Eternal Dragon Emperor, Long Qinglan. He was a person who had died long ago in everyone's eyes. He had truly died and passed away forever. No one would have thought that he would reappear in this world one day. But his appearance, his demeanor, was still exactly the same as before. He stood there without saying a word, but he was already the king of the world. Everyone was trembling in front of him, and no one dared to make a sound. However, the shock in their eyes had completely surpassed the moment when the 100,000 dragons had arrived. The reappearance of the Eternal Dragon Emperor was even scarier than the 100,000 dragons. Everyone in the Dragon City of Life was dumbfounded and could not say a word. Long Chen was the same. He could not believe that this was real. As for Lin Ming, he looked like he was being strangled. His face was contorted and he was in extreme pain. Long Chen did not know what to say. The person facing the Eternal Dragon Emperor was the chaotic Star Lord. Impossible. The eye hidden under the crack in space was extremely shocked. He let out an earth-shattering roar. Although he said it was impossible, the chaotic Star Lord was still afraid. The person he feared the most in his life was the Eternal Dragon Emperor. Therefore, regardless of whether it was real or not, he turned around and was ready to escape. The eye dimmed and the crack in space began to disappear. Even the chaotic Star Lord was escaping. Everyone was so scared that their faces turned pale. At this moment, the man in black who was being surrounded reached out an arm and grabbed at the void. Suddenly, the chaotic Star Lord let out a real scream. His silver-gray eyes lit up again. He kept struggling, but he could not resist the power of the Eternal Dragon Emperor. In the blink of an eye, everyone saw the body of a silver-gray beast being pulled back from the space. Oh my God, everyone could not believe their eyes. The one who was caught was the Chaos Star Lord, the strongest in the galaxy of Chaos, a super big shot who ruled over billions of lives. He was a legend in the hearts of everyone in the galaxy of Chaos, a high and mighty god. But at this moment, he was actually caught by the Eternal Dragon Emperor and pulled out of the crack in the sky. The chaotic Star Lord had the appearance of a strange beast. His entire body was shrouded in a silver-gray mist. He had 6 thick arms and no eyes or other parts of his body could be seen. His appearance was very frightening, as if he could swallow everything in the world by opening his mouth. This was the legendary ancestor of the chaotic royalty, the appearance of a chaotic god. Only by cultivating to the highest level could one transform into this appearance. The royal family of the primal chaos called it the primal chaos god true body. The chaotic Star Lord's chaotic god spirit true body was directly pulled out by the eternal dragon emperor. Long Qinglan, why aren't you dead yet? Even if you're not dead, why are you looking for trouble with me? It's not like I killed you. Haven't you taught me a lesson enough? The chaotic Star Lord was also a figure of the eternal dragon emperor's era. He had personally witnessed Long Qinglan's meteoric rise. At this moment, the chaotic Star Lord was undoubtedly extremely nervous. He was completely afraid. He was not afraid of ruining the mighty image he had painstakingly built up and rolling around in front of the eternal dragon emperor. Don't touch me. I didn't offend you. What right do you have to teach me a lesson? If you're so capable, go deal with those humans who cursed you. For so many years, the people of the 5 dragon cities have never stopped slandering you and laughing at you. What does that have to do with me? No matter how the chaotic Star Lord begged for mercy, Long Qinglan's face was still cold as he pulled him out of the crack in the sky. His face was stiff. He raised his other hand and slapped the void in front of him. Suddenly, there was a loud slap on the chaotic Star Lord's body. It seemed that Long Qinglan had slapped his butt, knocking his huge body back into the crack in the sky. The chaotic Star Lord let out a scream. Now, he could no longer show off. He was in an extremely embarrassing state. He was like a naughty child who had been spanked. This humiliation was unbearable, but at least Long Qinglan didn't really do anything to him. After returning to the crack in the sky, he hurriedly fled. No one knew where he went in a short time. The shocking scene just now was over, but everyone was completely stunned. In their minds, the chaotic Star Lord was supreme and the symbol of the word terrifying. Long Chen also felt helpless against him. But now, his image had completely collapsed. Everyone wanted to laugh but was also afraid. So the chaotic Star Lord could also be so embarrassed. In that case, the legendary Eternal Dragon Emperor was too terrifying. He was originally the strongest in the whole world. After the chaotic Star Lord left, the surroundings became quiet. Long Chen felt that he must have had an absurd dream. His eyes were already brimming with tears, but he didn't dare to believe it. He still felt that it couldn't be true. Long Qinglan had said that he was already dead, and he wouldn't lie to him anymore. Everything he had said contradicted the black-robed, cold man in front of him. So, even if he cried, he didn't dare to believe it. Chen, hurry and go see him. Lingxi could feel the impulse in his heart. That was Long Chen's goal. He was right in front of him. Lingxi also couldn't believe such a change, but she was happy for Long Chen. Today was supposed to be a sad ending. Because of the arrival of the Eternal Dragon Emperor and the 100,000 mystical dragons, things seemed different. Long Chen couldn't move at all. After dealing with the chaotic Star Lord, the 100,000 mystical dragons all followed Long Qinglan's gaze and looked at Long Chen. Long Chen was incomparably nervous. What was going on? Was that person really his father? Why didn't he feel that familiar? Not even as close as that woman, Yang Yu. The hundreds of thousands of experts, Dream King, Chaos Kangwu, and the others all felt their mouths go dry. They seemed to remember that Long Chen was Long Qinglan's son. Everyone's eyes were focused on Long Chen. At this time, Lin Ming suddenly screamed. Under a huge force, he went from behind Long Chen to in front of Long Chen and knelt at Long Chen's feet. He looked up at Long Chen. Everyone recalled how Lin Ming had whipped Long Chen several times before and couldn't help but shiver. It seemed that Grim Reaper Dragon Lin Ming was in for it. What does he want me to do? Long Chen was a little stunned. Long Qinglan's cold eyes were looking at him. Long Chen felt that there was a hint of emotion in them, which made him even more confused. But at this time, he felt a terrifying power gather on his right hand. This power didn't belong to him, but he could control it. And in front of him, Lin Ming knelt and trembled. He looked at Long Chen with a pale face. At this moment, he couldn't move or even beg for mercy. He could only beg with his eyes. The other party's face was so close to him. Before, I thought that I didn't have the backing to protect myself, which led to today's tragedy. That's why I got slapped by Lin Ming. But he came. He taught the Chaos Star Lord a lesson and even sent Lin Ming to me. He even gave me enough power to slap him. Is he protecting me? Even though the other party was looking at him coldly, Long Chen felt a strong fatherly love. He was giving him a chance to fight back. Long Chen naturally held a grudge. Lin Ming had disregarded his dignity time and time again and trampled on him in front of everyone. Long Chen had long since sworn to return everything to the other party. He thought that he would need 10 or even 100 years to do it. He didn't think that the day would come so quickly. At that moment, Long Chen gritted his teeth. Without any hesitation, he raised his right hand in front of everyone and used the boundless power that Long Qinglan had bestowed upon him to ruthlessly slap Lin Ming's face. This is the first slap. You mocked my background. I'm returning it to you. Pa. This sound could be said to be world-shaking. Lin Ming was sent flying, and he spun countless times in the starry sky before crashing into the resplendent star. Instantly, the resplendent star trembled, and the mountains and rivers within it collapsed once more. Lin Ming's screams were endless. Long Chen didn't think that the slap would be so powerful. He easily took away half of Lin Ming's life. He knew that Long Qinglan was slapping him. He just used Long Chen to do it. The slap made everyone shut their mouths. Their faces were pale. This was especially so for the Dream King. They had originally cooperated with the Life Dragon City, but then they had gone against Long Chen because of the butterfly illusion sword. When they saw Lin Ming's tragic end, the Dream King's body went limp and he almost fell. What do we do? What do we do? Dream King's face was full of grief. Xiao Dingyuan hugged him and said, brother, don't be afraid. We didn't do anything to Long Chen. Don't worry, it's fine, it's fine. He won't argue with us. It's fine. The more he said, the less confident Xiao Dingyuan was. At this moment, Lin Ming, whose face was covered in blood from Long Chen's slap, was swept back. He knelt in front of Long Chen again. This time, he knew how terrifying it was. This time, he knew how terrifying it was. His body twitched like a madman as he kowtowed in front of Long Chen, wailing, Long Chen, spare me. Spare me. I saved your life. All I did was slap you twice. I didn't mean you any harm. Spare me. I beg you, spare me. When we get back to the 5 great dragon cities, I'll speak up for you. Long Chen's eyes were calm. He didn't say anything. When Xing Yu and Gong Qing saw this, they immediately stepped forward and pleaded, Long Chen, no matter what, he is still an elder. He only offended you for a moment. He has also made many contributions to the human race. The punishment is enough. He won't dare to do it again. Can you spare him? Lin Ming's appearance was a huge contrast from before. Seeing this scene, everyone's hearts grew colder, especially Dream King. He didn't even dare to run away. Long Chen looked at Lin Ming and said, his contributions to the human race have nothing to do with me. Everything else has nothing to do with me. I hate it when people slap me. I'm not extremely cruel or unreasonable. He slapped me twice, so I'll slap him twice. If he can endure it, I'll spare him. If not, then he deserves to die. Chapter 2066 This wasn't Long Chen's own power. Everyone's eyes fell on Long Chen's slap. They watched as this slap landed on Lin Ming's face. It was as if this slap landed on their faces. Almost everyone felt a chill in their hearts. They were filled with fear for Long Chen. In the past, they only thought that he was a genius. A so-called genius didn't have the power to dominate before becoming a peerless expert. But it was different now. The Eternal Dragon Emperor's strange descent and the appearance of 100,000 mystical dragons had given Long Chen the strongest backing. From today onwards, he was bound to become one of the most terrifying figures in the world. Boom! This slap landed on Lin Ming's face when he was begging for mercy. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Long Chen was a very fair person. He would return what others brought to him. He didn't know how strong his right hand was, so he didn't care about it. As for whether Lin Ming could make it through, it was up to him. In the end, under the Eternal Dragon Emperor's power, Lin Ming didn't make it through. Under the Eternal Dragon Emperor's power, a terrifying expert from one of the 5 major dragon cities of the human race turned into dust before Long Chen's eyes and dissipated into the starry sky. What everyone remembered most was Lin Ming's expression at the last moment. It was full of regret and pain. Slapping Long Chen twice was the last thing he regretted in his life. But he didn't have the chance to regret it. It wasn't Long Chen who wanted to kill him. In the end, it was Long Qinglan. Long Chen could only make a decision, but he couldn't control the power of his right hand. When the second slap landed on Lin Ming, the power attached to his right hand disappeared. In that instant, the surroundings were silent. Everyone stared at this young man in shock. Everyone knew that he had the power to rule over all living things in the world. Long Chen, Gong Qing and the others took a few steps back. Of course, they knew that if Long Chen had returned to the Dragon God domain in the past to clear his father's name, now that Long Qinglan had reappeared, he didn't need to return to the Dragon God domain anymore. Then, he had nothing to worry about. The starry sky was silent. The Dream King and the others' bodies were covered in cold sweat, and their hearts were tormented. They wanted to run away, but they didn't have the courage to do so. Right now, they all wanted to kneel in front of Long Chen. However, he was thinking too much. Long Chen did not care about him at all. What he cared about the most now was who this man who had led 100,000 mystical dragons here was. Was he his father? But didn't his father die? The Eternal Dragon Emperor, Yang Yu, the 2 Star-Lord Elders, and the 100,000 mystical dragons were all looking at Long Chen. While everyone was silent, the 100,000 mystical dragons, excluding Long Qinglan and Yang Yu, all half knelt on the ground and said in unison, "Your subordinates greet the young master." Young master. The echo of the last 2 words shook the entire starry sky, emitting a deafening sound. 100,000 dragon warriors half knelt on the ground. It was a spectacular scene. Everyone had already guessed this would happen, but they were still shocked when they saw it. As they knelt, Long Chen's status instantly rose to a level that even the Dream King had to look up to. From today onwards, Long Chen was not just a simple genius. He was about to become a super big shot in the eternal sacred realm. Long Chen was equally shocked. His gaze passed over the countless kneeling dragon warriors and landed on Long Qinglan, who was the only one standing. That man's cold eyes were still staring at him. No one knew what he was thinking. This scene was fixed in Long Chen's heart. Young master. He had never thought that such a moment would happen. No matter who this man was, these 100,000 dragon warriors should have been Long Qinglan's former subordinates. Long Chen remembered that he had heard about the group of exiled dragon warriors. So they had once been loyal to Long Qinglan. Let them rise. The man finally spoke. It was very familiar. It was Long Qinglan's voice. Long Chen had gone through so many hardships just to hear this voice. Please rise, please rise. Long Chen reacted and hurriedly said. His eyes were filled with tears as he looked at that man. Was this really Long Qinglan? If he had smiled at him, Long Chen would have recognized him. But he didn't smile. This was the only doubt in Long Chen's heart. Otherwise, he would have already rushed over. At this time, under Long Chen's call, the 100,000 dragon warriors stood up. Yang Yu raised a hand and led the 100,000 dragon warriors to retreat. At this time, an irresistible force pulled Long Chen towards Long Qinglan. In an instant, Long Chen was already standing 100 meters away from Long Qinglan. He could see this man even more clearly. His appearance hadn't changed at all. The two of them were surrounded by hundreds of thousands of experts of the myriad races and 100,000 dragon warriors. Everyone was looking at them. Long Chen suppressed the excitement in his heart. He knew that the time to solve the mystery had come. Whether he was Long Qinglan or not, he should know soon. Perhaps Yang Yu and the others should already know. Long Qinglan's expression was cold. Without a word, he began to circle around Long Chen. Everyone was as quiet as cicadas in winter, not daring to move. Who are you? Long Chen was frightened by his strange actions. In the end, Long Qinglan stopped 10 meters in front of him. He gave Long Chen a very strange feeling. Long Chen's heart was in turmoil. He was still waiting for the other to tell him that he was Long Qinglan. This way, Long Chen's life would seem to be relaxed, but the other did not speak. Until Long Chen spoke. His expression was cold. Suddenly, a strange smile appeared on his face. In that familiar voice, he said to Long Chen, "Who am I? Who am I? I am the one who came to take your life." Long Chen immediately became alert, or rather, desperate. Since this person had said such words, although he had taught the Chaos Star Lord a lesson for him and killed Lin Ming, he was definitely not his father, because Long Qinglan would not say such words to him. Moreover, the onlookers seemed to not hear what Long Qinglan said. "Take my life." Long Chen took a deep breath. His eyes darkened. He felt extremely disappointed, not because the other party wanted to kill him, but because the other party was not Long Qinglan. Long Qinglan was still dead. But if that was the case, why did they call him young master? Long Chen could not understand. "Who are you?" Long Chen said angrily. Me. Actually, you should have guessed it. The moment he stepped into the Chaos Galaxy, I was born because of you. I came to this place completely because of you. Tell me, who am I? The other party continued to smile strangely. Long Chen's mind was blank. He could not wrap his head around this. He carefully and diligently pondered this sentence, but still could not figure it out. At this time, Long Qinglan rose into the sky and looked down at Long Chen. He said, "I am the god of Taisher." When he heard the last 4 words, Long Chen was stunned. He swore that he had never imagined this person to be a god of primordial beginning. This was simply too fantastical, the difference too great. But the other party would not lie to him. He was the god of Taisher. The god of Taisher was a calamity. This matched what he had said before, that he had come to take his life. The god of Taisher, Long Chen still felt rather confused. He had never thought that this would be the result. He had thought that he was still alive, but he did not expect it to be the most mysterious god of Taisher. Long Chen gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Despicable. Why did you appear in my father's appearance? You can change into other forms." The god of Taisher still smiled strangely at Long Chen. He said, No, I have always looked like this. From the moment I was born, I have looked like this. Long Chen was at a loss. If what the other party said was true, what kind of secret was there? The god of Tai Chi, the god of Taisher, and the god of Taisher. What were they? Why did the god of Taisher look like Long Qinglan? This was different from the god of Taisher. The god of Taisher had transformed into Li Xuanji to tempt Long Chen. The most serious problem was that the god of Taisher could easily scare away the chaotic Star Lord and kill Lin Ming. If he fought with such an expert, he would definitely die. There was no chance at all. Long Chen's heart was in chaos. The people outside couldn't hear what they were saying at all. They only thought that they were father and son talking about old times. Let's begin, child. Before reincarnation, this is the last calamity. If you beat me, you will be qualified to live. The god of Taisher's appearance changed. The expression on his face disappeared completely, and he returned to that cold look. Long Chen took a deep breath. He was definitely going to die. The god of Taisher suddenly said, "Don't worry. My strength is similar to yours, but I will undoubtedly be much stronger than you. Your chance of beating me is only 1 in 100, but it is still a chance." The other party probably meant that he wouldn't be as strong as he was when he defeated the chaotic Star Lord. Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. But 1 in 100 was basically no chance at all. Everyone's eyes fell on Long Chen. It's all a mystery. If I die today, I will never know the answer to these mysteries. I can't die. I haven't cleared my father's name, and I haven't given Xiaoxi happiness. I can't die. This spiritual power made Long Chen's heart explode. This was a strong desire to live. He adjusted his heart and knew what he should do at this moment. Kill. Long Chen clenched his fists, his eyes filled with a fierce light. Very well. The god of Taisher nodded coldly. He also clenched his fists like Long Chen. At this moment, Long Chen saw blood-colored dragon scales appear on his body. Those were the dragon scales of the ancient blood spiritual dragon. Long Chen was absolutely sure that he was not mistaken. Slaughter Dragon Seal. The god of Taisher stretched out his dragon claws and attacked. Chapter 2067. The Slaughter Dragon Seal was the first move that Long Chen learned from the ancient blood spirit dragon's Dao art. It was also the most basic Dao art of the ancient blood spirit dragon. It wasn't too powerful, but the problem was that it belonged to the ancient blood spirit dragon. How could the god of Taisher use it? When he saw the god of Taisher covered in blood-red dragon scales, when he used the Slaughter Dragon Seal, Long Chen's mind was in a daze. It was too shocking to him. In this world, only he could use the Slaughter Dragon Seal. Only he was the inheritor of the ancient blood spirit dragon. Moreover, there was only one true ancient blood spirit dragon since ancient times, and there was only one drop of blood essence. Chen. The god of Taisher's slaughter was completely merciless. Long Chen's dazed state was nothing more than courting death. In the eyes of the hundreds of thousands of experts, the god of Taisher's sudden action made them even more puzzled. Wasn't Long Chen his son? Why would he attack his own son? For a moment, everyone was discussing, and their faces were filled with shock. After being reminded by Lingxi, Long Chen finally reacted. The god of Taisher was originally ever-changing. Perhaps, like the god of Taisu, he was good at confusion. Long Chen quickly reacted, and a strong desire to resist arose in his heart. No matter what, I have to defeat him and survive. This was his belief. His struggle was to survive. Only by surviving could he fulfill his and his father's wishes. He was also grateful to the god of Taisher for giving him a chance to be so close to his father. Although it was fake, Long Chen still had a special feeling in his heart. Kill. Long Chen roared in a low voice. His body was also covered in dragon scales as he transformed into a blood dragon martial artist. He used the same Slaughter Dragon Seal to fight against the god of Taisher. Everything about the god of Taisher was similar to him. Long Chen felt like he was fighting himself, but he soon discovered that the other's comprehension of the heavenly Tao far surpassed his, and the use of the ancestral dragon's supernatural powers was also beyond his reach. They were both using the Slaughter Dragon seal, and they had the same amount of strength. However, when the opponent used it, he was even more proficient and powerful than him. This was something that Long Chen had comprehended from their first confrontation. At least in terms of killing intent, the opponent surpassed him. In just one confrontation, Long Chen was forced to retreat, and one of his arms was in a state of numbness. So strong. The use of the Slaughter Dragon seal was strange, and it deeply shocked Long Chen. Before he had time to digest it, the god of Taisha attacked again. This time, it made Long Chen even more sluggish. Because the other stretched out his hand, and it was the mystique of the Void Universe Dragon, Eternal Instant. At that moment, Long Chen felt his body freeze. It was the first time he experienced the feeling of time stopping. The power of time was everywhere. Long Chen exhausted his strength, and although he broke through the shackles of Eternal Instant in a short time, the god of Taisha had already rushed over. When Long Chen was completely unable to resist, the god of Taisha attacked again, and the Slaughter Dragon seal attacked again, imprinting on Long Chen's chest. At that moment, the crisis of death came. The terrifying shockwave sent Long Chen flying backwards, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His chest had caved in and his internal organs had nearly been crushed by this attack. Long Chen's fleshly body was so sturdy, yet he was still heavily injured by this attack. From this, it could be seen how ingenious his opponent's use of strength was. The same power, the same mystique, but he instantly subdued Long Chen. When they saw Long Chen injured, they couldn't believe their eyes. What's going on? Why would the Eternal Dragon Emperor attack his own son? Is it to test Long Chen's strength? But there is no need to be so heavy-handed. They could clearly see that Long Chen had suffered a heavy blow. Luckily, the Eternal Dragon Emperor didn't use the power that he used to punish the Chaotic Star Lord. Otherwise, Long Chen would have died. But this was just the beginning. Long Chen was completely convinced that he could even use the mystique of the Void Cosmic Dragon. This time, his injuries had stimulated his desire and belief to fight. He found that his blood was starting to burn, and his boundless fighting spirit drove him to stand up and face the god of Taisha once again. He reached out and touched his chest. The injured area was rapidly recovering. With the power of Dream of the Origin, he instantly recovered to a state where he was uninjured. You have fallen, you have to stand up. But this is just the beginning. I will hit harder next. The god of Taisha was expressionless as he attacked again. This time, he charged forward at a high speed. When he was halfway there, he suddenly twisted his body. His small body suddenly expanded, and a bloody mist filled the air. An ancient blood spirit dragon appeared and charged toward Long Chen. This primordial spiritual blood dragon was exactly the same as Long Chen in every aspect. After the previous two shocks, Long Chen was already used to it. This was the first time he was facing himself from a different perspective. He felt like he was fighting against himself, a stronger, scarier version of himself. Long Chen had seen many opponents, but he had to admit that in his heart, the scariest opponent was still himself. Kill. He took a few steps back and also transformed into his ancestral dragon form. Two primordial blood spiritual dragons that looked almost identical met in the air. It was a shocking scene. Everyone thought that Long Chen was an unparalleled divine dragon, but Long Qinglan looked exactly like him. Furthermore, the two of them were fighting. What was going on? Everyone was dumbfounded. Long Chen had officially cast aside everything and was only focused on killing. The two ancient blood spirit dragons clashed. Slaughtering Heaven Blood Sword. Slaughtering Heaven Blood Sword. The divine dragon swung its tail, forming a blade. The two divine dragon tails and the slaughtering heaven blood sword clashed continuously in the starry sky. The scene was naturally very grand, and every clash produced a terrifying impact. Long Chen was struggling. Although they had the same power, the other's use of the slaughtering heaven blood sword was superb. He had thought that he had cultivated it to the limit, but the god of Taisher had displayed many changes that exceeded Long Chen's expectations. It was so incredible that it played a very important role in opening up Long Chen's thinking. But if he died here today, it would be useless. You're too weak. The god of Taisher's slaughtering heaven blood sword pierced through Long Chen's layers of attacks and even created countless illusions. All the ancient slaughter runes gathered at one point. This point broke through Long Chen's slaughtering heaven blood sword and stabbed his dragon body. In an instant, dragon scales exploded and flesh and blood flew everywhere. Long Chen was hit again. This time, his injuries were also very serious. Long Chen felt that his life force was rapidly flowing away. The god of Taisher had become more and more terrifying. No matter what kind of divine ability it was ever-changing in his hands. It broadened Long Chen's horizons and made him realize his shortcomings. Slaughter Dragon Seal, Slaughtering Heaven Blood Sword, Illusionary Bubble, Eternal Instant, and Origin of Dream, even in terms of physical combat, the other party was far superior to him. This battle was simply a crushing one. Long Chen was unable to fight against the god of Taisher and was forced to retreat step by step. Under the other party's powerful attacks, his body was riddled with holes, and even Origin of Dream could not be repaired. In the blink of an eye, he was already on the verge of death. Have I already lost? Despair struck. He refused to admit defeat. If he lost, he would die. He was unwilling to die, so no matter how serious his injuries were, he immediately stood up. Even though he was dripping with blood and in great pain, he still wanted to use his fierce eyes to look at the god of Taisher. As for the outside, it had already caused a commotion. Everyone knew that the god of Taisher was definitely trying to kill him. If it was just to test Long Chen's strength, he did not need to be so fierce. Why is this? Why did Long Qinglan attack his own son? Dream King, Chaos Kangwu, and the others looked at each other. In their eyes, Long Chen was seriously injured and on the verge of death. He was quite pitiful. However, his tenacity was indeed terrifying. Even with such injuries, he could still climb up and fight against the god of Taisher, fighting back with his life on the line. It was admirable. Blood flowed continuously from Long Chen's face. The blood had already blurred his eyes. Puchi. The god of Taisher's dragon claws pierced into his body. Long Chen was in even more pain. He raised his head and saw the god of Taisher's disdainful gaze. He sneered, "Little fellow, you are still too weak. Your weakness caused your death today. The heavenly Tao is merciless, so you deserve to die. Don't blame me." Under the suppression, Long Chen roared crazily. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain, breaking free from the god of Taisher's control. That huge divine dragon body could not be controlled, and blood splattered everywhere. "Your death is here," the god of Taisher said coldly. His unscathed divine dragon body rushed forward again. The countless dragon scales on his body began to shine. The dazed Long Chen once again felt the danger of death. The opponent was going to use the blood-weeping dragon soul, Long Chen's strongest attack. As expected, under the god of Taisher's control, 2 million strong little slaughter dragons attacked. Countless savage roars rang out, and countless sharp dragon claws and fangs appeared. Long Chen did not doubt that he would be completely devoured by these crazy little slaughter dragons. He would turn into pieces and enter their stomachs. "You are not strong enough, so your life ends here." This scene was incomparably terrifying. No, Long Chen's faith could not be defeated. Although his entire body was dizzy, he still strengthened his spirit through the endless pain and exhaustion. I cannot lose. His heart was filled with boundless responsibility. It made him hate death. The god of Taisha was merciless. He had long since lost all hope. He gritted his teeth. No matter how much he had to pay, he had to live. Live. This desire stimulated Long Chen's power once again. The god-refining flame on his body burned fiercely. Even though he was defeated, he was still as proud as ever. With his powerful battle intent and his undefeatable faith, his dragon scales flickered in front of everyone's eyes, and 2 million blood-weeping dragon souls rushed out. Chapter 2068. Long Chen was already in a daze. Everything he did now was to survive the terrifying attack of Taisha God. From the start of Taisha God, he already knew how terrifying Taisha God was. This was the only level set for the ancestral dragon. In this world, besides Long Chen himself, no one had ever encountered it. It was especially obvious how terrifying it was. Although he used the same power and the same spirit technique, the other party still crushed him. Everything he used, Long Chen did comprehend and learn a lot when he fell again and again, but these were all exchanged at the cost of a fatal crisis. Now was the final moment of life and death. The words "I can't die" made Long Chen persevere again. He had forgotten everything, only remembering the deep responsibility in his heart, that was his everything. Therefore, he went all out. He had never gone all out like this before. He burned the spirit-refining flame to the extreme, just to block the other party's weeping blood dragon soul. A total of 4 million slaughter dragons crazily slaughtered each other in front of everyone. In just a short moment, more than 1 million slaughter dragons died, turning into blood light that dissipated into the sky. The tiny divine dragons let out beast-like roars. Among the onlookers, because they couldn't stand such a sound, most of the martial artists began to flee. It was too terrifying. Long Chen held on. In front of an opponent who had an absolute advantage, he could only fight with his life on the line. He hated and feared this god of primordial beginning. He was definitely the most terrifying opponent he had ever met in his life. No one had ever made Long Chen feel such despair when they were at the same level of power. This made Long Chen realize his own inadequacies, and he underwent a massive transformation. Unfortunately, it was really difficult for him to survive. Taisha God felt that it was very easy to kill him. Long Chen clenched his teeth and glared at the sky. In this battle of the weeping blood dragon soul, because of Long Chen's final struggle, he finally blocked Taisha God's attack for the first time. When all the slaughter dragons in front of him disappeared, Long Chen almost couldn't hold on anymore. He was like a lamp that had run out of oil and was on the verge of death. Taisha God was still standing in the sky, looking at him indifferently. In the end, you're still trash. You don't have much ability. The god of Taisha's sharp voice echoed in Long Chen's ears. He could feel the killing intent getting closer and closer. If the god of Taisha attacked again, Long Chen would be completely annihilated. I can't die. Long Chen used up all of his strength. He bit his tongue, and only then did he have a moment of clarity to face the god of Taisha. The god of primordial beginning said coldly, "You're too weak, and the ancestral dragon's divine art isn't mature yet. You don't have anything outstanding about you, so I can't spare you. Maybe you can improve in the future, but you won't have a future. Before you die, I can show you a stronger divine art." The other party's usage of any ancestral dragon divine ability far surpassed Long Chen's. Long Chen struggled to stand up. Looking at the cold face of the god of primal beginning, which belonged to his father, he couldn't help but feel confused. Just as the other party had said, was he really so useless? He couldn't accept it, he couldn't accept it. But the god of Taisha was indifferent. he didn't give Long Chen a chance. At this moment, his divine dragon body suddenly dimmed, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into an illusory cloud. The cloud around him flowed, sometimes fast, sometimes slow. A pair of empty eyes stared at Long Chen, giving him the illusion that time had stopped. Damn it, it's the Void Universe Dragon. Long Chen shook his head. He really didn't understand what else he could do apart from risking his life. But the god of primordial beginning in front of him obviously couldn't be defeated even if he went all out. He was destined to be an undefeatable enemy. Besides gritting his teeth, what else could Long Chen do? Even if he faced Lin Ming, he wouldn't be as terrifying as the god of primordial beginning. In other words, the god of primordial beginning at this level could defeat the death god, the abyss dragon. What could Long Chen use to fight against such an expert? Was he destined to die? This made him feel pain and despair, but he still couldn't accept it. He didn't want to die. His blood-red eyes stared at the god of primordial beginning in the form of the Void Universe Dragon. At this moment, he swept up the power of time and attacked. Long Chen clearly saw every detail. Those details slowly replayed in his mind. He deeply understood that this was a divine ability that originally belonged to him. It was just that he hadn't discovered it yet. The god of primordial beginning's voice was like a dream, ringing in Long Chen's ears. Time also has its anger. The Tao of time disorder will never be as simple as an illusion. Just like, the storm of time. The storm of time. When this word echoed in Long Chen's ears, he found that his surroundings were very strange. Everything had disappeared. There was only him in the vast world. He found that the time around him was trembling, and then there was a riot. Time was like a river that flowed past. It had always been quiet since ancient times, but there were times when the river would riot. Under the control of external forces, the river would also form a storm, a chaotic storm. Under the storm, anyone who moved forward on the river would be seriously injured, or even killed. This was the anger of time, the storm of time. Long Chen had studied the slight disorder of time, time stillness, time reversal, but he had never touched on the anger of time. Everyone was in the midst of time, and the god of primordial beginning was controlling the storm of time around Long Chen. This feeling was very strange. Long Chen instantly understood a lot. It was as if he could also control this terrifying power of the storm of time. He had a very clear idea in his mind. His eyes could see the river flowing past him. From the initial trembling, it suddenly became a terrifying storm. Buzz. At that moment, the storm of time swept over. This storm could not be touched or seen, but in that instant, Long Chen's already broken body was almost destroyed. Countless dragon scales exploded, and dragon bones were broken. Under the storm of time, Long Chen's sturdy body would be turned to ashes in an instant. The crisis of death was so close. Long Chen could already smell the scent of death. His consciousness was quickly dissipating. It was impossible to describe the terror of this storm of time. This was the anger of time, the death of living beings. But none of this was important. Long Chen felt like he had become a fish. He grew stronger and stronger, and he had completely fused with time. He played in it, and his mind kept replaying the method of controlling time that the god of primordial beginning had used. When he realized that he was a big enough fish, he couldn't help but stir up the river. Rumble. Under his stirring, the river of time swept up a storm. Waves rolled, majestically rushing out. Long Chen deeply understood that this was the power of the storm of time. He only glanced at it once, and he actually grasped it. This storm of time seemed to bring him a new life. Long Chen instantly woke up. When the god of primordial beginning storm of time swept up and almost killed him, he manipulated the other storm of time and made it disappear. The fatal crisis instantly disappeared. As long as one understood the principle of the storm of time, it was not difficult to make it disappear. But at this moment, Long Chen almost brushed shoulders with death. He never thought that he would be able to comprehend the storm of time when he was infinitely close to death. The attack power of this move was obviously even more terrifying than the weeping blood dragon soul. The god of primordial beginning almost killed him. The power of time, more experts of the myriad races were confused. What was going on? In their eyes, Long Qinglan wanted to kill Long Chen again and again without mercy. Just now, Long Chen was almost dead. Their minds were filled with endless questions. The god of primordial beginning was still incomparably cold. He once again transformed into the ancient blood spirit dragon and looked ferociously at Long Chen. Not bad. You actually comprehended the storm of time and blocked my attack. But this little ability cannot save you from the fate of death, because as long as you don't die, I will die. Long Chen struggled out of the storm of time. Looking at his mess, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. But the other was still unharmed. He wanted nothing more than to tear the god of primordial beginning apart. Although there was no enmity, the other wanted to kill him. Moreover, the god of primordial beginning was too terrifying. Comprehending the storm of time seemed to only allow him to live a little longer. Was survival really so difficult? After walking out from the brink of death, Long Chen's vision was filled with illusions. The god of primordial beginning had never been merciful. He was still as ruthless as ever, looking down on Long Chen. This time, the power he displayed was even more terrifying. This was the killing mystique of the ancient blood spirit dragon, which was even stronger than the weeping blood dragon soul. As soon as the other used it, Long Chen realized how terrifying it was, and also felt powerless. The ancient blood spirit dragon was a dragon of slaughter, but also a dragon of death. His mystique was different from the Void Aeon dragons. The ancient blood spirit dragon was only used for killing, while the Void Aeon dragon was more proficient in manipulating and changing time. At least in the early stages, the ancient blood spirit dragon's killing mystique was more terrifying. The god of primordial beginning coiled up his dragon body and looked down at Long Chen. His rigid body coiled up, his dragon head facing down towards Long Chen, his entire body spiraling like a metal drill. At this moment, the body of the primordial blood spirit dragon exuded a terrifying killing power. Layers of blood-colored light covered the body of the primordial blood spirit dragon. At this moment, the spiraling body of the dragon began to spin, forming a terrifying storm of death in an instant. Blood Spirit Thrust. This was a mystique named after the ancient blood spirit dragon. As the ancient blood spirit dragon's body spun at high speed, everything disappeared. What appeared before Long Chen was a blood-red spike. This was the most terrifying spike Long Chen had ever seen. This spike had the sharp power to tear through everything. No one dared to look directly at it. Just a glance was enough to make one feel as if their body and soul were being pierced. Blood Spirit Thrust. Chapter 2069. That blood spirit spike was extremely pure, without a trace of impurities. It possessed an endless sharpness that not only made one's physical body tremble, but also made one's primordial spirit feel like it was being pierced. Although Long Chen had the body of an ancient blood spirit dragon, he found that he was as fragile as tofu in front of this blood spirit spike. Sharp, ferocious, terrifying, and shuddering. Even the experts, such as the Dream King, trembled in fear when they saw the blood spirit spike. They didn't dare to move an inch. The blood spirit spike contained an incomparably terrifying killing intent. Only the ancestors of the dragons of death like the ancient blood spirit dragon could emit such a terrifying aura. Is he really going to kill Long Chen? The onlookers did not believe it at first. After all, Long Chen was his biological son. It was rare for them to meet, and everyone thought it was just a spar. But when the storm of time was used, which almost took Long Chen's life, and then the terrifying blood spirit spike. Everyone had no choice but to believe that the Eternal Dragon Emperor was going to kill Long Chen. They had no idea what was going on. As for the 100,000 mystical dragons, perhaps they knew a little, but they had clearly been ordered not to ask. The only one who knew everything was Long Chen. He knew that the god of Taisher was definitely going to kill him, and he would not show any mercy. He knew that his life was about to end with this blood spirit spike. Such a terrifying killing intent was enough to make people lose all strength to resist. They might even lose the will to resist. This was an attack that completely surpassed the blood-sobbing dragon soul. It was a fatal move. The blood spirit spike would not turn back, and it would not stop until it pierced through everything. The entire world around Long Chen disappeared. The only thing left was the spike that symbolized death. Ding! There was a crisp sound. The blood spirit spike had moved. Long Chen knew that this meant the end of his life. Within the divine nation, Lingxi had already clenched her fists. She would not cry and make a ruckus to disturb Long Chen. From the very beginning, she had already decided that once Long Chen disappeared, she would follow in his footsteps and give up everything. Long Chen also knew that she would die with him. He was unwilling and unwilling. As a man, he was unable to give his woman a sense of security. This was the greatest incompetence. The extreme guilt in his heart made Long Chen unable to forgive himself. He found it difficult to breathe and felt suffocated. I have 2 ancestral dragon bodies, I'm my father's hope, I'm little Xi's support, and I'm Xiao Lang and Kitten's elder brother. I've already come this far, so how can I just admit defeat like this? No, no, no. Within his body, his blood boiled with anger. He didn't want to lose, and he didn't want to die. He had a responsibility in his heart. He wanted to protect the people he cared about, and he wanted to be responsible for the entire world. This drove him to make his final, crazy move. Forget everything, the final battle. At that moment, he forgot about life and death. All that was left in his eyes was the terrifying blood spirit spike. That was something that was about to take his life. Long Chen was unconvinced. He wanted to fight. Even if he died, he wanted to fight. One couldn't give in. Giving in was walking towards death. Even if he died, he wanted to die a heroic death, like a moth flying into a flame. He wanted to enjoy that moment of glory and light, and not cowardly accept an ordinary death. At this moment, Long Chen's heart was filled with unyielding pride. He held on to the promise he had made to his father and to follow him. He held on to the desire to protect his lover and brothers. He longed for the arrival of great power. He was a true ancient spiritual blood dragon. His bloodline and his desire exploded in the midst of this intense fighting spirit. The ancient spiritual blood dragon's bloodline surged like a raging river. Something that belonged to Long Chen's bloodline gradually surfaced. The god of Taisher was full of killing intent, but Long Chen was even more so. In his eyes, the blood spirit spike seemed to become extremely slow. With the god of Taisher's demonstration, Long Chen seemed to have opened a window in front of him, allowing him to see the world outside. The stimulation and awakening of his inner bloodline and the demonstration of the god of Taisher allowed him to succeed once again. The meridians of the blood spirit spike appeared clearly in front of him. So that's how it is, so that's how it is. Long Chen wanted to roar, and the blood in his body surged. The moment the blood spirit spike descended, Long Chen shot up into the sky and rushed towards the blood spirit spike without a care for his life. Just when everyone thought that he was courting death, his body suddenly turned into a spiral, spinning at a high speed and emitting a terrifying whistling sound. Countless blood-colored lights pierced out in all directions, and the incomparably sharp blood spirit spike suddenly appeared in the starry sky in place of his divine dragon body. The 2 blood spirit spikes collided sharply. Everyone was shocked again. They seemed to understand that in this battle, under the guidance of the god of Taisher, Long Chen seemed to have awakened two super powerful mystiques. So, it's not that he wants to kill Long Chen. Instead, he wants to use such a method to completely stimulate his potential. This is too cruel. The Dream Monarch and the others gathered together and suddenly realized. Of course, Long Chen couldn't hear their discussion. And on the side of the 100,000 divine dragons, the mysterious woman, Yang Yu, watched this scene quietly. There was a faint glimmer in her eyes, but it quickly disappeared. At this moment, Long Chen was in high spirits. He had finally succeeded. He didn't expect that he could really use the blood spirit spike. First, it was the time storm, and then it was the blood spirit spike. These two terrifying skills naturally increased his strength greatly, and he seemed to be more confident in fighting against the god of Taisher. For the sake of living, for the sake of survival, for the sake of those who care about me, I will fight you to the death. Facing the blood spirit spike, he let out a heroic roar in his heart. Under the fearful gazes of countless people, the two sharpest blood spirit spikes suddenly collided with each other at their sharpest points. Everyone thought that this would be a terrifying battle, and that one side would be crushed first. But they didn't expect this moment to come so quickly. Even Long Chen didn't expect it himself. Just at that moment, the opposite blood spirit spike suddenly stopped moving. It suddenly stopped charging forward, reverting to the form of a divine dragon in front of Long Chen's eyes. That pair of deep eyes, full of smiles, stared at him without regret. At that moment, Long Chen saw this gaze. This was the father he was most familiar with. He had thought of him countless times, and the deepest impression he had of him was his gaze. This was definitely the gaze of his father. But this was the god of Taisher. What scheme had he come up with to kill him? Long Chen didn't stop and charged forward. The blood spirit spike stabbed forward with all its might, never looking back. In that instant, it pierced through the dragon's head, all the way out of the dragon's tail. Everywhere it went, the power of death swept up, riddling the god of Taisher with holes. Whoosh! The incomparably sharp spike turned into Long Chen. Long Chen naturally understood that he seemed to have won. The blood spirit spike was very terrifying, and he should have ended the god of Taisher's life. This was the confidence he had in his own strength. But at this moment, his heart was extremely chaotic. Why did he give up the blood spirit stab attack at the last moment? Why did he not resist at all and let him pierce through? Wasn't he able to defeat the chaotic Star Lord easily? Why did he let him succeed? Long Chen's heart was filled with endless questions. He turned back in shock. The god of Taisher's divine dragon body collapsed and turned into powder, finally condensing into the appearance of Long Qinglan. He stood in front of Long Chen and was smiling at Long Chen. Long Chen also turned into human form and stood in front of him. At this moment, the killing intent in his heart had completely disappeared. He looked at the god of Taisher with an extremely solemn expression. The other party's smile made Long Chen's heart collapse. Previously, the god of Taisher didn't look like his father, but now, no matter how he looked at it, it was exactly the same as in his heart. Who exactly are you? Long Chen rushed over in a somewhat mournful manner. You'll know, child. The god of Taisher smiled. There was a red dot on his forehead. It was stabbed by Long Chen with the blood spirit spike. At this moment, there was still a blood aura flowing out. Impossible, you're just the god of Taisher. Don't lie to me. Long Chen stopped in front of him, but what shocked him was that at this moment, the man in front of him had a gratified smile on his face. His body gradually dissipated, turning into gem-like gravel that densely floated in the starry sky. Long Chen would never forget his final smile. It was so peaceful, so gratified, as if he had seen the birth of a very satisfactory work, and then passed away in peace. The god of Taisher had done everything possible to kill him. It shouldn't be like this. Long Chen was confused, shocked, and even wanted to cry. Who exactly are you? Why are you the same as him? Why can you use my mystique? His appearance made Long Chen even more confused. He clenched his fists and looked around. Hundreds of thousands of powerhouses from the 10,000 tribes and 100,000 mystical dragons were looking at him. The Dream Monarch and the others were just as shocked as Long Chen. Where did the Eternal Dragon Emperor go? He couldn't have been killed by Long Chen, could he? That's impossible. In an instant, there was a flurry of discussion. Long Chen circled around a few times, but he didn't see the god of Taishar's figure anymore. His gaze finally landed on the gravel that the god of Taishar had transformed into. He stretched out his hand, and the gem-like gravel began to come into contact with his body before merging with it. When the first gravel merged with him, a surging force swept towards Long Chen. This was a terrifying force. Power had a difference in nature. The power of nirvana was inferior to the power of samsara. The power of samsara was also subdivided. The power of the 6 paths of samsara was countless times stronger than the power of 1 yuan samsara. The power of the 7 stars of samsara was also the power of gods. It was a power that was close to the power of gods and was stronger than the power of the 6 paths of samsara. Long Chen's power of Tai Chi Nirvana was roughly similar in nature to the power of the 4 symbols of samsara. But at this moment, he had obtained a higher level of power. Chapter 2070. Taishar Divine Power. Just like when Long Chen had obtained the nirvana power of Taishar, the Taishar divine power from the god of Taishar had fused with Long Chen's power, replacing the power of Taishar. The Taishar divine power was more ancient, more vigorous, and it even had the word divine power attached to it. Its power, in terms of its nature, should be similar to the divine power. The divine power was the initial stage of divine power. When Long Chen had obtained the Taishar divine power, he also had the embryonic form of the real divine power, and could even be considered the original form of the divine power. This was a power that made Long Chen's heart palpitate. Countless grains of sand fused into his body, turning into a vast sea that surged on his body. The nirvana power was completely swallowed up, and the Taishar divine power became the dominant power in Long Chen's body. At that moment, Long Chen felt a terrifying increase in his power. Although in terms of quantity, Long Chen was far from being comparable to true experts like the Dream King, at least in terms of quality, there was not much difference. They had the divine power, which could crush other powers. Long Chen also had the Taishar divine power. But for Long Chen, the Taishar divine power was already majestic enough. Long Chen had a premonition that the only realm he would face in the future would be the first Yuan tribulation. Now, like most warriors at the peak of the 9th stage of the Nirvana tribulation realm, he had begun to break through to the reincarnation tribulation realm. But compared to other warriors of the same level, he was simply too powerful. There were too many. The primordial divine power danced in his body. This power contained the destruction of Tai Chi and the nourishment of Taisu. As it flowed, it nourished his body, driving Long Chen's ancestral dragon body to grow and mature again. His physical level became even more terrifying. At the same time, his primordial spirit seemed to be nourished and became especially mature. This was a transformation. At this moment, Long Chen's every movement contained terrifying power. Everyone seemed to have sensed his change. Long Chen was originally a top-notch genius expert. Even among the 5 great races, there were not many people who could suppress him. But now, it seemed that among all living beings below the age of 4,000, even if they were at the 5-element samsara tribulation realm, even an ultimate divine dragon might not be his match. His cultivation base soared. The primordial beginning divine power was vast and mighty. That primal power exploded within Long Chen's body and turned into a blood-red power under the ancient blood spirit dragon's imprint. This power exploded, causing everyone to be incomparably shocked. Heavens! Even though this power isn't God-ascending energy, it's almost the same as God-ascending energy. The so-called divine power could only be bestowed upon someone who had gone through the trials of an ancient seven-star ancient god. Every warrior who reached the seven-star samsara tribulation realm was a mighty figure. Long Chen was still so young, yet he possessed such power. Even someone at the level of the Chaos Kangwu was shocked. This news spread among the crowd, challenging everyone's hearts once again. Fortunately, even though the primordial beginning divine power was powerful, the amount of power Long Chen had was less than 1/10,000th of a true seven-star samsara tribulation realm warrior. This made them slightly relieved. As expected of the eternal dragon emperor's son. He's a peerless genius. Compared to him now, even the Chaos Kangwu is far inferior. I reckon that in the eternal god realm, among the 5 great races, no one under the age of 4,000 is his match. The Chaos Kangwu sighed. Such words were uttered by many experts. Long Chen was shining brightly today. He was destined to be the center of everyone's attention. He closed his eyes and felt the majestic power. This power came from the primordial god. It had completely transformed Long Chen, making him far surpass his peers. The increase in power was beyond Long Chen's imagination. However, Long Chen was still filled with doubts and confusion about the primordial god. He was even sentimental. "Little Shi, do you think he's the primordial god or my father?" Long Chen asked in a low voice. Lingxi witnessed all of this. She said considerately, "Chen, that's not important. What's important is that he's not a bad person. He's been helping you from the beginning. Even though his methods are brutal, he did use such brutal methods to give you the power of the time storm and the blood spirit stab. In the end, he gave up attacking and let you pierce through him, probably because his wish was fulfilled and he wanted to give you the last of the primordial divine power." Hearing Lingxi's words, Long Chen finally confirmed that everything that had happened before was the primordial god helping him. Perhaps he had never wanted to kill Long Chen. This made Long Chen feel very uncomfortable. No matter who he is, he did it for your own good. Furthermore, the smile on his face when he left was one of gratification and satisfaction. That is enough. Brother Chen, if you really want to know who he is, you should continue to grow stronger. I believe that you will understand one day. One day, I believe you will understand everything. One day, I believe you'll understand, Lingxi said encouragingly. Oh, Long Chen felt as if he had been enlightened. Lingxi was right. No matter what secrets the god of primordial beginning or Long Qinglan had, as long as he worked hard and didn't disappoint him, and didn't let down the divine abilities and power he had given him, there would come a day when he would understand, tch. His faith was strong. Today wasn't the end, but a new beginning. From today onwards, Long Chen was qualified to crush everything. He was no longer a nobody, but a real big shot. From the resplendent star system to the chaotic star system to the eternal god domain, he, Long Chen, was destined to shake the world and sweep through the 4 seas. In the starry sky, under everyone's focus, Long Chen's eyes widened as he scanned everything around him. Primordial divine power, the time storm, the blood spirit stab, these were everything he had obtained today, from that mysterious man. Long Chen was sure that he had misunderstood him. But that was no longer important. From the shock and awe in the eyes of the martial artists of the myriad races, he knew that his status had undergone an earth-shaking change. Today, he was no longer a nobody that anyone could bully. Even existences like the Dream Monarch, Xiao Dingyuan, and the Primal Chaos Dark Parasol looked at Long Chen with deep fear in their eyes. The thing that the hundreds of thousands of martial artists of the myriad races were most puzzled about was where the Eternal Dragon Emperor had gone. Previously, they had been sure that the Eternal Dragon Emperor was still alive, but now they weren't so sure. After all, he had dissipated in Long Chen's attack. The Eternal Dragon Emperor's death was something that those big shots had jointly confirmed. Therefore, they began to doubt the authenticity of the Eternal Dragon Emperor who had just appeared. Because the Dream Monarch and the others were safe and sound, they gradually became bolder. At this time, the chaotic Dark Parasol asked, Long Chen, that was the Eternal Dragon Emperor. Only then did Long Chen remember something. It wasn't about the chaotic Dark Parasol, but the day of the 10-star alignment, the birth of the essence blood of the Tai Chi lifeform dragon inheritance. It seemed to be about time. He looked back and saw the 100,000 dragon warriors from Celestial Dragon Planet looking at him, their eyes filled with gentleness. They seemed to be the group of people who recognized him the most. Young master, come here. Someone seemed to say to him. Sure enough, they used to be Long Qinglan's subordinates. Lin Ming should know this, but because they were exiled, they could not easily leave planet Sky Dragon. This time, they had come for Long Chen. They called him Young Master, which meant that he was their leader and they listened to his orders. They were Long Qinglan's subordinates. Just based on this point, Long Chen could completely trust them. At the same time, he was also excited. Although Long Qinglan had not come back to life, at least the god of Taisha had sent him so many experts. Long Chen didn't know what the leader, Yang Yu, who was comparable to the chaotic Star Lord, was related to the god of Taisha. She should know more than him. As they sincerely called out, Long Chen walked towards them. That was the world that belonged to him as a dragon martial artist. Because of this, he ignored the chaotic Dark Parasol's words. The chaotic Dark Parasol was very angry, but when he heard that the people of planet Sky Dragon were following Long Chen, he was convinced. He knew how powerful the three on planet Sky Dragon were. Among them, the most mysterious woman, Yang Yu, was the imaginary enemy of the chaotic Star Lord. With the chaotic Dark Parasol's ability, he was at most about the same as Lin Ming. When he thought of Lin Ming's miserable state, the chaotic Dark Parasol became silent. The Dream King came to his side and looked helplessly in the direction Long Chen had left. He said, Chaotic Dark Parasol, the chaotic Star Lord said that the Star Core is on Long Chen. That's not far from the truth. If the people of planet Sky Dragon took him away, wouldn't the Star Core be occupied by him? The chaotic Dark Parasol frowned and said, I'm trying to contact the Star Lord, but I can't. Otherwise, if he knew that Long Qinglan had disappeared, he could come back and fight Yang Yu. Now, the Rakshasa Star Lord and the Azura Star Lord are rushing over. I hope the two Star Lords can help. The Dream King felt extremely helpless. He had waited so long for the Star Lord battle for supremacy, but he didn't expect that a heaven-defying Long Chen would appear out of nowhere and change everything. At this time, Long Chen had already been surrounded by 100,000 dragon warriors. Among them, there were old people, middle-aged people, young people, and children. Almost all of them were looking at their young master curiously. Perhaps because of the battle between Long Chen and Long Qinglan, they were full of respect for Long Chen and didn't have the slightest bit of disdain. Such gazes made Long Chen feel warmth. Among the 100,000 divine dragons, there were more than 100 super divine dragons. Most of them were powerhouses. Among them, there were many at the 7-star reincarnation tribulation realm, equivalent to Xiao Dingyuan and the chaotic Dark Parasol. There were also many super divine dragon geniuses, but the core were the three in the middle. The two old men and the mysterious veiled woman in the middle, Yang Yu. Long Chen was currently facing Yang Yu. Yang Yu's eyes were as calm as water, and it was difficult to see what she was thinking. At this time, she said, Young Master, my name is Yang Yu. We will take you back to planet Sky Dragon. Is that okay? Planet Sky Dragon. Chapter 2071. So, he nodded and said, "No problem, He had experienced too many things today, and he didn't know what to say. Yang Yu's gaze was as gentle as water. "I am your father's maid, and have served him for half my life. If you want, you can call me Aunt Yu." Long Chen had long known that Yang Yu was related to Long Qinglan, but he hadn't expected her to be a maid who had accompanied him for so long. Furthermore, she led so many dragon warriors who followed Long Qinglan. She must have a very high position in his heart. After Long Chen came to the Eternal God territory and saw the 100,000 dragons, he truly felt like he belonged. Aunt Yu. Although they called him young master, he definitely couldn't be arrogant just because of his status. Moreover, Yang Yu was too strong, and Long Chen respected her from the bottom of his heart. Of the two elders beside him, one had snow-white hair and was smiling as he looked at Long Chen. The other had black hair and black eyes, and his expression was cold. However, it was just a natural coldness. His pitch-black eyes were filled with imperceptible excitement as he looked at Long Chen. Most of the others were probably the same. "Since that's the case, I'll take advantage of you. You can call me Uncle White." The white-haired elder chuckled and was very kind. Although his existence devoured the surrounding light and was very frightening, Long Chen still felt a sense of familiarity. "I am He Chen. I have another nickname in the Dragon God territory, Dark Dragon Emperor." The other pursed his lips and introduced himself unnaturally. He didn't seem to be very good at interacting with people. These two elders were also very interesting. They looked exactly the same, but their attributes and personalities were opposite. Long Chen hurriedly said, "Greetings, Uncle White. Uncle Black." Apart from the three of them, no one else had the guts to let the young master Long Chen call them uncle or aunt. In reality, these three were once Long Qinglan's true confidants. Long Qinglan didn't have many friends, but he had many followers. "Huh, you really called me Uncle White. How refreshing." The white-haired old man couldn't help but snicker, his face flushed red. At this time, Yang Yu looked around and said, "He once instructed me to give you the item that was born on the day of the alignment of 10 stars. It's about to begin. Wait a moment, I'll snatch it for you." After hearing this, Long Chen was pleasantly surprised. Or rather, he was touched. The him that Yang Yu spoke of was the god of primal beginning from before. However, not only had he given him so much, he had even instructed Yang Yu to help Long Chen obtain the inheritance blood essence of the Tai Chi spirit dragon. At the beginning, Long Chen had thought that he was just the god of Tai Chi, but now it seemed that he wasn't. However, as for who he really was, Yang Yu most likely had an answer in his heart. However, now was not the time to ask. The essence blood of the Tai Chi spirit dragon was far too important. It would be best to wait for Yang Yu to obtain it for himself first. Long Chen had been worried about what had happened today countless times, but he hadn't expected that the god of primordial beginning, who had brought him killing intent, would actually bring him everything, including the incomparable treasure, the essence blood of the primordial spirit dragon. The chaotic Star Lord has been scared away by him and won't be coming for a while. However, the other two Star Lords are hiding nearby. Don't worry, they won't dare to offend us. Those two Star Lords were the Rakshasa Star Lord and the Azura Star Lord. Their strength should be similar to that of Long Chen's Uncle White and Uncle Black. They were definitely not as strong as Yang Yu. Long Chen was completely relieved. "Thank you, Auntie Yu." He was very grateful to this mysterious veiled woman. She had served Long Qinglan for half his life. What kind of secrets did she have? Yang Yu's gaze was gentle. Although her face was veiled, Long Chen knew that she was smiling. That feeling made Long Chen's heart experience an unprecedented shock. This woman gave him a different feeling from Lingxi and the others. Lingxi was his spouse, his lover, but Yang Yu gave him a completely different feeling. The surrounding 100,000 mystical dragons were also whispering. They were basically discussing Long Chen with envy and respect. Long Chen felt like he was living in a dream. Today, with the essence blood of the Tai Chi spirit dragon and Lingxi's brilliant star core, he had gained too much. Silence reigned. The 100,000 mystical dragons did not leave, nor did the warriors of the myriad races. This was their territory. Of course, they had to wait for the dragon warriors to leave before leaving. At this time, Yang Yu and Long Chen were looking at the 9 stars outside the brilliant star core. It's about to begin. After a while, Yang Yu said softly beside him. Long Chen was looking forward to it. This feeling of having someone to protect him and not have to do anything himself was really wonderful. He looked over. In fact, in his eyes, the 10 stars had already formed a straight line. There was only a slight gap, but this gap was about to be perfected. What are they waiting for? The day of the 10 stars alignment. Chaos Kangwu and the others had finally found their goal. But in front of the 3 powerful dragon warriors, they still did not dare to move. At the same time, there were many cultivators gathered on all the connections of the 10 stars. Aside from Long Chen and Yang Yu's group, no one else knew that the so-called treasure would appear next to the resplendent star. It's starting. The black and white elders rose into the starry sky and waited by Yang Yu's side. Wait here for a moment. Yang Yu said to Long Chen. The 3 of them leaped up and moved forward. Within the domain that they controlled, no one dared to approach them. Most of the people could only watch helplessly. At this final moment, Long Chen was extremely excited. He looked towards the deepest part of the starry sky and saw a black dot in the deepest part. When the 10 stars were aligned, a beam of light containing more than 10 different colors burst forth from the black dot and approached the heavenly Tao realm. It penetrated the star closest to the black dot. That is the Sky Dragon Star. The 100,000 dragon warriors surrounded Long Chen. One of them, a 7-star reincarnation realm warrior, said to Long Chen. The Sky Dragon Star was the place closest to the Devil Star. Long Chen smiled. If Xiao Lang went to the Devil Star, he would be very close to him. The black dot that appeared at the beginning of the beam should be the Devil Star. This time, it should be the 11 stars aligned. Then, the beam pierced into the mysterious Star of Destiny. Before it could tear open its mysterious veil, it left the Star of Destiny and entered the chaotic Royal Star. Then, it came out of the chaotic Royal Star and entered the next superstar. More than 10 colors of light constantly approached Long Chen. It was incomparably fast, faster than anything else. Yang Yu and the others were ready. On the 10-star connection, millions of warriors were waiting for this moment. However, they discovered that when the light beam passed through their planet, nothing seemed to be left behind. Although this scene was extremely magnificent, it did not seem to have anything to do with the treasures. Many people understood that the so-called treasure was most likely a rumor. Today, they had seen it with their own eyes. Therefore, most people were disheartened. At this time, more than 10 colors of light were already close to the bright star. In the blink of an eye, the beam of light broke through the planet next to resplendent star and officially arrived in front of everyone. For a moment, the light of more than 10 colors passed through everyone and pierced into resplendent star. Resplendent star was the end of the light beam. At this moment, the beam of light completely connected the 10 stars. Everyone was floating beside the beam of light, their faces lit up with a myriad of colors. It is said that a treasure will be born at this moment. It should not be nearby. This beam was too long. Almost everyone was trying their luck, except for Yang Yu and the others. The 3 of them were also standing next to the beam. They looked at one part of the beam with deep eyes. That part seemed to be a little different. While everyone was confused, Long Chen felt that something was born next to Yang Yu and the others. He was the most familiar with the ancestral dragon's blood essence, so he understood that what was born there was indeed the blood essence of the Tai Chi living dragon. It gave him a different feeling from the ancient blood spirit dragon and the void infinity dragon. The ancient blood spirit dragon was a bloody massacre, which made Long Chen feel fear. The void infinity dragon was eternal and dreamy, while the Tai Chi living dragon was ever-changing. The blood essence of the inheritance was originally something that was reserved, but even so, it still brought about a huge impact. The scene that Long Chen saw was different from the others. Others could only see the beam of light and feel that something was being born in the beam of light, but Long Chen could see what was inside. It was a drop of blood with 15 different colors. It looked very gorgeous and beautiful, and it was filled with the power of life. The dragon of life and creation, the Tai Chi living dragon. The 15 drops of blood seemed to be presented in front of Long Chen. The different colors competed with each other in beauty, symbolizing all things in the world. Long Chen actually felt that the drop of blood was looking at him. In front of Long Chen, the drop of blood grew infinitely larger and transformed into an ancestral dragon that covered the sky. The ancient blood spirit dragon looked ordinary, like a red dragon, but it was the ancestor of slaughter. The void infinity dragon was completely illusory and formless. And what appeared in front of Long Chen was probably the former dragon of life and creation. This divine dragon had an incomparably strong body, and its most obvious feature was that it had 15 dragon heads. The dragon's body coiled, and the 15 dragon heads were raised high, looking down at Long Chen. In the very center was the head of the largest dragon. It was brimming with vitality, and its color was constantly changing. Birds and beasts of the land could be seen on it, as well as all the races in the world. Every living thing could be seen on the dragon head, becoming the color of the dragon head. This dragon head represented life. The other 14 dragon heads were all the same size. One was made of illusory power and had no fixed shape. This was the dragon head of origin energy. One was like a blazing sun, burning fiercely, with 3 golden crows flying in its eyes. This was the dragon head of Sunday. One was like the moon, quiet and cold, with a moon rabbit running in its eyes. This was the dragon head of proud moon. One was like a sky full of stars, extremely bright, with gravel turning into worms in its eyes. This was the dragon head of stars. One was made of corpses and bones, and filled the sky with corpse aura. This was the dragon head of bones. In addition, there was the dragon head of raging wind, dragon head of flames, dragon head of seas, dragon head of rocks, dragon head of metal, dragon head of thunder, dragon head of clouds, dragon head of earth, and dragon head of trees. These 14 formed the foundation of the creation of the world. The dragon head of life and the 14 dragon heads of creation combined to form the Tai Chi living dragon. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.